An episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourEarth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh, yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourearth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh, yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend aphrodisiac foods and beauty. So, see you online this Sunday on healingourearth.com.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, blending aphrodisiacs with beauty.
I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh, yeah, I love to eat scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. And aphrodisiac foods and beauty.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is on vegan and vegetarian kitchen, growing and enhancing yourself aphrodisiacally and with beauty wellness. And for that, we'll be talking to our experts in the field of chef, beauty industry, and other people who have loads of knowledge for you all to share how to stay more beautiful and how to enhance your well being and health through foods. But before that, let me invite my co host, our resident contributor and beauty expert, Vaishali Acharya, to start with Gayatri Mantra. Global Namaste to you, Vaishali. It is it is really a pleasure to have you in this session for uh, sharing up these views. And today's episode, we will be starting up with the Gayatri Mantra. If
Global Namaste, everybody, and Global Namaste. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. Wherever you are connected to us from good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Today's episode is Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. My name is Vaishali Acharya, and I'm one of your hosts today. Before we go ahead, let's commence today's episode with the divine universal Gayatri Mantra. ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्. So, Here we are commencing today's episode. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a scintillating episode where we dive deep into the tantalizing world where aphrodisiacs meet beauty. Today, we are about to embark on a culinary journey that ignites passion, tantalizes taste buds, and leaves you glowing from within. Beauty and romance are not just cultural ideals, they are woven into the very fabric of our existence. And what better way to explore this divine connection than through the seductive power of food? Joining us is the illustrious chef and today's kitchen episode producer, Seema Bhatia, all the way from East Africa, a culinary virtuoso renowned for her tantalizing vegan and vegetarian creations. Together, we will unlock the secrets of ingredients that not only look sexy and romantic, but also boost incredible benefits for our health, sexual vitality, and that coveted radiant skin. So, dear viewers, prepare to be enchanted as we indulge in an evening and morning and afternoon, the whole day of passion, flavor, and pure culinary seduction. Without further ado, let's dive into this feast for the senses. Welcome, Chef Seema Bhatia. Over to you.
Thank you very much. A very warm global namaste to our viewers and a very
Global
warm
namaste
global
to you.
namaste to you, Amrita and Vishali. What a beautiful and unique topic we are covering today. Excuse me. I'm seated here in sunny, warm, very hot and humid and yet rainy Nairobi, Kenya, and it gives me great pleasure to be on the platform for today's episode. We have something so wonderful in store, don't we, Amrita and Vishali? So I'd like to say, Amrita, of course, you're an Ayurvedic expert, and you're very, very well renowned on sleep and a lot of other limbs of Ayurveda. And Vishali, sorry, Rena's my sister's name, so I'm sick. I've got her in my heart right now.
I'm your soul
Vishali,
sister.
you're a beauty expert and you're very well versed in the world of beauty. You're qualified in Hollywood, California, and you have embarked on the journey of telling us the stories of love through the medium of food. How exciting, because at the end of the day, what do our spiritual texts say? Love is everything, right? And love is divine. And food is our sustenance. So exploring it through this medium is going to be very, very exciting. And I'm so thrilled to be with all of you today and learn more about the stories of love and passion and romance through the medium of food. So Vishali and Amrita, what made you both embark on this journey of choosing this topic? It's a very bold topic, and there's a lot of taboo surrounding conversations of food, aphrodisiacs, and love. And I thought, it's so unique, and everybody has to come to the table and express their viewpoints. So please do share with us what made you both embark on this wonderful journey.
Amrita, you want to go ahead, please?
Vishali ji, please join first. Okay, and then I'll add on.
So, first of all, I would say that culinary skill and cooking and food and beauty and romance, it's not something that they are all interconnected, right? The relationship between aphrodisiac foods, beauty, and sexual health is a fascinating intersection of, I would say, nutrition, physiology, and psychology. And I think Amrita would be a better person to talk as per Ayurveda perspective. But I'm a makeup artist. My job is to enhance beauty of every individual. Everybody is beautiful, but enhancing beauty is something that, as an artist, it's my job, and I absolutely enjoy it. I love it. I always thought that when we were discussing about kitchen episode and since you were producing Seema, and I just thought let's combine these two topics because every ingredient has a story, isn't it? Every recipe is a combination of not just a nutritions, but it tells a story. It has some emotions behind it. And today's episode is about aphrodisiacs, and that made me inspired. And I thought that let's combine, let's blend, because as an artist, I always say that blend, 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 blend is your friend. When we want to blend a nice makeup on our skin and well blended makeup looks amazing. Similarly, today we are blending different ingredients with beauty, and I thought it would be an exciting idea. Amrita, over to you. What do you need to say about
Yeah,
it?
that's a very good thought, in fact, Seema ji and Vishali ji, basically. And a lot of people don't know how they can enhance themselves and how is the importance of sexual health can harness their wellness and well-being. And not only just physically, but eternally as well. And for that, certain kind of diets, if you add up the treasures of spices and blend them in a nice way and present yourself in a very beautiful way, it will not only garnish your life with those spices, but will add up the nutrients of well-being that will add on with longevity of your life and vitality to your life. So many times people have a lot of misconception about sexual health, but then if it's not just about an act of performance, but it's about your understanding in total, how you feel well about yourself. Vedanta philosophy talks about being with an ego and a representation of an ideology of a self identity. And that self identity, as a representation of myself, is also a part of my sexual health. I am proud to be a girl. Proud to be a boy. I'm proud to be a human being. And I'm proud to be whatever creature I am. And that representation exists in every plant, every animal, and every existence of matter in this universe. And therefore, in today's topic, when we'll be having a blend of so many things and we'll be adding up the blushes here and there to touch them up and serve them on our table, it will not only give you a way to present yourself, to serve your guests, but also I think it will make your relationships quite intimate with your near and dear ones and your partners as well, and with yourself. So for that, I really look forward for today's episode to see what all exotic things we have, which are so simple, but yet we can make them special for ourselves.
We're
Amazing.
certainly diving into the world of mood food, I would say, or foods for mood, you know. And with us, we have some a wonderful team joining us today, and we have a team of fantastic experts, don't we, Vishali and Amrita?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And what a beautiful narration and what an explanation, what a definition. Amrita said that about love, self-love, and even in our Vedantic tradition. So it's all about love and self-love can be also start with food. It's not that food way to men's heart through stomach, through food, but I think we all want to feel that love, and that's something that we all want to discuss today. We are going to discuss, and so on that note, I would like to welcome our first guest from India, our resident chef, Alisha Jain. Let's welcome Alisha Jain. Over to you, Alisha. Global
Global
namaste.
Namaste. Global Namaste, Alicia. It's really a pleasure to have you again. You always bring some small things, but yet they are so good. And I really hope today's dish that you are going to serve and on our tables, which we dream it will be coming very shortly to us, will be definitely adding up a crisp to our lives as well. Over to you, Alicia.
Hi everyone, Namaste. Thank you for having me, and it's great to be on this episode again after such a long time. And it's really lovely to see you all. Thank you so much.
So, Alicia, what are you bringing today for us? What scrumptious food you are going to show, your demonstration? Would you like to talk a little bit about your recipe today? And
Sure.
yeah, please, over to you.
Sure. So today, keeping the theme of wellness in mind, especially for the skin, but also keeping in mind that anything on the outside starts from within, I have created, and because it's getting hot these days and it is summer where I am at least, I'm creating a breakfast bowl. So this will be a cold breakfast. This is a coconut and strawberry chia pudding with homemade granola and peanut butter. And it's something I have a lot. And because strawberries are in season, it's the end of season right now for strawberries in India, but I managed to get some strawberries for this episode. So I'll be using seasonal ingredients and I will be basically making a breakfast bowl for you all today.
Amazing, amazing. So, yes, go ahead, Alicia, and we can't wait to see your amazing preparation.
Thank you. I hope you all can see everything here. I've got a
Yes.
display
Yes.
of all my ingredients here. So I'll just walk you through all the ingredients one by one, and you can also talk about all the aphrodisiacs and all the different ingredients here and how they're beneficial to, the people consuming them. So first and foremost, I have strawberries. Now these, because it's end of season strawberries here, and I really wanted to do this recipe with strawberries today, I managed to get my hands on some seasonal frozen strawberries.
Yeah.
So they have released a little bit of water, but we will use that water to make our chia pudding even better. So we've got strawberries here and coconut milk. So these are two main ingredients, and chia seeds, of course. Coconut milk is great because it has healthy fats and it is delicious, and it's a great base for this pudding, this chia pudding. So we've got chia seeds here. This is what they look like. I've got them in a little glass jar, and they're really, really healthy and cooling for the body in these summer months. That was my main focus. I wanted to create a spring summer recipe so that it cools down the body. And it's a great thing to have first thing in the morning. And it's not too sweet. And I'm going to be using honey. This is wild honey from a friend's farm, actually, that I was given, that I was gifted. So I'm going to be using wild honey. I'm going to be using peanut butter, puffed amaranth, and this I've puffed myself at home, but you can also buy puffed amaranth in like a supermarket or online. And I've got a mixture of different seeds over here. And these are hemp seeds. These are shelled hemp. So I will be using this. And basically this meal, I wanted this to be a complete meal. So I've got enough protein in here from the hemp seeds and amaranth. And I've got lots of fiber. We've got, a lot going on over here, omegas and lots of antioxidants.
Alicia, can you explain a little bit about amaranth to our viewers? Because I think not everybody, we have viewers from all over the world. If you can a little bit explain about that ingredient, please.
Sure. So amaranth is a native ingredient over here in India. It's a grain, and it's a complete protein actually. So it doesn't actually look like this generally. So I have popped this amaranth, meaning like how you pop like popcorn kernels and they turn.
Yes.
I've done the same thing with this grain. I've just put it into a really hot pan and I've puffed it, which is why they're fluffy and they've turned white.
So can it be popped in microwave as well, or what would you prefer?
I haven't done it personally in a microwave. I would say do it in a hot, really, really hot pan. I would use stainless steel, which is what I've used. It's great because it transfers heat, and that heat distribution is really important when you're buffing amaranth so that they can all pop evenly and others don't burn at the same time. I'm sure you could do it in a microwave, but I prefer doing it.
This can be available in the market as such as well. If you buy in an amaranthus, it is easily available in the market, puffed one.
Yeah, I've
So
seen them puffed already in packets that you can get them, but I couldn't find any even in India. So I'm sure like wherever our viewers are watching from around the world, I'm sure it'll be difficult for them as well. But it is easy to find amaranth as the whole grain. So it's really easy to pop them at home. So if you can't find puffed amaranth, then it takes like not even 5 minutes, 2 minutes to do it at home.
Amazing. So Alicia, let's begin and let's see your preparation.
Okay, so this is the base for my granola. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make the chia pudding, because what you want to do is you want the chia seeds to soak in the coconut milk for about 10 minutes. 7 to 10 minutes is good. It doesn't take much time at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take about 4 teaspoons of chia seeds and put it in my serving bowl.
Alicia, you can tell our viewers as well how much quantity of each thing we will need, how many strawberries, how much milk.
Sure.
Right?
So,
Yes.
uh,
Thank you.
I cook very intuitively, so I don't really measure anything generally, but I used 4 teaspoons of chia seeds here, or
And
you
this
can
is
go
how much serving you're preparing
for one person.
for one
So
person.
yeah, the chia seeds will actually soak up the coconut milk and they will expand in size. You'll see. So um, now I'm using coconut milk. Just to save time, I buy coconut milk from the market, but try and get your hands on a good clean source of coconut milk without all the stabilizers and additives. So this one just has coconut and water in it, nothing else. So if you can find some good quality coconut milk, then it just saves time to buy it from the market. And these are things that are easily available everywhere.
Generally, what do you prefer, Alicia, when it comes to coconut milk or almond milk? Generally, I'm asking just a curiosity that um,
I prefer coconut milk because I find that it is the most sort of complete food. It's got healthy fats and it's delicious. It's really delicious. I prefer it to any other milk. My second choice would probably be oat milk.
okay.
Yeah, because it's nice and creamy.
I'm on the
So
same page with you, Alicia.
yeah,
Coconut milk is my preference and oat milk the second. You know what I love is that you've employed South American ingredients. You've got chia and
yeah,
you've got amaranth. Now, amaranth is, please correct me, it's known as Rajkira in Hindi.
yes,
Am I right?
yes,
Right.
that is
So
correct.
we've been eating Rajkira since ancient times in our culture. And the
Yes.
ancient Aztecs and Mayans have celebrated amaranth for years. And my first trial of amaranth, I want to share this with you because it's invoking such special warm memories in my heart, was in Peru. When we
Okay.
were on our way to Machu Picchu, we stopped at a resort called Aranwa, and they had an elaborate breakfast with all the indigenous South American ingredients, sweet potatoes, quinoa, and I'd like to share that amaranth in South American is known as kiwicha.
Okay. That's
Yeah, and
nice.
it's an ancient grain. And that was the first time in my life I had popped amaranth. Now, you said you popped the amaranth at home, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming you heated up a pan on a medium-low heat, and you just add the amaranth in and pop it up as you do popcorn without any oil or anything, right? On a very low heat,
Yes, that's
stirring
correct.
it continuously, right?
Without any oil, yes. And you can just move it around in the pan. It'll pop within seconds. After 30 seconds, you're done. But you just have to get your pan really nice and hot.
Okay,
Actually get it smoking hot and then turn the heat all the way down. Yeah.
that okay.
Once it's
Ah,
cooled,
yes, because if you put it on a medium low or medium, it'll burn the amaranth, right?
yes,
You have
yes,
to
yes.
work very swift.
There's an art to do it actually.
Yes,
So
there is.
you know how you would heat up a pan, like a stainless steel pan or a cast iron pan, so that when you put the water in it, it just dances around rather than evaporates? That's the point you want to get at. And then when the water is no longer evaporating and it's moving and in clusters, then you want to turn your heat all the way down and then you can pop the amaranth.
Wonderful. This is a very
And
beautiful recipe.
thank you. And I'm just because these are frozen strawberries, I'm putting the excess liquid that's defrosted from the strawberries into the pudding itself.
Mhm.
So we don't waste anything here. And it will
How
give
many
it an.
strawberries have you taken?
So I've taken half kilo of strawberries.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, it's quite antioxidants and it's rich in antioxidants and vitamin C. Also, it promotes
Yes.
collagen production. That is something that um, we all want to, we all need to discuss about collagen production in our this episode as well, because during when we cross our 40 or 45, We lose our collagen by 6% every year for a woman. So it's very important to eat such nutrient food which promote collagen production, isn't it, Seema?
I agree. You know, strawberries, like you said, are very high in vitamin C.
Yeah.
I've been told that they're very high in magnesium and potassium as well, which are very good for enhancing our love life. You
Yeah,
know, I was doing a little bit of research. This isn't my forte, Vishali, you're the expert, but I believe they also keep your skin hydrated. Now, I'm very big on beauty on the inside out, and I love my skin kitchen. And I've said this 100 times of healing and our earth, and sorry to repeat myself, but I live in a home where I have two daughters who come into the bathroom and they say, Mommy, can you please, we beg of you, Mama, please, can you stop turning our bathroom into a kitchen? Why? Because whatever, if I make a strawberry smoothie with chia seeds or flax seeds and coconut milk or oat milk, I'll add in some coconut oil, I'll add in some sugar because sugar is humectant. It hydrates your skin. And there I'll be putting a mask on my face and I'll walk out and they'll go, oh,
Yeah.
you look so scary, Mama. And I forget the bowl in the kitchen. And obviously, straight after that, I have two girls who come up to me holding a bowl and saying, Mama, can you put this back into the fridge? Can you stop turning our bathroom into a kitchen? So there are a lot of these skincare ingredients, right, Vishali, that we can apply to
yeah,
our skin
yeah.
with
And
caution.
even right now, Alicia, let's see
Yes.
Seema. See,
Let's
Alicia
hear
has
from
just
her.
added honey, I think.
Yes.
So
Alicia, please go ahead and tell us about how
yes,
much quantity of seeds you have taken. What are you mixing together? Over
So
to
I'm
you. Thank
mixing
you.
together the puffed amaranth and a mix of seeds. You can use any seeds. I've used pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, and melon seeds. And what I did was I lightly toasted them over like in a hot pan, and I've mixed that in with the puffed amaranth, and I've just added a teaspoon and a half of honey.
You have
Alicia,
roasted
what I
all the
love
seeds?
Sorry?
Have you roasted all the seeds, Alicia?
Yes, all of them separately because I like the nutty flavor. You can also soak them if you don't want to roast your seeds, but I prefer the roasted nutty flavor. And this is the granola for the pudding. And I really like the texture of this with the creamy chia pudding, so it makes all the difference.
awesome. It's already looking so yummy right now and mouth-watering. And also,
Yeah.
for our viewers who don't know much the actual benefits of chia seeds, that I would like to say that, a tiny but mighty offer a wealth of beauty and sexual health benefits. And it's rich in omega-3 fatty acids. Just now, Alicia gave us information about fatty acids. So it is rich with antioxidants and fiber. Chia seeds promotes healthy skin by reducing inflammation and supporting cellular regeneration, and it results in a radiant complexion. Amrita, as per Ayurveda prospect, what is your inputs for what? Can you please share with our viewers about chia seeds and the benefits as per Ayurveda?
Seeds are always good. All those people who are like have a tendency of a high air element, so what we call in a technical term as vata dosha prominent, and are having a high problem gaining weight, for them this is a nutritional thing. Secondly, for girls and females who, or the students, or those people who don't have time for preparing things, this is a quick thing which is nourishing as well, and also giving you all the nutrients. Secondly, the milk that is being used is also cooling, so that can balance your stuff. You can even freeze it and have it in your summertime as a part-time pudding in between, as if you want to munch something, which is even giving you a good vitality of liquids and hydrating you well. So for summers, I would definitely suggest this is one of the very good dish. For pitta people, you can change up certain seeds and add up other things, uh, and even almonds soaked almonds can be added to it, raisins can be added to it, or dates can be added to it. So there can be a lot of side concepts that can be added to the main thing which she is doing. And this is like a marvelous dish, I would say, which is for good for the summer season, which is even good for not very deep winters, for but mild winters as well. And all those people who have problems related with digestion and stuff, if you are taking this thing, it will add on with the nourishment for all those having a hard time gaining weight and troubles with becoming more healthy. So in that way, and with the dryness, I would say it will help in promoting hydration to the skin. So we'll remove the dryness of the skin as well. And you can substitute, I think, coconut milk with other milks if you wish. That will depend upon your personal choices. So in
Yeah,
that
and
way, it is
also,
really good.
yeah, absolutely, Amrita. And also, it is quite rich in high fiber, and it
True.
contains also, and it aids in digestion. And also, it helps regulate hormonal balance, which can positively
Yes,
impact sexual health and libido.
yes,
And
yes.
furthermore, I think,
And
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
Vishali, I would just like to add one thing which people are not very aware. The art of eating has been a very core concept of Ayurveda, and how you chew, it's very important because the seeds are very minute and minor. You need a very better mechanism of chewing them. So give a proper time to yourself on the dining tables. That's very important. And the more time you will spend for eating it, the more time the salivary glands will be in touch with the ingredients, which will help in giving you a taste receptor. And the taste receptor has a neurological influence of relation with the dopamine, serotonin, and the neuroendocrine system that will enhance your well-being state. So it's something like taking a little dose of something which is going slowly and slowly to your body. So chewing it slowly, relishing it and having it, I think the strawberry essence and flavor is loved by a lot of people, and they will always appreciate it once you give a better time for taking these puddings. Have you seen little children taking up the chocolates, how they lick the chocolates? Can you
Yeah.
imagine how good they feel about those chocolates? And one chocolate piece is taken half an hour. So that is what I want to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. And on that note, look at our amazing Alicia is garnishing, and now it's time for peanut butter. And
Yeah.
amazing, like
Yeah.
vibrant and red hue
Alicia,
in
please tell our
butter.
viewers about it, what you have done and how you have mixed and everything. Over to you. Thank
Sure,
you.
sure. So, I have just put the homemade granola and the chopped strawberries into the bowl of chia pudding, and I'm now putting peanut butter, and this, in my opinion, makes the dish. The peanut butter. Without the peanut butter, you don't get the full flavor of what this dish has to
The
offer.
peanut butter, Alicia, gives it that really factor,
Yeah.
when you tie it up into this dish. It's a beautiful dish, Alicia. Firstly, I want to say you are brilliant. You are
Thank you.
amazing. And you
Thank you.
chose the perfect colors of love, since our topic is love today. And you, with strawberries and the coconut milk, we get that hint of blushing pink, which invokes feelings of love. It's so wonderful how you chose chia seeds once again, because they're so good for our gut health. And as we say, our brain is in our gut, right?
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
yes.
Really.
And
And the gut-brain
Seema, just see the
connection.
way she's presented as well. Look at the
Absolutely,
presentation.
it's wonderful. And as I was saying, the gut-brain connection is so strong. So really, obviously, if your gut is clean, you obviously get that feel-good factor in your brain. So this is a really feel-good factor,
And Seema, look
bowl
at
that
the
you give it.
way that Alicia is garnishing and presenting. You said very well said. And strawberries are
Absolutely.
rich of flavonoids and phenolic compounds, and that is also linked to improve
Yes.
cardiovascular health.
And look at the textures. She's got the velvetiness of the chia seeds with the softness of the coconut against the crunch. Now I will obviously bring the food element into it because that's my forte. The crunch of the granola and the softness of the strawberries. Alicia, you always think of so much detail. I know this because you've been on our show before many a time. You always think of so much detail when you bring everything together. And I follow your Instagram, and you're always putting up these wonderful food stories. And I'd like to share, very recently, our Alicia has embarked on a very brave journey where she brought a little Instagram. Trust me, everybody, you don't want to go on her wrong side. Because was it a wrestling competition you were in?
No, I just participated in a jiu-jitsu competition.
Fantastic. Amazing.
So,
Amazing.
yeah,
So,
Alicia, what have you garnished it with? What were you adding on the top?
I really wanted to talk about this ingredient. Thank you for highlighting it. This is hemp seeds. These are shelled hemp hearts actually, and they're a complete protein. So this meal is actually a complete meal. The amaranth and the hemp seeds give it a full protein flavor profile. And obviously you have all the other nutrients with all the other ingredients. And yeah, I hope you give it a go. This is the final dish, and yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Texture. You've got
Alicia,
color.
Alicia, I would just like to say one thing, that the way that you have garnished, and already the way it is looking, it is filled with romance. And not only it is showing us, it is so mouth-watering at the moment. And I'm sure all our viewers, whoever are watching across the globe, they want to have this bowl of breakfast right now. But amazingly prepared. And yeah, we love it. We love it. Amrita, isn't it amazing the way that she has presented? It's
Yes,
so romantic.
yes. I think, and I would definitely like to serve it with Nutella in that. My kids will love, or the chocolate chips on that, and my kids will love that. This,
Yeah, cacao nibs are actually really good. So if you would like the chocolate element of this, you can even put cacao nibs or even grind them.
Nibs. And there you've got South America again with cacao. You've got chia,
So,
you've got
let's
kiwita,
see,
and you've
Alicia.
got cacao.
So
Beautiful.
let's see our founder director Nil Kumar, what you have to say about this amazing romantic preparation Alicia Jain presented for us. Over to you, Nil Kumar.
Global Namaste, ladies. What a wonderful episode we are serving today. It's actually an episode that's being served. And yes, you mentioned to the men's heart and also aphrodisiac foods. Alicia, before we carry on talking about that, can you bring the final prepared dish near the camera, please? So we show our viewers what it looks. So if you go to the worktop camera, yes, go more and more, a bit.
I'm not sure if the lighting is good,
Yeah,
but
that's good enough. Oh, we can see the blend. It merges from the deep red and ends up into a pure white there as well. And you've got a blend of flavors. So gastronomically, I mean, if this is what you are serving to your man or your lover, you start early in the morning and you give this very nicely presented but very healthy dish as well for the breakfast, because this has got antioxidants, low sugar, low GI, you've got the fruits. Alicia, well done. So let's remind the viewers, first of all, what are the ingredients you have included in here? If you go step by step, so those who have joined us recently, they can make this thing maybe tomorrow morning. So let's just run through what have we included in the recipe.
sure. So the base of this dish is chia seeds and coconut milk. And because I used strawberries which were frozen, the excess liquid that came out of the strawberries, I mixed it into the pudding. So there's a little pink hue from it. But if you can get fresh strawberries, then nothing like it. Or you can use any fruit you want. You can even do mangoes. It's mango season right now. So chia seeds, coconut milk, strawberries. And then I made a homemade granola, which had puffed amaranth and a mix of different seeds along with honey to bring it all together. And then I've got hemp seeds and peanut butter. And there you have it. And
Alicia, I'm almost jealous that Zara and Vikram are going to get to have part of this dish today.
Mama,
delicious.
chia puddings.
this is
And Alicia,
really wonderful.
Alicia, in the country where chia seeds are not readily available, what about tukmaria seeds, the basil seeds? Are they good replacement for that?
Yes, we call them sabja here in India. So
Sabja, right.
Those are actually really good. I was thinking of doing this with sabja, but I think universally chia seeds are more readily available. So that's why I chose chia seeds. So yeah, you can absolutely use basil seeds.
So
And
we've
you
got alternative that we can use. Let's go to Oman and we ask, our resident contributor and a coordinator there in Oman, Sai Chitra Narayan there. Chitraji, what do you think? I mean, you've got experience and you know how to serve food to people. What do you think of what Alicia has made over here?
Alicia has made something wonderful. You know, so much of love is involved in preparing this. And whatever you do with love, normal food becomes prasad. That's what we have seen now.
And
It's
that's what I
wonderful.
love. That if you want to bring love in your lovers or your spouse or your partner's life, prepare things with love. We heard that, Vaishali, at this time, you love eating food. Shall we have the song that was created for the jingle? And before we move on, over to you, Vaishali.
Yeah, of course. That song is like we have created together, and I would like to sing. I like to sing. I like to eat. I like to eat. Oh, yeah, I love eating scrumptious food. I like to eat. I like to eat. I like to eat aphrodisiac foods. I like to blend. I love to blend aphrodisiac foods with beauty.
And that's what
Wow.
Alicia did. She brought the beauty in the dish, but we call garnishing as well. She brought the love, which Shai Chitra Narayan mentions, because the food served with love can bring love and harmony with people. So it's so beautiful. Alicia, why did you think of this dish? I mean, is it because the topic was selected and you felt that it would be a perfect time to bring this?
Yes, because of the topic, I thought this was appropriate. And I always like doing seasonal dishes. I try and incorporate something seasonal and local every time I do anything on this show. So that's what I decided to bring to you today.
And Seema, you are in Kenya over there. You are a celebrity chef, and you've been on cruise ships particularly in the Far East countries, namely Hong Kong. And do you think, because on the cruise ship there are romances flourishing, couples are there. Did you use this trick just to build a libido and actually deliberately serve them with lunches and dinners? Did you do that trick?
I was commissioned, actually, no, I was commissioned by Genting Cruise Lines to teach in Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, and Hong Kong in Asia to relive my mother's food stories, the Emperor's Table. My mother used to give cookery classes here in Kenya, and she was very close to the Nawab of Rampur's family. So she learned all her cooking secrets there, and I was asked to demonstrate those. But having said that this dish is no less to royalty. And what I want to say, Alicia, you always think of everything when you bring over a recipe. This is my experience with you, and I'm sure all of Healing Arts. You think of all the elements of texture. You think of all the elements of nutrition. You think, I know you're big on the gut-brain connection. And anti-inflammatory elements. Chia seeds are anti-inflammatory. Coconut milk is anti-inflammatory. So I have one question for you, and I will really lean on Vaishali and Amrita ji for their expertise for this, because they're such experts in skincare and beauty. I was wondering if we took out the granola or the seeds, or if we actually blended it into the recipe like a smoothie, taking everything, the honey, the peanut butter, because honey, I believe, is no, peanut butter, I believe, is rich in niacinamide, which is very good for the skin. And if we blend it all up into a smoothie, and we perhaps mixed it in with some rice flour, lading in on a little bit of K-beauty or Korean beauty for anti-aging, and applied it to our face, we could use it as a face mask. And my children would be complaining again that my bathroom is a kitchen. I'm just thinking out of the
Yeah.
box here. So it's
Yeah.
not only good for you internally, it's also beauty on the inside out, as well as nourishing
Yeah.
your love life. What a complete
If
recipe. Beautiful.
if you're not allergic to anything, definitely
Ah,
you can apply this thing. And
peanuts and
secondly, I
allergies.
would also like to let our viewers know about few things, that whenever you are using any of the fruits, make sure it is washed properly. It is bought in its date, which is fresh. So when we talk about freshness of the fruit, which means it is perhaps in an optimum level to be consumed.
Right.
Don't use any unripe fruit or overripe fruit. If you ever feel any of the fruits are overripe, it will show the signs of having a changed taste or a changed smell. So avoid using them. And especially with many fruits like this and the strawberries, they have a very less shelf life. So you really need to be very careful. If you have fresh availability of them, it is better to use them seasonally and fresh all the time. And the
That's
second
Also,
thing,
very
wonderful.
valuable.
Yes, Vaishali ji.
yeah, Amrita, also because your point is very well connected to skin, that, the way you said that. Similarly, whatever ingredients you feel that it's very beneficial to the skin, nowadays, Google is showing everything. Google is showing that, these are the good for healthy skin, glowing skin, but ultimately, if your skin is acne prone, so make sure that you seek a professional guidance before you applying any indigenous paste or creams on your face, because it may aggravate your acne, it may clog your pores, and it may lead to further comedones or folliculitis. So it's very important to first seek a professional guidance if your skin has a conditioned skin. For
I
example,
agree.
if you have a rosacea, if you have a tendency of melasma, if you have a tendency of acne, or any kind of a warts, or different types of a skin tags, so it's very important to first seek a professional guidance. Thank you.
That's
That's
true.
very
That's true.
valuable, Alicia and Amrita. That's so valuable. I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very important to seek professional advice. I
And
agree.
second thing,
I do it.
Seema ji, yes, second thing which I found in Alicia, look at the color presentation. At home, we hardly bother on the presentation of the food. It's just about served on the table and being eaten. But it adds on with lot of taste receptors. Whenever you watch these things, these are called as organoleptic visionary things that add up your cognitive science to your well-being. And the presentation of the food automatically adds up with the digestion. And these colors, the more colorful. So have you seen on the curries, we put the white mist of things, or we garnish it with 2 leaves of basil, or we garnish it with 2 leaves of mint. But that in a whole way is adding up to the gustatory system. Watching and eating are very simple, very beautiful two concepts. And the
And
presentation of
Amrita,
anything makes a big difference.
Amrita, that is what we call in hospitality industry, get the gastronomical juices flowing before you serve them. And just before we carry on talking, our team member Mala, let's ask her what she thinks what Alicia has prepared, and she also wants to know more about collagen foods, so she can enjoy that as well. So Mala, global namaste to you. And what do you think about Alicia's food presentation and the contents?
Global namaste to all my lovely family at Healing
Global
Our
namaste.
Global
Now,
namaste.
Namaste, Mala.
lovely to see you all again online. Seema, lovely to see you as far as
Likewise.
possible. Now, that was very interesting and informative. And I think these little ingredients, I mean, they're not very expensive as well. And if you buy them in bulk as well, and you store them, appropriately, it'll go a long way. But what I loved is your presentation, actually, the way you presented it, and you explained every ingredient. Now, what about allergies? I'm always concerned about allergies because I work widely with food, and just about there's 14 fruit and vegetable allergens, but they seem to be increasing now because more people are receptive to allergies. I think during birth or not during pregnancy, I think nurses or the medical teams always tell the parents not what to eat, what not to eat. And obviously, the children are not becoming accustomed to it through their mums and through the blood flow and that pregnancy transition. So how do we know if there's allergens in certain ingredients or not, in terms of getting it out there and getting more people to use the product?
Amrita, would you like to answer that, because you are qualified to answer this question? Over to you, Amrita.
Malaji, your question is, if I get it right, is about whether a pregnant woman can take it or her allergies. That's what you're asking about this particular dish, or you're asking in general?
In general, but now that you made in general, but what I'm focusing on is on the allergies for children as well, even during pregnancy or after, even toddlers as well. Because nowadays you have to be so careful what you give people to eat. There's so many reactions with regards to nuts and peanuts and sesame seeds. So yeah, I just want to know if it's been tried and tested as well.
Yeah, Seema ji, please. Yes, then I'll
So
answer.
I think personally, my experience is, Mala, your body speaks to you. Yeah. Unless you try it, you're not going to know whether you have an allergy or not. Now, talking about nuts, especially peanuts, there's a huge amount of people who are allergic to peanuts. So much so that on flights, sometimes they don't even serve peanuts as snacks. If someone has a peanut allergy, they will not serve it, right? Because a lot of people can get anaphylactic shock with peanuts, okay? I have a lot of family members of mine who are allergic to peanuts. So the thing is that when you're creating a dish, everybody's body speaks their own language. It is important if one suffers from allergies and they can't diagnose what the allergy is, if they're getting a skin rash, they get any kind of reaction, that you must go for allergy testing. And that's when they test several products on you to know whether you're allergic or not. So one can never know unless they've consulted a medical expert and really been tested to know what they're allergic to and what they're not allergic to. Now, Alicia has used peanut butter in this recipe. I think practically 3/4 of America loves peanut butter with jelly. I love my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It's so comforting. But then there's a large percentage of the population in the United States and all over the world who are allergic to peanuts. So we can have substitutes. We have seed butters now, don't we, Alicia, that we can substitute with peanut butter. Am I right?
Also, Seema, very right point that you just now, talked about. And in terms of beauty perspective, so whenever we apply any topical therapy on our face, I'm talking as a beauty perspective, allergy science, there is an allergy science should actually work behind. There are some brands, which actually have a huge data of allergy science, like huge ingredient data, So let's say it's very important to first research any brand as well before you go for, let's say, some brand may say that we have a wonderful strawberry mask or chia seed mask or shea butter body oil or something like that. But it's very important to look at the allergy ingredient data. Not every brand has that, but that is also very useful when you know that you are allergic to particular substance or ingredient or a molecule. So that would really help you in your whenever you are choosing your cosmetic products or your organic products as well. Yeah.
And Seema, you hit the nail on the head. When it comes to allergy or reaction of a food, do not discuss with housewives or just family. Go to your physician, because that is very much required. You could be allergic to different foods at different times. So please consult your physician. It is very important. After that, you can discuss some of the remedies from the old housewife tales, because they would know about it. And before we carry on this, let's go back to Alicia, because we're going to carry more about the foods and and maybe you ladies have got some more items prepared and excite people. Alicia, if you started with your loved ones or a partner or something with this dish in the morning, what would be your afternoon dish or a dish after this that will be in situ with this breakfast?
I'm not too sure. I mean, this is you can eat anything afterwards, I think. But this is it's summertime over here now in India, so it's really hot. So I'm doing a lot of cold dishes, you know, things to cool down the body. So maybe something along those lines would be good. But
So you
also,
use basically a coolant kind of food, something like watermelon based or
yeah, or even even cooked foods, you know, they
yes.
have, because it doesn't necessarily have to be cold or raw, but it just means that it has to be cooling to the body. So maybe something like that. But going back to allergies, I mean, there are so many allergies nowadays that people are different allergic to so many different things. So, you know, if you are allergic to something, then just omit that from this recipe and substitute it with something that you can eat. But we create recipes on here thinking that the majority of people can eat something like this and it would be well balanced. So that was my aim for this recipe. But of
And
course,
by law in different countries, you can now go to a restaurant or any event and actually ask for the ingredient list. In many countries, particularly in United Kingdom and America, the ingredients have to be very clearly marked and the traceability of the same as well. So yes, that's a good idea. Seema, you're going to point further to this.
Yes, I'd like to say something. Alicia, you one summer, you hopped over to Oxford and made me the most amazing zero waste summer recipe, which I'd like to celebrate today. She made me a watermelon ki chilka ki sabzi. The peel of a vegetable, an Indian vegetable made out of the skin of watermelon, and it was so unique and it was absolutely delicious. So coming to your perfect summer recipe, you have a database and you are such a great zero waste cook. You don't like to waste a lot of stuff. You're very good at, taking something and turning into something quite extraordinary. Right now, as we're speaking, I'm dreaming of your watermelon sabzi, your watermelon vegetable. It was absolutely delicious. And you used panch foran in it, right? The 5 spices, the 5 Bengali spices.
I think so. Yes, it was a while
Yeah.
ago. It must have been. Yeah.
It was delicious.
Thank you.
It really was. I've enjoyed it very much. And I've loved seeing your presentation and your dish. I'm big on chia seeds and flax seeds and pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds.
So Alicia, we are not going to let you go yet because I want you to join the ladies. They are now going to go on the next round for about 45 minutes discussing, and maybe Seema will be actually showing some of the exciting dishes that Amrita and Vaishali is going to talk. So Alicia, you join in. Just before we move into that session, let's remind people, Alicia, what other replacement of the fruit can be directly changed from strawberries to
Anything
other fruits? So,
anything seasonal. Go for mangoes. Mangoes would be good here.
so Alicia is promoting that go seasonal to your country because the nature grows the food according to the requirement of the season in your country. Amrita will vouch for that because she loves Ayurveda principle from that. Try to eat the fruit and vegetables that are growing in your country during your season because nature has included some medicinal value to that. Is that right, Amrita?
Yeah, definitely. Kumar, I wanted to ask Alicia. Alicia, can we add any 2 fruits as well?
Yeah, I mean, these recipes are, you can add whatever you want to these recipes. I mean, I just provide a base recipe over here, but you can substitute anything you like and add as many things as you want. Make it personal. It's your own dish at the end of the day.
Amrita, what Alicia is saying, add what you like so long as you get to your man's heart. Is that what you're saying, Alicia?
Sure.
She
Okay,
certainly has
so
her daddy's heart, for sure. She certainly has a daddy's heart. That's for sure.
I don't think my dad would eat something like this, but
It's too
but
healthy. Yes.
Alicia, I have a question on this. Well, I love peanut butter, and but I like almond butter better than peanut butter. So
yeah.
can we add almond butter instead of peanut butter in this
Yeah,
recipe?
absolutely. Absolutely. You can add cashew butter, almond butter. You can add tahini, which is sesame seed butter also. You can add anything you like, whatever you prefer. I also love almond butter. I've just really been having a lot of peanut butter these days. I've been craving it. So I've been adding this to my breakfast bowls. And I have this dish a lot, actually. That's why I wanted to come on here and show something that I actually eat in real life and make it as realistic as possible. I keep this granola ready made, and I keep it, I just store it in a glass jar in the fridge. It doesn't even need to be in the fridge because it's got honey, it's got dry seeds, so you can even keep it out. It's not going to spoil necessarily. I don't think so anyway. But a couple of weeks at least it should go. So I keep this ready prepared. I have everything, that I can literally just add on top. And you saw how quickly the chia seeds soaked into the coconut milk. It took only like hardly 10 minutes to soak. So it's a really quick breakfast to make.
And
It's
Alicia,
convenient.
the good thing about preparing in bulk is you don't become lazy because it's already there. So you form a system of making sure that you are regularly eating healthy. It's a very
Yeah,
good idea. If the food can last for about 7 days, prepare in a bulk. So there is no excuse. I am in a rush. I didn't have time. So it's
yeah.
beautiful. Well, let's do something now. Let's go to the next round because we've got some other exotic ideas and stuff. So, Alisa, stay around. Over to you, ladies. Take it away.
Thank you all.
So I would just say that today's episode is all about aphrodisiacs, and as we are discussing beauty, aphrodisiacs, Ayurveda, and all the ingredients and how it's going to enhance our inner outer beauty. So I
Yeah.
just want to say that Amrita and Seema, uh, the relationship like between aphrodisiac foods and beauty, it is like it's inevitable. It just go together, right? And so when it comes to nutrient rich foods and these kind of a topic, my idea is to enhance first of all hormonal balance and enhance your mood, because these kind of a foods actually enhance your mood and stress. It actually regulate your stress as well. And isn't it
Yeah.
exciting that certain aphrodisiac foods like dark chocolate and well, this is a vegan vegetarian kitchen, but even oysters contain some compounds that can positively influence mood and reduce stress. So I love
Yeah.
chocolate
Actually,
actually. Amrita, what do
yeah.
you think about
Vishali,
chocolate?
you always catch up the words that I'm about to talk about. I just was wondering. See, Alicia was talking about I recently have a craving of peanut butter. This is a very small sentence, but this is a very important sentence. And a lot of women have got a lot of cravings during their cyclic times, before their cyclic times, and they don't even think about it. And the second thing is, whenever you're having certain cravings, you must watch it out. Why is the craving happening? Most of the time, the cravings come because of the deficiencies or your mood stimulations related to your hormones. So sometimes we overdo with the foods, or sometimes it is a requirement. Now, as far as coconuts are concerned, coconuts are rich in potassium. Peanuts are rich in potassium. If you're doing a good workout, if you're in a hot season, you might be sweating a lot. You might lose electrolytes a lot. Maybe you need electrolytes and your body talks about it. Or during menstruation, you're having certain things which you feel that there is a requirement. And crunching certain kind of foods can elevate your mood, as well as it can give you the nourishment which you like. So this is a subtle psychological effect that affects our body. And being a woman and being a part of our 22nd century global women forum, I think it is very important worldwide for the girls and the women to know and observe themselves. I personally educate a lot of people on ground level to understand these things and be observant on your own stuff. What are you craving for and how long are you craving for? Another thing is, it's about how much do you consume something that you like? So if you like peanut butter, you might be having cravings, but you can overdo with it and you can gain weight, and then you can be stressed with it. So there are a lot of small aspects that are related to it. And where do you want to put the full stop into your diet balance? And what harnesses you with this? So suppose during my menstruations, I feel tired. Right? By taking certain kind of food, I feel well after doing rest, and by being vigilant on myself, this will be a one key point that yes, this particular diet is helping me in harnessing myself. So you can try it out in the next round of your cycles as well. And secondly, with the change seasons, your requirement might change, and you can view it out with your work stresses, your job stresses, your study stresses, as well as at every age, it might change. So always be very careful about your likings, because your mind is a very good storehouse of knowing, and it's so full of intelligence. That intelligentsia is so subtle that if you know and feel it, it will give you the answers of all your questions that you have for nourishment. And that's what I wanted to say. Yes.
You're
Very
very
well
Over
right,
to
said,
both of
Amrita.
you.
Yeah.
You're very right, Amrita, especially when you brought the element of the seasons in. So I have a question for you. Ritucharya, right? It says summer it is, summer produce it should be, winter it is, winter produce it should be, aligning ourselves with the rhythms of nature, basically. So when it comes to our beauty, right? It is important to eat the foods that are in season, right? For our skin health,
According to your prakriti, according
according
to
to
your
our Prakriti.
constitution.
And also that will also come into our sexual health as well, right? Aligning with the rhythms of nature, employing the produce that is there at that time. Of course, each country is different at each different time. When it's summer here,
Yes.
it's winter there, etc. So produce varies from country to country. So, you know, it's amazing, Vishali and Amrita, how everything, like you said, is so intertwined and interwoven. And you spoke about the intuitive mind, you know, that subtle intuitive mind that speaks to us when we have our cravings. Now, as women, we all know when we were growing up, that mid-cycle or when we're PMSing, we get certain cravings for chocolate, for butter, for, you know, rich foods, for cakes, pastries, you know, some good for us, some not so good for us. You know, and peanut butter was one of them for me with chocolate. Chocolate has always been a very big thing for me as well. So how do we tap into that balance? Because you know, I'm the kind of person when I was younger, if you put this, they had this mix. I'm not promoting any brand here in the United States of America, where they have a black currant jelly with peanut butter, and it's Skippy. The brand is Skippy. Vishali, you would know, you were in the States for a long. I would literally go into that can and literally gorge on that peanut butter and jelly in my mid-cycle. I was about 18 when I was in the United States for a semester. So how do you find that balance? You know, how do you tap into that intuitive mind? Because not everybody is able to do that on such an extreme level.
Very good question,
Yeah.
Seema. Very, very good question, because mind is mind is amazing. Everything starts with mind. Everything starts with mind. Today the topic is food, right? Food has immense role for our health, for our fitness, for our mental health, because our gut is a second brain. You know, gut tells us, our listen to your body. Our body tells us everything. And I, being a certified fitness trainer, because I give nutrition programs to my clients as well. So whenever I start their weight training program or customize, when we focus on depending on their requirement, like cardiovascular strength, stamina, endurance, agility, muscle strength. So when I customize their program accordingly, it's very important to first read their mind. Read their mind. Because whenever I give their diet, the first question they said, will you make me hungry? I don't want to starve. Will you make me starve? Because I cannot. So that's the first question that all my clients always ask me. So I always believe in, and not just I, it's a research and science says that, you know, balanced diet with the right kind of a workout. We should not forget that healthy glow just doesn't come with the food. You have to work hard. You have to sweat at least half an hour. You need to give in terms of your, whether you are swimming, whether you are doing your running, your skipping, any kind of a stamina building workout, a cardio activity is must. Brisk walking is also must. Basically, we need to understand that when we sweat, naturally our skin produces lactic acid. Now, what happens when we go to dermatology clinic? We give thousands of pound, for chemical peels, lactic chemical peels. What we do is we apply it topically, superficially. But just imagine the glow which comes out of a heavy amazing workout. You can never get that glow with the artificial chemical peels, which is azelaic acid, lactic acid, salicylic acid. This all is for the glow, but this today's topic, we are talking about glow from within. So when we eat a healthy food, which is helping your workout regime as well, which will help to focus properly in terms of mentally, because again everything is connected. But Seema's question is about mind and how can we control our mind. So in that case, just one line I would say, just one key I would say, that when we start getting result, we don't need any other motivation, or we are just motivated with just by watching our own result. So I think it's very important to just start it and start watching your result, and you will get inspired by your own result.
Yeah.
Thank you,
And
Vishali. That's so powerful what you said,
before we move to Seema, before we move to you, I would just like to add Vishali's quotes on few things, and also to your words as well. Being a physician and a counselor with personal lifestyle, I have also encountered a lot of people having relationship issues because of low libido. That is not being talked up, but then this has been a problem in your life personally, and to deal with these, diet and your lifestyle has a big role to play to work on it. And this kind of issues is an integral part of every individual's life. To have a progeny, whether a plant, an animal, or a human being, is one of the things. And for that, different kind of issues in relation to your health are so important, that to talk about a low libido, so many girls come to me and they talk about it. Because of this, the relationship has been spoiled. Because of this, they're not able to settle up, and all these things. But in that, so many factors in relation to your diet, your micronutrients, your macronutrients, your hydration, your cyclic stuff, your energy levels, all these things, they have a big role apart from your stress boosters. How do you boost up? So regular exercise, as Vishali mentioned, is one of the very key components. Other kind of diets, seeds. And today, I was talking about microgreens, which I will add on later on to the discussion. So over to you, Seema, for your further take up. Thank you.
Seema,
Okay, wonderful.
Seema, before you carry on, Amrita, earlier, just shortly, you mentioned about the PMS and the kind of food maybe one should select during that time. So Bernila from Philippines is asking question. Thank you for that. Could you suggest what foods are better for PMS that might alleviate the tension and problems with PMS? Any suggestions of food? That's what Bernila from Philippines would like to know.
Um, thank you for the question, Barmina. This is one of the very important questions which I think every girl would like to know. It is important to know about yourself. If your body is really heat producing at time, you get a lot of hot flushes, and you feel that a lot of fire element is high in you, in the sense your metabolism is high, your sweat is pretty odorous, you feel really heated up. In that case, hydrating foods, a lot of those fruits in the form of berries, in the form of citrus fruits, that will help in increasing your collagen. It will help in hydrating you, would be beneficial. If your periods are fine and they are not very heavy, in that case, you can have the seeds and nuts as well. But in the other case, if you have a lot of pain in the premenstrual syndromes as a part of it, or you get cramps or you get mood swings, stay away from the addictions of chocolates. Not a lot, don't consume a lot of coffee. Take more herbal decoctions and herbal teas, which can be very light, like green cardamom tea, fennel tea. It can be carom seed tea. So light teas from time to time, in 2 times a day or 3 times a day, will be very good to harness yourself. And if your periods are with lot of pain, in that case, you can add up a little bit of sesame seed to your diet. You can add up a little bit of basil seeds to your diet, and even sunflower seeds would be very helpful. And for the teas, chamomile tea, hibiscus tea, lavender tea can do wonders in all these problems.
There you are,
I hope I have
Pramila,
answered.
from Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. We serve you not just the aphrodisiacs, not just vegan, not vegetarian, but bit of education too. So thank you, Dr. Amrita in Punjab in India. Seema, we noticed that you were somewhere else and now you're in a kitchen. So are we now going to see something else?
I am indeed, Wes, as well as celebrating, our vegan vegetarian kitchen and the several topics we have here. Let's celebrate a little bit of our home country. I'd like to say we have a lot of our members at Healing Our Earth who are from Kenya, and I'm currently placed in Nairobi, Kenya. So I'd like to share with you some of our indigenous fruits and vegetables. So as you can see over here, we have an avocado, very rich in healthy fats, straight out of our garden this morning. Okay, so this is the Kenyan African avocado. They're creamy, soft, velvety, delicious, perfect for your guacamole.
And Seema, it looks so healthy. It seems it's full of flesh.
It's a pear, and these are really very buttery, fleshy, beautiful avocados out of our garden. I won't be cooking with them today, but I just thought I'd show you some of the indigenous fruits and vegetables that we have in my country of birth. In India, we call this sitafal. Traditionally, it's known as a custard apple. It's not ripe yet. It's just plucked from the tree this morning.
And Seema, what is the trick of ripening them faster? I believe during when we were young, our mother used to put it in the rice container, and literally in 4 days, they come out ripe. Is that right?
Absolutely correct. Wrapped in newspaper into your rice container. 4 days, you'll have the sweetest, most softest, custardy, ooey, yummy custard apple. So here we are with the custard apples. Now, this is my favorite, and I grew up eating these. So that's why the whole bunch is not here, because half of it has been demolished by me already. These are small little baby bananas. These are twins, as you can see.
Twin bananas, yes.
Twin bananas. Kampala DC. Kampala DC is banana. Kampala is because it's they hail originally from Kampala, but I'm sure a lot of them grow in Nairobi, Kenya now, or in Kenya in the highlands or in the tropical areas of Kenya. Mahindi, Makai.
So is this the maize? Is this the original maize?
This is the indigenous maize, which is part of the Bantu diet here in Africa, in Kenya. As you can see, it's very soft. Now, the way my mother taught me how to choose the maize is you pierce it, and if milk spurts out, it's a soft makai. Okay, so we use this in several of our dishes here in Kenya and in other parts of Africa as well. Okay.
So if you are in India listening, these are the original buttas.
Buttas,
Yeah.
absolutely. This is
Buttas.
I'm a Mumbaiker, and like buttas are like, oh my God, this nostalgia.
And Vaishali, when you were producing with Seema and Amrita, are these aphrodisiac foods?
Yes, especially avocado. Like Seema said, that avocado is actually commonly considered as aphrodisiac food, definitely. And it does offer several properties that can actually indirectly support sexual health and vitality.
And Seema is showing something else. Seema, what is that?
So in India, we call this amrut or peru in Bombay, Vaishali, as you know. Yeah. And these are the mapera. We call them mapera, straight from our tree this morning. We have the pink variety, which synergizes with the Allahabad Kiperu, the famous Allahabad Kiperu in Uttar Pradesh in India. They're sweet, they're delicious, they're small and tiny, and they're extremely fulfilling.
And for those
So
viewers which are not in
guavas.
Africa, this is guava she was showing.
Exactly, I was going to ask you, Seema, that is it called jamfal or jamruk in India, or
We call it, I know it as Amrut or Allahabad ke Peru. Peru, they call them Peru in Maharashtra. You know, Maharashtrians have a
Yeah.
slang for everything. Like onion, we call piyaz in Hindi. It's kanda in Maharashtra. Potatoes are batata and not aloo. So I guess it's another terminology that I discovered when I had my marital life in India. Other than that, I know them as maperas because I grew up eating maperas, like all of you from East Africa. Here are the tiny maperas. Now this is very beautiful. This is a root we call duma. It's purple and white in the middle. It's really intricately woven. It's very beautiful. It's known as taro, and we call it duma. And the leaves of this, I used to make a traditional Indian dish that we call patra. Patra is where you use the leaves of duma or arbi, colocasia, where you put a thick mix of gram flour with spices. You take off the veins, of course, of the leaves because they can actually really sting your mouth and throat. And then you apply this paste of gram flour. You roll it up. It's a technique. It has to be learned from a mother or grandmother. And we then steam it and fry it and temper it with sesame seeds, curry leaves, chilies, etc. So this is duma, delicious. Just boil it with salt and water, have it on its own. It's absolutely wonderful. As most of you know, Del Monte is placed in Thika here in Kenya, or was placed in Thika here in Kenya. I don't know if it's still there. So we have the most beautiful, juiciest, sweetest Del Monte pineapples here in Kenya. You literally bite into them and the juice and the nectar just spills down your mouth. So this is how I'm celebrating my country of birth with you all today, showing you
And
some
Seema,
of the
the trick to choosing a ripe pineapple is to see if any of the stalk leaves are easily coming off, then it's ripe.
Absolutely correct. And here you are. You just put it here and you know it's ripe. It has to come out with ease, and then you know it's a good pineapple and it's ripe.
and there is, Seema, there is in pineapple contains an enzyme called bromelain, which is believed to have aphrodisiac properties as well.
That's interesting. I didn't know bromelain had
And bromelain has been suggested to enhance libido and improve sexual function by increasing blood flow and reducing inflammation as well.
Yay, and it's good for the skin as well.
Yeah.
Now, I just got one of the maize roasted on charcoal in celebration of my country, Kenya. Most of you who are watching from East Africa, this is makai, and we actually roast it on charcoal. So it gets all nice and charred. And the way we have this is we dip our lemon or lime in salt and chilies, and you rub it on.
And Seema, this is not just for East Africa. This is right now being served in Juhu in Mumbai right now as we are
Absolutely,
talking.
yes. I've enjoyed many in India
Seema,
as well.
you have to please deliver it here in London, and this is so
I know.
mouth-watering right now.
I love this.
Vaishali,
It's my
Vaishali,
favorite.
there is a difference. This is not sweet corn. So this is original maize. And they are so healthy for teeth and actually your skull and jaws because you have to chew them more than sweet corn.
Yes, they're a little bit of a stronger variety. So in celebration of all my Kenyan family that's watching us on Healing Aura, this is for you. I'm just going to move this to the side, and I'm just going to wash my hands before I dwell into.
And Seema, while you are preparing that, this reminds me, because the way you are showing and your kitchen and everything is so romantic. And there is a Bollywood song, and if I'm not mistaken, the name of that movie is Kareeb. And And the lead actress was in the kitchen. She was cooking, and the hero, the lead actor, felt so romantic while watching her cooking. And in reply to his romantic thoughts, here it goes, two line for all our family. And this is a romantic kitchen song, Bollywood song. Here it goes. मसाला बाट लो, मैं प्याज काट लूं, छुरी किधर गई, उफ, है नल खुला हुआ, मैं कह रहा हूँ क्या, तू सुन रही है क्या, तू सुन रही है क्या, मैं कह रहा हूँ क्या, तेरा दीवानापन है ओ बेखबर किचन है ये क्यों उठा वहां धुआं, ना जाने क्या चल गया, कि तेरे बिन न जी सकेंगे, कि तेरे बिन न मर सकेंगे, कुछ भी न कर सकेंगे, चुरा लो ना दिल मेरा Sanam. So you stole our heart, Seema, this kitchen episode. Go ahead.
Well, you've certainly stolen our hearts away with that song. Now, Vishali and Amrita, you're going to be discussing a lot of aphrodisiac ingredients here, while I'm going to be synergizing them with something that you can make very easily at home and eat. So, should we start with the pigs? What do you say? Yeah,
I think pineapple. I would like to start. Amrita, is it
please
okay?
do.
Yeah. So I think when it comes to aphrodisiac properties, like pineapple is something that it's so sweet and such a, apart from the delicious flavor that pineapple has, a sweet and juicy flavor. But I think like I said, that bromelain, it's a main ingredient and inside the pineapple. So it has been like it enhances libido and blood flow and reducing inflammation. And also I feel that the skin, when it comes to skin benefit, so pineapple is rich in vitamin C, and it is an antioxidant that also plays a key role in collagen synthesis. So collagen is essential, like I said, that for maintaining skin elasticity and firmness. And vitamin C helps protect the skin from oxidative damage. Because right now, if we can see that appearance of lines and wrinkles, it not only comes with aging. Aging is, we have to understand aging. Aging has 7 8 different stages, and there are different aspects. It's a deep topic, but if you look at aging, fine lines and wrinkles, oxidative stress, environmental aggressors, toxins, when our body is not aligned, when we are not eating right food at right time, when we are not into regular our lifestyle, some people just sleep at late, wake up at any time. So basically regular lifestyle, and with a regular healthy food and workout and mental balance, when your life is balanced, balance in terms of food, in terms of your mental thought process, when you meditate on a daily basis, when you know what you are thinking, when you are aware of your own thoughts. So I think everything helps. But when it comes to pineapple, again, it reduces your oxidative stress, and also it reduces appearance of fine lines and wrinkles, and also it promotes youthful complexion as well. And also, pineapple contains enzymes that help exfoliate dead skin cells. And also, it is very important. People should know that just applying premium, expensive creams or a mask is not going to help. On a daily basis, our skin creates a barrier of the skin which is called stratum corneum, which is a dead skin layer. Now it is very very important to exfoliate on a like AM and PM, day and night, before you start your day. For example, if you are going out, when you took a shower, cleanse your face and then you exfoliate. So if you have a pineapple exfoliator, that would be really good, because it has a natural exfoliating property which would help take off that stratum corneum, that skin layer of the skin, then your skin would be ready for any next procedure, next molecule. Let's say if you want to apply a moisturizer or an SPF, ideally it is important to first apply a moisturizer. And if your moisturizer has SPF property, that would be really great. And if it
Thank you, Vaishali. We've got Mala has got a question. Mala, your quick question, and then we'll go to Israel and see what aphrodisiac foods they've got, and we go to Seema. Mala, your question, over.
Thank you. I'm just on public transport, but very quickly, two questions. So you mentioned aphrodisiacs, and unfortunately, someone's just put loud music around me. Yeah. So if women are menopausal, what? How could the aphrodisiacs help them also in marriages, which it does affect marriages as well? That's one question. And what collagen could you recommend, please? Thank you. Sorry.
So coming to the aphrodisiac, our expert, Ayurvedic expert, Amrita would be able to emphasize on the importance of Shilajit. Yeah, and I will leave that to her to delve into deeper, because I know that it's an aphrodisiac and it's very good for menopausal health, but I can't actually say much more on that.
And for the collagen,
other one is Vaishali's forte.
Yeah, she spoke earlier, so maybe Mala can just rewind and go there. Let's go to Israel where Rina is there. Rina, do you have aphrodisiac fruits and vegetables in Israel? And what are your ones?
It's a good question, and I'm a little embarrassed to ask. I probably should just check on Google, but can someone help me understand the meaning of the word aphrodisiac?
So aphrodisiacs are fruits and foods that can maybe increase the mood or libido or happiness in people. So avocado is there, which what Seema actually showed earlier. Pineapple, what Vaishali just explained. There are chia seeds that we used earlier. Strawberries, any berries are very good. And they just explained. So what are the favorite good foods that brings good mood in Israel?
Got it. Okay, thank you for explaining. There's 7 species of things that grow that are native to Israel. Let's see if I can remember them all. Dates, which I don't know if scientifically they're an aphrodisiac, but definitely they make people really happy. Dates, wheat, olives, barley. Let me check it. Let me do a little research here. The 7 species.
Okay, so you mentioned few that you particularly remember.
Yeah, there's another herb that's native to Israel. Some of you may have heard of it. In English, it's called hyssop. In Hebrew, it's called zatar. It's similar to like oregano or thyme, and it has a ton of health benefits. It's an antioxidant. It has, if I remember correctly, anti-inflammatory properties. And something that I can speak about because it's something that I'm really passionate about, and it brings me a lot of excitement, is that.
Thanks. Thank you, Rina. We'll go to Seema because she will know she knows the herbs and everything. We'll come back to you. Stay around. Seema, over to you and something that you've got ready for us.
I'm celebrating zatar on flatbread with olive oil right now. Very, very, very Israeli, and zatar is a wonderful herbal spice that I have grown up enjoying for many, many years. So thank you very much for mentioning zatar. Dates, as you said, are fantastic. Now I want to share something very beautiful that our skincare expert here shared with me the other day. She said, Seema, every morning I have 2 dates and I also have ghee. And that was Vaishali who said that. And I know, Amrita, you will be able to tell us very much about the benefits of ghee as well in our daily regime in Ayurveda, how much we celebrate ghee, how sacred ghee is for the Ayurvedic diet. So over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. The concept of ghee, what you have been talking about, Seema ji, is very traditional.
I think we lost sound, Amrita.
We lost sound, yes. Yeah,
think Amrita
Vishali, you
has
can
lost.
carry on because you were telling me that you have dates and ghee and how they're so good for the
Yeah,
skin's elasticity. Maybe we can wait for Amrita to come back
yeah,
while you
yeah,
tell
sure.
us more about.
So being someone like not just a beauty aspects, but I would say that even I'm into fitness. So I always have since many years. That's my own diet, and it works with everybody because ghee and dates is the best pre-workout food. If you look at today's personal trainers, they always advise for pre-workout, whether it's a BCAA, which is called bland change amino acids. So basically, I think Amrita is back, and we had lost the sound. Amrita, would you like to continue on ghee and dates, please? Over to you.
I'm having some problem because of the climate conditions with the internet, and the bandwidth is very low. So quickly, I'll just talk about it. That the concept of ghee is very traditional in India and Ayurvedic system. We have got lot of medicated ghees as well, which we prescribe people for different diseases. And among the aphrodisiacs as well as the component for the rejuvenation, we have phalagrita, which is in relation to the fruits and the combination of ghee. And there is also a very big relevance of shat dhat grit. That means it is a ghee or a clarified butter which is washed 1,100 times, and that has got a properties of a very big medicinal value. And it is believed that if you keep that kind of a ghee which is been washed that many times and apply it on any scar or skill problem, it automatically heals and it will never get spoiled. So the concept of these kind of ghees, which is from the real milk, which when you put the milk cream, you preserve the milk cream, and the milk cream that is being preserved for around 5 days or kept for 4 days from either cow milk or buffalo milk, which are heavy milks. And you can have two ways in which you can prepare a butter out of it and then boil it, and the fats get separate. So in a the speciality of ghee is that it is a clarified butter. Clarified butter means a big fat content has been removed from it, and then that this ghee component is there. And specifically, this ghee, it has been advised to take 1 spoon a day, provided you are in a health restored state, you don't have a very high cholesterol, you don't have a lot of heart diseases, and you're healthy. In that case, I would advise every female to also take ghee. Now, this ghee can be taken either in a soup, adding up to your lentil soups, adding up to your curries. You can also take the ghee, adding up to the milk as well, with little bit of turmeric, making up a curcuma latte out of it. And the ghee can also be applied to the chapped lips in winter. So it can be a very good remedy for your skin where your nails get broken up. And your nails, you can apply it because it has got good oleic acid, it has good vitamin E, it has good vitamins, so that can be used in that form as well for external and internal applications. Over to you, Vishali.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, very much so, but I think we
Yeah,
lost Amrita again.
Amrita, first of all, ghee and the way you explain, amazing. And also there is a shlok in Sanskrit. My grandfather always used to say this, and I remember this shlok, and I will explain the meaning as well. The shlok is Runam Krutva Dhrutam Pibet. So that means that even if you have to take a loan in order to buy ghee, please consume it. Traditionally, in our culture, it is said that ghee is we are blessed to have ghee, because in Western culture there is no concept of ghee. Ghee is our concept, Indian
It
concept.
is.
And
It's
because ghee has in Ayurveda, the way Amrita explained, that it 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 balances Vat, Pitta, and Kapha Prakriti. So whatever is imbalance, whatever is needed in your body in order to have a balanced nadi, so ghee actually neutralizes everything. So ghee is very important to consume. And even beauty, as per beauty prospects, that it has all the properties. And when you don't have inflammation in your body, when you have a good blood circulation, when your whole system, your integumentary system, your cardiovascular system, your respiratory system, your digestive system, your endocrine system, all our system, your muscle system, it is helpful for your muscle strength. So it gives your good strength to your muscle as well. So it is amazing. Ghee is, Seema, very good point. You said that it is very important to have ghee, and also to our children, kids. Nowadays, kids don't like to even, my nephew always said, I don't want to have ghee. But no, I always say that mix it with anything, even if on the roti, just roll it and you put like a jaggery, organic jaggery, and roll it with your roti or your bread. So that's how we can introduce ghee to our next generation kids as well. Thank you. Over to you, Seemaji.
Absolutely. I want to share before we begin delving deeper into the secrets of foods for mood and foods for love, and we're going to romance with the figs. I'd like to say that I really want to touch on what Amrita spoke about, Shat Tata Krita. Shat Tata Krita is 1,008 times what ghee. And that's a sacred number in Hinduism. And they take a kansa thali, a kansa plate, and a kansa bowl. And my grandmother used to make this. She used to take 3 tablespoons of ghee, and she would sit there pouring water out of the kansa jug and washing it and then tripling it off. And she would do it with so much patience and so much love. And her skin she was beautiful. My grandmother, she was like a Persian princess. She literally looked like a Persian princess. So I think a lot of her, the suppleness and softness and the elasticity and collagen of her skin actually came from the very, very fact that she went back to basics in her eating habits. Very simple, pure ghee. We're a farming family from North India. Ghee is very, very prominent part of our diet. I must emphasize A2 ghee. Yeah, it has to be A2 ghee. No hormones injected, no chemicals fed, no non-vegetarian feed, purely grass-fed cows, the ghee, which are the data to beta. You can't go wrong with ghee. Amrita, ghee is Tridoshik, right? Oh, okay, she's frozen. Anyway, Vishali, while we wait for Amrita to come back and her connection to stabilize, we're going to be talking about foods for mood and foods for love, and we're going to be romancing with figs and chocolate and strawberry. So where would you like to start? Would you like to start with figs and saffron and all the Persian ingredients of love, such as almonds and pistachio that bring richness and romance and honey in our lives? Or would you like to start with chocolate and strawberries?
Well, Seema, also fig. Fig is something that I really enjoy and I love it. And absolutely, I think everybody loves fig shake and everything. But I would happy to, talk on fig or avocado as well, or just now we said pineapple. But yeah, fig with their lush sweetness and succulent texture offer an enticing blend of beauty and sexual health benefits. Because I
and
think
a little bit of crunch in the middle of the fridge with those tiny seeds. Okay, I will wash my hands again. Yeah, because I touched the vegetables and fruits. You can carry on telling us about figs and their benefits for our sexual and actually our physical health. Because dry fruits are very high in prana as well, I've been told, and they're very good for our health. So let's carry on
figs
speaking
are
about fabulous figs.
figs are also rich in amino acids and also that stimulate nitric oxide production. So this is something that we don't want to go very deep on that, but basically it promotes healthy blood flow and enhances sexual arousal as well. So it is said that figs are it releases your stress, and basically it helps release good hormone, love hormone in your body, and which is the first requirement of uh, uh, loving your partner and loving yourself as well. When we
She's showing, Vaishali, she's showing them. Yes, go ahead, Seema.
In celebration of love, we have these figs and these Turkish figs. And what I've done is I've just chopped them up into tiny quarters. As you can see, I'm just going to hold the bowl a lot closer. I've used about 6 to 8 figs here. And of course, Vishali, we're going to add other ingredients of love to this dish. And you spoke of the beauty benefits. You shared very briefly with me the beauty benefits of saffron and the aphrodisiac benefits of saffron. One of the world's most expensive spices, I would say, is saffron. Now, I don't know if you can see this clearly. I am happy to move it to another camera if you like. This is yogurt infused with saffron strands. And this has been sitting overnight, so the full flavor of the saffron gets infused into the yogurt. This is homemade yogurt here in Kenya that I've been enjoying on a daily basis. And we're going to add some more aphrodisiac ingredients to this, which is almonds and pistachios. So bringing a lot of Persian elements into this dish with saffron and almonds and pistachio nuts. And what I've done here is I've slivered them up, just like my mother and grandmother used to traditionally, how we do for our Indian sweets, just to adorn the dish. And then, of course, another element of liquid gold. Of course, we have the honey. And figs and honey are a great combination. Nuts and honey, yogurt are a great combination. So, Vishali, I'm looking to your expertise to really walk us through the beauty benefits of figs, honey, almonds, yogurt, and etc., and the aphrodisiac benefits. And then I will demonstrate this wonderful, yummy, I say it's a bowl. You can call it a bowl. You can have it as a breakfast bowl, or you can have it as a dessert. So I'm going to be a little naughty, and I'm going to combine a little healthy and naughty today and demonstrate the healthy and naughty, but I will verbally tell you what the very healthy breakfast version is. So over to you, Vishali.
So Vaishali, before you start, Chef D will shortly be joining us. She is there. Maybe let's welcome her and then we zoom straight into Seema's concoction, which is aphrodisiac and a healthy version. And maybe Chef D can take over from there as well. So Chef D will be joining in shortly. Vaishali, keep on talking. Seema, get preparation done. Let's welcome Chef D just meanwhile. Here she is, Chef D. Just say hello to her while she's setting up.
Global Namaste, Chef D. Global Namaste, very warm welcome.
Chef
Hello,
D,
hi.
unmute
Can everybody
yourself.
hear me?
Yes, we can
you hear
hear.
me?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. We can hear you.
Okay, fabulous. Okay, can you see everything okay?
Yes, so Chef D, while you are joining, get ready. In 10 minutes, we'll go into your dishes. Seema is going to serve another exotic aphrodisiac dish while Vaishali is talking over there. Vaishali, over to you.
Yeah, so Seema, almonds, I love almonds, So today I just want to speak a little bit about almonds. Like almonds have long been associated with various health benefits and including potential beauty and aphrodisiac properties. Like it is an aphrodisiac food, and while scientific evidence also supports that, because this claims that it is like all almonds are rich in several nutrients that also could contribute to enhancing skin health, and also it is very potent to support libido as well. And also almonds are rich with vitamin E. And
Go ahead,
vitamin
Seema.
E,
You are trying to say something. Go ahead, Seema. Over. And
Almonds are
Seema,
wonderful. So,
Seema, can you do the preparation camera? It's on a portrait. If you put it landscape, please. Thank you. So we can
this
show
is the one on
people.
my right, yeah?
Yeah, you just landscape it, please. The worktop camera. Yes, perfect. Go ahead, Seema, so we can show ingredients as well. Okay,
So we're going to
Vaishali.
be starting with the fig dish. Now, traditionally, what I would do with this dish is I take the yogurt infused saffron yogurt. I add it to a bowl. And I can just give it a whisk. You get this lovely golden orange hue. Very
wow.
much like our traditional Gujarati Shrikhand, which is a saffron and cardamom infused yogurt. So we've got this all mixed.
Seema, is there a heavy light on top of this camera?
I could
Because
reduce the light. Should you
yes, if you reduce the light, now if you bring the Now, yeah, now we can see better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right.
And
So what
also,
I've done is I've whisked up the saffron and the yogurt. The saffron stands about 6 saffron stands. We're standing in about 3/4 cup of yogurt overnight. Now, traditionally, if you just wanted this to be a very simple recipe, what you would do is you would just add in your figs, top it up with the yogurt. I'm just going to pretend I'm doing that.
And also, many of our viewers who are not aware that saffron contains compounds like crocin and saffronal, and which have been shown to enhance mood and elevate symptoms of anxiety and depression as well. And what a wonderful combination with a yogurt and saffron and fig. And this also improve your libido and sexual satisfaction. So saffron is an amazing compound, wonderful, very expensive, very, very expensive.
Very
Yes.
expensive. Thank you, Vishali. So just imagine that I've chopped this up with yogurt, if you can all see, and then I pour over this luscious golden honey. But we're not going to do that today. We're going to combine a little bit of healthy and naughty and bring a lot more romance into our lives. So I'm going to take a nice, generous, rich dollop of butter, which I'm going to melt into this pan, as you can see. Now, the healthy and naughty ingredient here, I am just going to show it to you in front of the camera first. How many of you want to put it in the chat box and give a guess as to what it is? What is this healthy and naughty ingredient that we have? I'll wait a second or two for all our viewers to put that into our chat box. What will you guess this is? Now, at Healing Our Earth, we celebrate diversity, and we celebrate diversity through the medium of cuisine. We're melting up our butter. We're going to add in our lovely, wonderful chopped up figs. We're going to allow them to coat up in this gorgeous butter.
So Seema, the walk-top camera, if you could shift it a bit left so we can see the pan as well in the process
So
of
you're talking
landscape.
about the camera on my left or my right?
Yeah, the one on your right.
One on my right.
Yeah, shift it on your, yes. Bit more so we can see the pan and the cooker, yes.
That better?
Yeah, a bit better. Carry on, over.
Okay. So now we're just going to soften up these figs very gently. You know, we're talking about romance here. We're talking about love. We're talking about good health. We're talking about luscious foods. We're talking about celebration. So we have these beautiful figs that are softening up now. I always say we celebrate diversity through the medium of food. And this celebration today is for the Caribbean Indian population. So here, what I'm using, I don't know how many of you got that right on the chat, is we're using Caribbean Reserve rum.
Honey has been regarded as a symbol of fertility.
So that's the healthy, with a little bit of naughty. We're infusing our figs with rum. It's going to impart a beautiful flavor. That's all you have to do. You're going to take out your glass. You're going to add in the butter. Butter has healthy fats. You're going to add in your lovely softened figs so you get that gooey feel. You're going to
already it has oomph factor, Seema, and all our viewers, let's tell our viewers that honey has been regarded as a symbol of fertility, love, and beauty in almost all the culture in the history. So what a beautiful, what a loving, romantic ingredient you are putting in your recipe, Seema. It is already looking so yummy and
very reflective of romance, and we're going to pour it up with what you just said, the lovely honey. Just give it a little pour here. Decadent, velvety, comforting, soft, as traditional, simple figs in your saffron yogurt with nuts on top has been changed into decadent, romantic dessert, I would say, topped up with all the Persian elements of love. Almonds and pistachios. Be generous. We're talking about love. Love is all about the heart chakra, the green chakra, opening your heart chakra and adding in a little bit of, and you could add a edible flower, you could add in some mint leaves.
So Seema, that looks vanishingly very appealing. So if you bring it to the front camera, bring it to the, okay, yeah. Take it to your camera, speaking camera, the front camera, Seema. Yeah, and now bring it up and just put it at a bit of angle. Put a bit of angle leaning towards the camera. If you lean it towards the camera, put it at 45 degrees towards the camera.
It's going to fall because
Okay.
it's yogurt, it's spilled.
Okay, let's go to the other camera and see if we do. Go to the cooking camera, worktop. Yes, yeah, beautiful. Stay there. Wow, wonderful. So remind us what the dish is.
This is actually just buttered figs, flambéed in Caribbean rum reserve, topped up with saffron yogurt and decadent almonds and pistachios, reflective of Persian love and beauty. And we have this wonderful dessert bowl here. You could also omit the flambéing and just mix up the ingredients, and you would have a breakfast bowl. You could add granola to it, chia seeds, flax seeds. The choice is yours. You can make this well in advance, store it in your refrigerator, serve food on a hot summer's day, and you've got a dessert bowl and you're ready to go.
Seema, this is a dessert. So we had a breakfast from Alicia in India. We have got a dessert in Kenya. Isn't it time to move to UK where we might get the middle dish, so the whole journey of aphrodisiac love and beauty carries on. Chef D, what did you think of what Seema just prepared for us? And while Chef D is getting ready, Vishali, what did you think?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. What did you think of the dish?
Yeah. It was lovely. I was trying to navigate through the cameras and I finally got to see it, and it was lovely. And then I picked up that last bit of the Caribbean rum, and I thought, oh my goodness, a nice boozy, what is it, dessert?
Yes, you can use it as a dessert.
So there are two ways. Yeah, the two ways you can have this. If you're not going to butter, saute the figs and soften them up, do gooey decadent. And you're not going to flambe them, bring in that naughty element of Caribbean rum reserve and flambe it. You could just add the figs, add the yogurt, top it up with nuts, add some granola, add some chia seeds, add some flax seeds, whatever you wish, whatever tickles your fancy, and have it as a breakfast bowl. But if you want to enrich this dish, and you bring in the flavors of butter, you butter the figs up and, sauteing them in the pan, flambe with the Caribbean rum reserve, you infuse all that rum into the figs, and then you lay them at the bottom, you top it up with the yogurt. Wow. So as you dig into this dish, you get the coolness of the saffron yogurt against the warmth of the figs. It's somewhat like having a warm, sticky toffee pudding with ice cream or fresh cream. And it's absolutely delicious. Give it a try. The honey, just a touch of honey, because figs are very sweet as it is. We'll sweeten up this dish, and sauteing it and flambeing it with Caribbean rum reserve or any alcohol, brandy, whiskey, whatever you have in the house, will take this to a whole new level.
And Seema,
Seema ji, that sounds divine and sexy all together. So all in one.
That's why I brought in the Caribbean rum, and I didn't tell anyone. I said I'd give a surprise, and that's the naughtiness in me.
Seema, you've got the Chef D in the mood as well now. So all the female are in the mood. So you guys watching, watch out. It's not just through your art, but they also know what aphrodisiac foods are and increasing your libido. Seema, we need to warn people that when you are flamboying, you must be very careful that there is nothing about the flame, and don't point it at your face or anybody. It's very important, okay?
Please do not do it if you haven't done it before, because you can get burnt very badly. So when flambeing, remember to work very swiftly. Never flambe straight out of the bottle, because there have been cases where the bottle has just exploded and burnt people in the face. Always get a small shot glass, flambe, and step back. You have to be very fast. Or flambe from a distance. It is an art. You have to take a lot of training for this. So please, if you're not so well versed with fire in the kitchen, be very careful.
Okay, Seema, it's time to call our Chef D You look into camera 3 now. So you're looking into camera 3 now, the main camera. Your front camera, just look at the front camera. So you will be fine. And let's bring our Chef D in. Just give a bit of introduction to our Chef D. And we go from there.
Well, Chef D, I'm going to hand over your introduction to Vishali, but I would like to say the way I know you as the queen of millets, super talented. Yeah, you have your green kitchen, which I just absolutely love. I want to share with all our viewers that I surfed her website the other day, and I'll say this over and over again, no words. I have no words. You're so talented, and what you bring to the table is unique with so many elements. You share so much information so generously, which I really want to thank you for. I know you have a wonderful dish, but I'll hand you over to Vaishali now.
Seema, thank you so much for showing us this beautiful recipe. And Chef D, what should I say that, from all these probiotics properties that Seema showed us, including yogurt and saffron and honey, and these are the properties are full of, different like antioxidants and all. And now we are moving to Chef D, the chef who are going to show us millets and all the properties, phenomenal probiotics, and we can't wait. But before that, Chef D, I would like to say that I also follow your Instagram and your journey and the way your culinary skills inspired all the women across the globe. And without further ado, I would like to say that we can't wait for this absolutely amazing preparation that you are going to bring for all the Healing Our Earth family. So over to you, Chef D.
Hello and global namaste. And I hope everybody can see me while I set up 2 cameras, one forward and one projected on top of the work I'm doing. So is everybody okay? Everybody can view it properly?
Yes.
Lovely. Right. Yes. What a fabulous episode so far. It's just so much. Oh, absolutely. Every time I've dipped in and out, I've learned something new every time. But when you're doing a show, I have to keep setting all this up. So unfortunately, I couldn't watch things right from the beginning to the end. But I will rewind it and watch it on our recording anyway. But today I'm bringing everybody a millet pancakes. And they're all made from probiotic sourdough. So I've got sourdough that I have made I make my sourdough all the time. I absolutely love sourdough. So I've made sourdough made from jowar atta, and I've made it from ragi. So I'm just bringing it here.
Chef D, shall we do one thing? If you switch off the sound on the worktop camera, and put it in the speaking camera, so outside the viewers can see you, because otherwise they see the worktop only.
No, they can put both of these on, because I've put you in my ear, and the worktop camera is in my ear. So if I switch the laptop one on, then it'll just mix everything up. Okay,
carry on. No problem.
Yeah. So if there's a little bit of problem later on, just then give me 5 minutes.
No, we can hear you clearly, but outside, when you are talking, it's your worktop talking, not you.
Yes.
It's my worktop. We want to see you because you were talking, but when you prepare, it's fine. Carry on, don't worry. Carry on.
Okay. So right, I've got these 2 Arabs sitting in my kitchen. That's what my husband said this morning. Because what have you got these 2 Arabs sitting in the kitchen? Now, this is my ragi sourdough. And this is my jowar, the sorghum sourdough.
Chef D, before you move on, can you please tell our viewers that what is sourdough and what is fermentation meant for it? And before we go ahead, quickly, because not, I think everybody is aware of what you have prepared, these 2 sexy Arab bottles that you are showing.
Absolutely. So sourdough, basically, it's a type of fermented dough. It can be made from, normal wheat flour, plain flour, but this is all gluten-free, and it's made from sorghum flour. Now, what it is, as you can see, if everybody can notice my mark here, So early this morning, when I added some more flour to this, it was up to here. Now it's fermented and it's risen. So what all this does, it increases all the fermentation in this product. It adds a lot of lactic acid, all the cultures, all the prebiotic, the probiotics. Now we can bake with this. We can use this instead of yeast. We can make little pancakes. We can add it to even our roti atta. It just adds beautiful cultures into all the foods. And on top of that, it will make everything nice and soft, fluffy. It's a leavening agent instead of yeast. This is an agent that will transform your food into soft, fluffy pancakes and fluffy breads without using yeast. So what I've done here, I've made two. I've made one with sourdough, one with sorghum atta, and one with ragi. The ragi obviously is a more of a browny purpley color. And we've got the sorghum, which is a nice white one. Again, the same process. You have to feed it every day. It's like a little child. When you don't want to use it, just take the top off and you can cover it and put it in your fridge for up to 3 months. Nothing will happen to it. But when you want to use it again, you revive it. You make sure that it's not over fermented and you feed it again every day. And day 2, day 3, it's ready to use again. So today I'm making some lovely, delicious pancakes with this, and I'm using blueberries. And we're using this, the sweet element is going to be agave syrup. Now I'll be talking about agave with you all as well, because today we're talking about aphrodisiac foods and food for women's health and wellness. So agave is a very, very amazing sweet alternative. As much as honey has got its own properties, but agave is a very, very delicious syrup to be used as well, and it's all natural. So I'm going to start off by, leave these two on the side. What we're going to start off with is making our blueberry compote, and then we go on to making the pancakes. Now the recipe for this I will send everybody on our group, but believe me, I'm planning to do a video on my sourdough, on my gluten-free millet sourdough. So I shall post that up as soon as I've done 2-3 days of feeding it. So like you said, Vaishali, not a lot of people know what sourdough is, but it's very difficult to show the fermentation process in an hour's workshop. So bear with me.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And fermented foods offer a range of actually potential benefits for skin and health as well. And because
Absolutely.
it has a probiotic content and I think other nutrient properties as well, isn't it, Chef D?
Yes, absolutely. And obviously making sure we've got the right microbiomes as well for our gut. Because if our gut is healthy and happy, we're going to be healthy and happy. And that is, I mean, we all say the gut is the brain and the epicenter of our lives and our human body. But if we don't feed it correctly with the correct foods, everything else is just going to be quite superficial. You know, we can put beautiful creams on and everything, but if our gut isn't healthy, it will show up on our skins, in our mood, in everything, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. And even the gut brain skin axis refers to the communication between the gut microbiome. Just now you mentioned microbiome properties and also the central nervous system and the skin. So it actually imbalances in the gut microbiome can also affect systematic inflammation and immune function. So it's very
Absolutely.
important to consume such microbiomes and good bacteria for our gut health. And ultimately, everything will lead to skin.
Right. So I've got 2 punnets of blueberries ready washed. They're just lovely little, I'm putting half of this into a pan direct. My pan is going to heat up. Now, blueberries are an amazing fruit. It's one of the fruits that we're all allowed berries. Berries are one of the fruits that we should be eating in abundance. Unfortunately, here in the UK, like every other good thing, berries do become quite expensive to eat. So if you're in a country where this stuff is affordable, you should be eating it every day. Now to this, as you can see, I'm not going to add any sugar. I'm going to add about I'll say 2 tablespoons of agave syrup.
Chef D,
Now, all I'm going to do, yes,
Chef D, we are watching your your worktop. So if you could
yes,
push the cooker just 1.5 inch away from
right,
you.
say that again, sorry.
If you could just push the cooker 1.5 inch away from you, so inside slightly, yes. And if you could
The
bring
better?
it towards your right. Beautiful. We are now almost central. Thank you. Over to you, Chef D.
Perfect. So, right, as you can see, these berries are going to cook away. And all I'm going to do, once they start softening up, I'm just going to give them a little mush with this little whisker. So
And
just
Chef
wait
D,
till
does
that
it
warms
just
up.
have to be this berry, or you can swap it with cranberry or other berries?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Obviously, this berry is very nice because although it's got a bitter undertone, there's a lot of natural sweetness to it.
Yes.
But cranberries can be a little bit more sour, but still a fantastic health benefit. So you might need to add a little bit more sweetness to the cranberries
Yes.
just to balance it out. But strawberries just beautiful as well. So if you've got strawberries, you can make a nice strawberry compote as well.
In which
So we've
case they
just
need to be chopped strawberries, is that right?
yeah, just chop them up slightly, and then once they heat up, you just push it away, and then it
So
just turns
Vaishali, I
into a
can see your
nice.
mouth watering already. You are waiting in anticipation. What is going to turn out? Is it right, Vaishali?
Of course, it is super exciting, and I'm so curious about the end result. And already it is mouth-watering, and oh my God, I
And the
can
blackberries, Vaishali, have the highest oxidant except for goji berries. So they're also very good health-wise.
absolutely. And blueberries are also rich in water, quite rich in water, and also it provides hydration to your skin, and it keeps your skin's natural moisture barriers intact. It also helps to strengthen your moisture barrier of the skin. So it has not only it is tasty or delicious, but
But it's
it also
healthy.
benefit for skin.
Very,
So
very healthy,
so it's
very
healthy
healthy.
inside and it's healthy outside. Chef D, what's happening now? Are you boiling it at the moment? Temperature
I'm
is high?
boiling it, yes. As you can see, I'm boiling it away. I'm just going to wait till it reduces by about half, and naturally it'll start getting thicker. And we've not used normal sugar. We've not even used brown sugar. We've just put agave syrup in it. So that will give it the sweet balance that we're looking for without overpowering it with unnecessary sugars.
Chef D,
So that,
I can see this could be a very good topping on a cheesecake.
oh yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, it is a topping on a cheesecake. Absolutely.
Oh,
We just made it a little bit more thicker. So as
yes.
you can see, the berries are all softening up nicely. So this is going to be done in about 30 seconds now. We don't need to do anything else to this. So this will be ready for our topping.
And also,
And
I
then we're going to,
feel, Chef D, that for moms, for mothers whose kids, they want to just have sugars and chocolates and all. This can it be applied on a healthy bread as a jam, and
absolutely.
as a
Yes,
dessert, if we can we serve to our kids like
yes, you
as a
can, because
dessert?
obviously we all eat berry jams. We eat strawberry jams, we eat blackberry jams. We all eat jams, but obviously jams made from the stores are made from sugar. And we don't want to encourage the children eating raw sugar. So if we make it something like this, you can put jaggery in here, you can put dates in here, you can use natural sugars to sweeten up and balance the sourness and the tartness of all the berries. So it's perfect.
How
And
about
when you
maple
make
syrup? How about maple syrup?
maple syrup, yeah, you can use maple syrup, all the natural sugars. If you can use natural as much as possible, at the end of the day, sugar is sugar. Once it goes into your body, your insulin resistance and everything's going to use it as, but it has other properties. So you know what? It's better of the two evils. So as you can see, this is done and nice and thick as well. So I can see the bottom of my pan. Can you all see that? So
Yes,
it's all
yes.
thickened up nicely. So I'm going to put this to the side now. It's going to cool down. We won't touch this till the end now. So
Also, for our viewers, I just want to like to mention that blueberries contain vitamin C, and which is also essential for collagen synthesis. So again, this is very good ingredient for your beauty, in your glow and healthy skin.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to go straight, I'm just going to wait till this cools down. Just going to go straight into making our pancake batter. So I'm going to take the sorghum flour first. So as you can see, what I'll do, I'll show you the fermentated, like the air in there. Can you see the air underneath?
Yes,
Can everybody
yes.
see that air? So when you ferment anything like our dosa batter, our dokra batter, anything, this is what you'll get. You'll get this kind of aerated bubbles. Now, when you do sourdough, now if I had done this and this has been out for a couple of days, then I would discard the top because that would be a little bit too sour. But when I say discard, I wouldn't chuck it away. I'd either add it to my chapati flour, I'd make some pancakes in the morning, and absolutely delicious. So I'm just going to give this a little bit of a mix, and then I'm pouring that into my bowl. So whenever you make sourdough, sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry. I just have a quick question on that fermentation process. So is this the sign of the perfect fermented
Yes.
which took place? And is this any specific quantity of yogurt or, any yeast or what you put inside? Is it something or just random? We can just like...
Okay, there's no yogurt in here. There's no yeast in here. It's basically flour and water. Absolutely nothing. Just simple flour and water, whatever flour you choose. Because I've chosen gluten-free millets. This is millet flour, sorghum flour. So if you've got let's say 1 cup of flour, it's 1 cup of filtered water. Filtered tap water or a bottled filtered water. You don't use normal tap water. And like I said, when I do the actual sourdough YouTube videos, you'll see how I've done it within the 7 days and it's ready to use then. So as you can see, the rest of the bottle, I've still got sourdough left in here. Never finish your sourdough. You always need a little bit left to ferment the next. So what I'll do to this now this evening, I'll add another cup of sorghum flour, another cup of water, mix it all together. I'll push down all the sides of the bottle, bring my level down to the bottom, and by tomorrow morning it will become halfway already. So it'll be ready for anything I want to use tomorrow, either in a bread, more pancakes. I can use it in my roti atta, whatever I want to do. So every day this is ready for you, waiting on your countertop. So simple, so simple. It just needs feeding. That's all. And when I say feeding, it just needs adding more flour, more water as you use it. And that's the same with every other flours as well. You can do it with normal gluten flour as well, but I always choose millet flours over everything else. So right, that's our sorghum flour. I'm going to pop that away.
Beautiful tip you gave us, all the viewers. Please note that just add. Never wash the jar. You just need to add little bit more flour, more water. That's it, more flour, and you get it.
Yes. And like I said, when I do my video, which will be very soon because I've got lots of people asking me, I'm going to put, now, as you can see, I've not taken the berry away from this. It doesn't matter. So this one, if you can see that's my ragi one. And that's already, I don't know whether, can you see the bubbles in there?
Yes. Yes, we can see that, Chef D. Yes.
You see the bubbles here? So this is perfect. It's nice and bubbly. Because this one was I only had a very small amount this morning. So I fed it with some more flour and water, and it's what's going to be 4 o'clock. And in the last 6 hours, we've got a beautiful fermented batter. So this one has actually got a little bit of chia seeds in it as well. So that's something I'm going to show you in a bit. So all I'm going to do is just pour this out, enough for about 3 pancakes.
Chef D, while you are making this, is there any connection between temperature, room temperature, outside temperature and fermentation process?
Yes, obviously it needs to be normal room temperature in our homes. If it gets too hot in the kitchen or that area, move it to a little bit of a cooler, darker place. Too much heat will ferment it too fast and you can get a little sour undertone. And therefore, the next day when you use it, you might need to get rid of that top bit a little bit too much because it's over fermented. So fermentation is obviously very subjected to the climate and where we live. And So if you're in a very cold place, you will have to look after it and keep it in a nice warm place. But if it's too hot, again, that's a problem. So yes, temperature is very important, but how to cover it is very important as well. You don't cover it completely. You've got to just leave a cotton cover on, you know how I showed you earlier with a rubber band around it? And you can get sourdough jars now in the markets. They come with its own fancy, measuring tape at the side and everything. You don't need all that. And a nice, good quality glass jar would do the job. So this is our ragi batter. There we go. I'm just going to add a little bit more because my daughter has arrived today and we've all decided to enjoy pancakes for late early supper.
Actually, I'm coming too.
Come along, come along. So that's our ragi. If anybody can see those little bumps in there, that's actually chia seeds. So I've added chia seeds to this one. So I'm going to put both of them here and show you what I'm doing next. And because we're making this into a pancake, all we're doing now is adding bicarbonate soda. So like I said, I'll put the recipe up for everybody. This is half a teaspoon of bicarbonate soda in the sourdough, the sorghum one, and half a teaspoon in the ragi one. So to this, we're adding baking powder. Now, why we're adding baking powder, what baking powder does, it will give it the rise and help the bicarbonate soda do its job, but it won't go crazy. It will still keep everything compact. So baking powder is important as well. Sometimes a lot of people just use baking soda and their pancakes will just explode on their tray and they'll think, what's happened here? Why isn't it holding its shape? So to this, we're just going to quickly mix this. And again, just mix this in. As you can see, my sorghum starter is a lot thicker than my ragi one, which is fine. If for any reason you feel as if it's too thick, you can add a little bit of milk of your choice. It can be dairy milk, it can be soya milk, coconut milk, but you just add a little bit milk. So I'm going to add about a tablespoon into my sorghum and half a tablespoon into my ragi. Now, the original pancake mixtures have eggs in them. It has, you can add a little bit of sugar in there. We're not going to add eggs. It doesn't need it because our sourdough already has all the leavening properties we need. So just give that another mix.
So Chef D, not necessarily it should be sugary, right? It can be
No, it doesn't need
savory as well,
to.
right? If we
Yes.
don't. Yeah.
I make a lot of savory pancakes, because I like to put savory fillings in it. I make puras and chilas and all sorts of stuff. So this is our batter ready. And if at any point, if you feel your batter has become too runny or too thick, you can adjust it. You can add some more flour to it and adjust it. So I'm putting that to the side. Now to my ragi batter, I'm going to add.
Is it a specific some time that we have to keep it aside for like 2 minutes, or is it something like
Yeah,
that?
a couple of minutes. But because I'm going to add chia seeds to this, I'm going to leave it for about 10 minutes, just so the chia seeds thicken up into the water.
Yeah.
So again, everything I make, I try to elevate it and add more properties and more nutrients. And we all know the value of chia seeds, what it adds to any dish. It not only adds it's, how can you say, the glutinous, the sort of, if you're doing something that's without any gluten, and that what chia seed is, it adds that binding component. So that really helps as well. So
also, for our viewers, I would like to say that chia seeds also contain essential minerals like zinc and magnesium. And it is very important for reproductive health and hormone production as well. So what a beautiful balance and what a combination, health combination food we are witnessing at the moment. And as we all can see, amazing fermented pancakes and chia seed combination is on the
That's it.
pan.
And that lovely crunch when you eat it as well. It's just so nice because it's not a crunch that you're just sitting there just chewing away, but it's a pleasant crunch. You feel as if you're having some goodness with everything as well. Now to this,
Yeah.
I'm going to leave for about 10 minutes maximum on the side, and all the chia seeds will soften up and will take on a lot of the extra moisture that's in here, and that's what we want. Now to this, I'm just going to add a pinch of Himalayan pink salt. If I can find it, I'm adding a pinch of Himalayan pink salt because everything's sweet. If you just balance it with a little bit of salt, it'll just make everything a lot tastier. That's like a quarter teaspoon. I've just popped it in both the batters. That's it. All you need to do is I'm going to put this to the side for about 10 minutes, and we shall put our tawa on for the griddle on for the cooking process. Now I've got this urge of adding some berries to my ragi because ragi's already got this lovely brown purpley color to it. To add a little bit of blueberries to this would just do the job for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop up a little bit of blueberries just in 2 halves into my batter. So when we make
Chef D, while you are chopping it in 2 pieces, can you quickly share to our viewers that why did you choose Himalayan pink salt, which is called rock salt? Is there any specific property?
I mean, Himalayan pink salt, it does have its own properties. They say they've got loads of little minerals in it. Unfortunately, it's not as fantastic as it's supposed to be. We do lose a lot of the minerals once it's heated up into our foods. But I find the taste a lot milder than normal sodium. I use a lot of sea salt granules, more natural than raw sea salt. And I mix it with my Himalayan pink salt, just making sure that I've got enough iodine, because that's one of the things that's Himalayan pink salt doesn't have any iodine in it. So we do need to realize, as much as we try to go for all the healthy benefits, we need to make sure that it's a complete health property. So without the iodine, us women, we suffer a lot. So I do try to mix sea salt, but natural sea salt, not table cooking salt, because I find the sodium in that is very, very poor quality.
Very good point you shared with all of us. And because iodine, we must understand that, you know, when we limit our salt, some people just cut their salt, but it is not advisable to just, you know, cut because everything is needed in order to, you know, live a healthy, balanced life.
Absolutely, yeah. We need a balance of everything. And same with our vitamins and minerals as well. It's like we say that, you know, a lot of food has the vitamins in it, or oh, I'm eating my greens, but we don't realize that these foods, when we start the cooking process, will actually destroy those vitamins and minerals. So that's also a very important part and knowledge. And that's something I teach all the time when I do the cooking shows and everything, and teaching people food combinations, how to cook them, what temperature to cook them. And even we've got sourdough with us today. Even sourdough itself, the bacteria that we do all this trouble for, we lose a lot of it in the cooking process. Anything cooked over 200 degrees will lose the lactobacillus in here, will lose the cultures. So we need to make food that require less heat. Now, as much as sourdough bread is delicious and fantastic, it still tastes lovely, and we know we've eliminated the yeast. We don't need to use the yeast. But unfortunately, the real cultures that the sourdough has, we've lost it because our food is cooked in the oven. The breads are cooked over 180 degrees for far too long. So unfortunately, bread, aside from the very small quantities of cultures you've got left, you really don't have much. So pancake and chilas and dosas, I find, because we're cooking on a griddle, on a tawa, we can control the heat, and it's less than 100 degrees. Once my tawa is heated up, it'll go down, and everything's cooked on a lower heat and on a shorter time. So sometimes people say, oh, the air fryer is good, the ovens are good, but we don't realize instantly our food is cooked at over 880 degrees. And unfortunately, we lose all the properties. So yes, this is one of the drawbacks on all these machines and equipment and gadgets we use. It's the knowledge and know-how as well. So I try to incorporate recipes that uses less heat and less cooking time. So you're utilizing all the natural minerals and nutrition that product, that ingredient actually has. So yeah, this is all coming together now. As you can see, this is getting
Yeah.
thicker. Yeah, can you see the thickness? My chia seeds are doing its job.
Yes, we can already see that, Chef D. And thank you for sharing this, that, anything which is cooked over 180 degrees, it will lose its property, its benefits, and its nutritional value, isn't it? Are you trying to say that it will lose the
Yes, it does.
nutritional
Yeah,
value?
yeah, and not all of us can eat raw foods. We're not really inclined to have raw foods every day, and a lot of people's digestive system can't tolerate raw foods. So as much as raw foods will have, everything in it, and it's fantastic for our bodies, but everybody, they don't enjoy it. So understanding cooking temperatures, understanding the length of cooking, the equipment we're using is very, very important to hold on to all the nutritional value as much as possible. A lot of the cookware that I use, I make sure it's high quality stainless steel or proper cast iron. I don't use no aluminium. I don't use no, what's it called, non-stick at all. It's all out of my house. And I advocate that and I preach that to everybody I know. I've got friends who've gone home after listening to me and have chucked all their, aluminium out, and husband's phoning me, and what have you done to my wife? She's gone mental. She's chucked everything out. But it's so important, all these little things that are ruining our nutritional value, and it's leaching more detrimental chemicals back into our food. All these little nuggets of information is so important, because we all work so hard, we get all these ingredients, we do all the preparation and everything. If the end result when we actually cooking it ruins all the nutritional value, we've not done ourselves justice. We've not done the ingredients any justice. So yes, so this is coming together. Let's get these pancakes sorted. So as you can see, I'm putting this is a cast iron tawa I'm putting on the griddle now. We're
And
going to switch it on.
what is the temperature you are putting on your hot plate?
So
Is it a hot plate?
yes, the hot plate, I'm putting it on full at the moment because this is cast iron. The full is 1,300, which isn't 1,300 degrees. It's 130 degrees. So this will heat up. And once I know it's ready, I'll reduce it and then start my pancakes. Because the cast iron griddle needs to be heated all the way properly equally. And believe it or not, since I've been using a cast iron for all my roti and everything in the house, and in fact, nearly everything we cook on the cast iron, as in just a quick heat up, even if I wanted to heat up a little bit of sabji or anything, it washes well. And I've reversed my anemia problem. I've reversed a lot of my iron problems. A lot of people have noticed, even in my family, that they're feeling more healthier. When you change your cookware, it does make a big difference. Slowly, but it will make a difference.
Yes,
So
that's
there's
the
two
reason
things I
that
think
our
that
ancestors used to cook in, iron and, these kind of brass and all these various
absolutely.
multi-metal things. And there were no microwave, no non-stick materials were there, but look at them, they were so healthy. I think they were healthier and
Absolutely.
better than us.
And even earthenware, the clay pots.
Yeah.
Earthenware is so good. This is something I'm looking for. I've seen some earthenware here in the shops, but they put another glaze inside because obviously transporting it from those countries to here, they're trying to make them more stronger and harder so they don't break in transit. And everybody here in this country, we want value for our money. So we want longevity. We don't want our pots to break at home. So I think they're adding some other metal or something in there. So I'm going to try to get hold of earthenware that is more natural as possible, and do some recipes in that, because obviously earthenware, you can't get anything more natural than that. And what they say about the
In
clay.
India, Chef D, in India, there are some traditional restaurants which actually they make the pots, clay pots, and the
Yes.
cooking utensils in front of you, and they use every day, and then they throw it.
Wow.
So just
Wow, that's
imagine
amazing.
in Rajasthan and in Jodhpur and Jaipur, when I had visited, so
Yeah.
there were some restaurants that were I got amazed to see the way they cook. It's our own tradition, and people
Yeah.
are back to our roots, and people are realizing now that it's, and the taste is also very different. When it is cooked traditionally in a clay pot, right? I mean, I don't
Yes,
think you
yes.
can get that
The
taste.
No, you don't get that taste anywhere else. The taste is different, the way because the temperature is different in the cooking as well. You don't need such high heat. The earthen pot holds that heat naturally right to the top. So everything is cooked quicker in less heat. And obviously you've got the natural minerals from the earthen pot going back into your food. We're getting all the natural minerals from the earth going back into our food, rather than chemicals leaching from our cookware. So it's so important. I just wish us in this country, in this part of the world, we can use more of the natural. But yes, it's work in progress at the moment for me. So let's hope. And millets as well. They swear by it. They say to cook in earthen pots, you're doing justice to the millets. They've got so much, properties that we need in our health. And the last thing you want is your cooking vessels and that to actually destroy all those nutritional values. So what's the point? And millets here in the UK is so expensive to buy as well. So it's one of those things you need to focus and make sure you've got the right stuff. Otherwise, the whole process is wrong. So this is heating up nicely. I'm just going to put a little bit of.
Yeah. Also, it is a gluten-free whole grain, right? Millet is a
Yeah,
gluten-free whole
absolutely
grain,
gluten free.
and it is
Absolutely
gluten-free.
gluten free. Yeah. I've
Absolutely.
just put a little bit of olive oil onto my pan, just all the way around. Now I'll take all the excess off, just to make it nice and non-stick.
So the temperature
And
should remain the same, or should we now decrease it before we put
yes,
the?
while I was talking to you, I decreased it completely because I didn't want it to overheat. So I'm putting it back to level 8, which is about 80 to 90 degrees now. So this will just heat up again for me, just as I need it.
Yeah. So earlier it was around 130 degree, you said, and now
Yes,
you
yes.
minimized
It's
to
come down,
90 degree.
yeah, minimized to about 80 to 90 degrees.
Very good information, our viewers. Please note these, because these tips are very important in order to get the end result correctly.
Yeah, so heat is very important. Now, I don't know if you can see, I can actually see the steam coming up, the oil that I've just put. So all I'm doing is one small ladle. So we're looking at about 4 ounces here. Now we're making pancakes, so we don't want it to be too large. So exactly equal amounts. So we're going to make 2 of the ragi ones right now. So I'm just going to, and we're going to make 2 of the sorghum ones, just giving it the batter a bit of a whisk. So you don't need to worry about this sticking.
Yeah, I was going to ask you the same question, that, I always find it so challenging that whenever I make this chilla or anything, how to turn it, and, if it is sticking, then, so I always find it challenging. Any tips for
So,
that, Chef
yes,
D?
I'm going to, well, like I said, we make sure that our pan is nice and hot. Then we reduce it, we grease it slightly just to make it the non-stick again. Now I'm going to lid it because I don't want to keep flipping my pancakes. Now this lid, it's from the cookware that I use, and it's 316 titanium. So what this will do with the heat of the pan, the heat will rise to the top here as well. So I'll get equal cooking from the top of my pancakes. Now, obviously, if you don't have this at home, just lid it in whatever lids you've got. That will still incorporate some of the heat inside and it'll help that pancake seal from the top. When I take this off, you'll understand what it'll seal from the top. When you flip it, you won't get that splatter. Sometimes people say, oh, my pancake just splatters every time I flip it. Sometimes you end up flipping it too quickly because the batter's too wet still, so it'll just expand. But yes, so just give that a couple of minutes. And if at any time you feel that your heat, can you see it's already sealing on the top already? If you think your pan has gone too cold, you can increase it. You can decrease it, increase it. But normally I do all this cooking on a gas flame. So I personally don't like all these inductions and electric hobs because the heat is a lot different to what I've been used to with our gas, and you can visually see the heat higher and lower. So for me, cooking on electric has always been a bit of a headache. So I personally
Also in hot plate, what I have realized and what I have noticed, my personal experience, I don't know about others, but I think it is very important when we are cooking, the distribution of the heat. And I think the hot plate distribution of the heat is in a circular motion. Am I right?
Yes,
Am I
it is.
correct?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
in traditional gas, burner that you use, the distribution is different. So I
Yes.
think that could be also, the reason that, in order to get maybe, the result that we expect
Yeah.
may vary for that, isn't it?
It can vary, yes, vary. But obviously, if you're an electric hob user at home or an induction hob, you get used to it, and it's something that you just understand the temperature because, like you say, it's around circular. The size of your pan has to be correct on it as well. Sometimes we make that mistake of putting the wrong size pan on top of the wrong size heat underneath, and that way you won't get the same distribution of heat and the whole thing. So we'll have a quick look at that. My pans of my if you can see that the you've got a nice ceiling on the others and this one hasn't, so I'm just moving that over.
Yeah. This reminds me, Chef D, there is a Gujarati dish, handwo.
Yes.
And my maternal grandmother, when she had an aluminium, a big vessel, which
Yes.
had the lid has holes, and in between there was a big hole, and it
Yes.
was like in between there is a hole, and then rest of the area is covered, and below on the gas my grandmother used to put wet clay, wet mud.
Wow.
All right, and she used to say that it will be like a systematic heating, slow heating. It will neutralize, basically it will not make your food too much, it will not burn your food. So
While we're talking, I'm just going to flip this now. As you can see, that's just come away straight away.
beautiful, beautiful. Look at the way it is coming now.
The thing is flattering. So this is my little tip for a good pancake, is that if you put the lid on, so your batter on top is not that wet. So when you flip it, you don't get the problem of it splattering. So it's still moving around. Now, because I put some berries into the ragi one, you might get a little bit of sticking underneath, but still don't worry about it. That just adds to the whole flavor and everything. Again, I'm going to lid it just to give it nice heat. So this is, again, the process of cooking something quicker than normal. If you're adding heat from the top, the whole dish is cooking faster. So the longer things are cooked, the more it needs the heat, more it's deteriorating and destroying the nutrient value. So we need to learn all these little cooking tips and tricks. So if we can find a way to cook it quicker, we always do. And I always try to put a lid on, it stops all the heat disappearing and using it in the actual dish. So that's going to be ready in a bit.
So viewers, as you can see that cooking is an art. Cooking, you have to fall in love with cooking. You have to fall in love with your ingredients. And it is also saying, and people say that, the way you cook, what intention, if you have love within yourself, if you have love for your family members, your friends, whomever you are cooking, the taste will become amazing. The taste you will not get the same taste of your mother's food, your sister's food, your family members' food in restaurants, isn't it, Chef D?
Absolutely not. But yes, when I had my restaurant, I did have a lot of customers always saying to me, "Why does your food taste different? Why does your food taste different from everywhere else?" And all I could say is, well, it's made with passion. It's made with love and dedication. It's not just made like a production house or just run of the mill. Everything is made with the intention, with good intentions, good ingredients, and the end product is what you're eating. So the same thing in our homes as well. If we make it with good intentions and love and pride, not just fast food, it will taste that much difference in the end as well. And what you get, I mean, food at the end of the day, it's got a job to do. It's supposed to nourish you, heal you. It's got to give you happy feelings, happy hormones. If the food itself is made in such a fast way and such with no dedication or love, is it really going to taste that good in the end? So there is, it's a big, I don't know whether you ever seen that experiment people were talking about with water. I've just recently seen a video. I'm talking away and I don't want to burn these, so let me just have a quick peek. Oh, they're nearly done. So as you can see, these don't take long at all. Sourdough actually cooks quicker than any other dough. Same like our dosas and everything. You probably think, I've made the whole pancake, and within about 3-4 minutes, your pancake's ready. All the grains and everything is cooked, and it's just a magical thing about fermentation. It just actually cooks your food faster as well. But what I was saying earlier, now I've forgotten. Can you remind me, Vaishali?
Yeah, about water molecules. I think the
Yes,
latest
I
experiment
was
of
seeing that.
water.
Yeah, I saw this experiment a scientist did. He had 2 glasses of water, made the water still, put one water in another room, and started talking quite bad stuff to that water. Just he annoyed the water basically. It wasn't good words. And in the other room, he went to that water and he sang songs. He talked loving words. The next day, he looked at both the waters, and one water had different type of crystals forming inside, and the one that he was talking nice words to was just had tiny bubbles, and it was just all kind of calm. And he goes, this is the experiment, because when things are made with love and talked with love, this is the reaction. And if there's negative energy and you're talking, there's toxic, this is what happens. And if this is simple water, we are 70% water. So can you imagine what we put in our bodies if it's not made with love and not talked and not appreciated? Can you imagine what is happening to our bodies? And that just blew me away.
Absolutely. Water has amazing storage. Water has a memory. Water stores memory. And that's the reason, because we all are made out of 80% water. So just imagine if we give love to humans and animals, and imagine what impact do we have. And that's the reason that we are celebrating love even in the kitchen episode. And let's see what our founder director Nil Kumar has to say on this wonderful water molecular structure. Over to you, Nil Kumar.
Beautiful session so far. It's going very good. Let's just wind up because we are ready to go to India now with our regular resident producer. We'll bring a couple of chefs from there. Chef D, let's have a closer look at the final products here at the moment. Let's show the earth
I'm
what
going
beautiful.
to quickly plate this up now before we disappear. So our 4 pancakes are ready. Our ragi pancake is ready. Our sorghum pancake is ready. I'm just going to put this to the side.
Yes.
And quickly show you how I plate up.
Which is very important.
Yes. I'll just take the plug out so that's cooling down quicker. So
And
all I'm
Seema
doing
is all
now,
dolled up once again in Kenya, ready for the next round.
so we're going to get
Very
our
excited.
This is beautiful.
Pancakes look absolutely gorgeous and scrumptious, Chef D. I'm always intimidated to make the sourdough starter.
Yes.
So we started
And
with
then-
India with our resident chef, Alicia. And then we had a discussion with our Punjab anchor, Dr. Amrita. our beauty expert and aphrodisiac expert, our Vaishali Acharya, who wanted to blend in from beauty in and beauty out. Seema, we went then traveled to Kenya, where you showed us some local delicacies, which the bhuttas, which are available in India as well, and the way and the avocado and the pineapple. And I love that avocado because it's so healthy and full of flesh. And then we ended up here again back in United Kingdom where pineapple, yes. And Chef D is now just garnishing and laying out and decorating these pancakes, which are mouth-watering, you know. I bet Vaishali, you and Seema mouth is watering. And maybe at this point, let us also welcome our Rotarian Lal Gohel from India, who is our regular producer here and an impresario in organ donations, which the world required. Rotarian Lal Gohel, what do you think of the pancakes that Chef D has prepared?
Oh, I am feeling hungry pants because dinner time and I have to ask my help to keep it everything ready after this. But after seeing this, I feel like to eat right now.
And Dr. Lal, you just joined because you know you have normally the national meetings. Seema, show your dish as well. Bring it to the camera. What you prepared earlier. There you are. This was a flamboyant, you know. Look at the dish. Seema, maybe yes, just bring it to the camera. And it's beautiful. Yes, your front camera is good enough. No, it's the
Very
same camera. The same camera you're watching it. Yes, it's beautiful, Seema.
Very beautiful.
So look at that, Rotarian Lal, look at that. Duck
Yeah, I
cells
can see, yes. It's a very mouth-watering, and now I feel that I must come to your place and get all these things done, which I'm doing soon.
Yeah, you are going to visit United Kingdom, and maybe next year you'll go to Africa for the organ donation, which Seema is going to organize next year for East Africa. And you'll be visiting this month over here. And shortly we are going to two of the beautiful ladies that you have got, Nidhi, and I think we are waiting for Giselle until unless the iPhone is.
No, she is there. She's, I think, the name is iPhone, if you can change it.
Okay, Giselle, if you could put your camera landscape and just change your name, or we'll try to help you.
Turn it like this, Miss Mehta.
FT, that dish is beautiful. Looks absolutely stunning. I
No,
feel like diving into the screen and having it.
Yes, if everybody's there, I'll do the last drizzling. So what I've got here, guys, I've got tahini. I've got some lovely tahini, which I'm going to add to, this is almond butter, beautiful fresh almond butter I've just recently bought from Agadir. So I'm going to use this because we want to incorporate or add some protein to this as well. So this almond butter on this side, if you can see, I'm just going to put it on the side here. I'll show you the final. And to this almond butter, I'm going to add 2 spoons of this tahini. What that will do is just help me drizzle it a little bit better on top of our pancakes. So everything, all we want to do is elevate all the nutritional values. So all we're doing here now is just over this, just drizzle it around. So we're just adding all those beautiful flavors. And if you want it any sweeter, if you think, okay, those berries are a little bit too taut for me, why not go over a little bit more of your delicious agave syrup? So there you go, guys. Absolutely delicious.
You know, Chef D, I really love this recipe because you've employed the use of ancient grains, and you've used agave, which also has been accoladed in a lot of ancient things.
Chef D, can you bring it back to the camera so the viewers globally can? Isn't that beautiful? You can see the healthy berries in there, the fluff of pancake, a nice sauce and very garnished. Well done, Chef D. We are very proud of you.
Yeah, I put the compote in between each of them. While you guys were talking, I had to continue. And there's a dollop of bio yogurt on top of there. You can use Greek yogurt. You can use dairy-free yogurt. But again, it adds to all our microbiome and our cultures. And we've got beautiful blueberry compote added with our almond butter as well. And that's handmade almond butter. They made it in front of me. It was amazing. So we can't wait to dig into this now. We're
Yes,
having a
Chef
breakfast
D.
at 5 o'clock.
Chef
So,
D, I just want to say that the last that you added almond butter, it completed the whole recipe
Yes,
because it
yes,
has healthy fats, zinc, arginine, aroma, and everything. So that was like a,
absolutely.
I would say chef's kiss.
Absolutely,
Work of art.
absolutely.
Miss Shadi, it's a
Especially,
work
I
of
think
art.
when I'm coming to UK, I'm going to try this dish because she's from UK only, correct?
No, no,
Definitely.
we'll have to do a little event where everybody comes together, a little global event in London, and
yes,
everybody.
Rotarian Lal, you will certainly be looked after. You'll meet your team there as well. Let's ask Giselle. Giselle, what do you think of what you saw? And we'll ask Nidhi as well. Um, oh, they're re-changing their name. Please don't change your name.
No,
And
it's already changed. Yeah.
Nidhi and Giselle, can you put your camera landscape like how everybody is? So just flip your camera so it will look more professional. Well done.
Yes, yes.
Giselle, you've got it. Nidhi, you can
Nidhi,
do the same over there
Nidhi,
for
turn
you,
the,
please.
yes, please.
Perfect. So, Rotarian Lal, what we do, maybe if you can just welcome, we chit chat with them and
Yeah,
then
yeah. I will just introduce. I will just introduce our guest because the paucity of the time.
Yes.
And so our first guest is Miss Giselle Mehta. Miss Giselle Mehta is a former officer of the Indian Revenue Services and is currently an entrepreneur with multiple business interests. She's a renowned author. She made an impactful debut as a novelist with the publication of Blossom Showers in 2011, which was on the fiction bestseller list of the landmark chain of bookstores nationally. Her recent novel, Vectors in the Void, made the shortlist of the Chancellor Somerset Award for Fiction. From her involvement in compassionate causes for animals and environmental concerns, Giselle Mehta turned vegan in the year 2013. She has since emerged as a global figure in the advocacy of veganism through her talks at various national and international events. She is also a contributor to two international anthologies, Vegan Voices, Essays by Inspiring Change Makers, and Satwa. Her immersion in vegan food has found her hosting innovative social events as a form of practical activism. She believes in the constant exercise of creativity to embrace all activities from the culinary to the literary to completely walk the talk of a sustainable and compassionate life. Welcome, Ms. Giselle Mehta, on our show. And I know that you are not only passionate, but you are like an active and activist, I must say, that you turn many people on veganism and you are hosting so many parties and calling all the people nationally and internationally and always serve vegan food only, not even the vegetarian, only the vegan food. Yes, Ms. Giselle Mehta, what you'd like to say?
Thank you for the nice introduction you gave me, Mr. Lal. So I will briefly share my vegan journey and some of the insights that I have collected on the way. I turned vegan when I had a personal insight in the course of personal experience that one can't possibly be free of life's problems and difficulties if one is simultaneously inflicting violence and suffering, even if it's on animals and happens through diet and consumption. I've also been into energy practices, the mind, body, spirit control concepts. But I found that meditation is more than the closed eyes and still states of energy practice. Rather, it is being mindful about being in a connected universe whose heartbeat lies in all living beings. It is in the noise of our internal questioning about whether we are doing the right thing, causing pain and destruction to other living beings, that we truly meditate. It's a life-changing truth to realize that we are mirrored in other living beings who also feel pain and sensation like we do. to acknowledge that other living beings are also worthy of life, is the true spirit of meditation that is in the nature of higher awareness and action. Animal-based foods are the very opposite of life-giving energies because their basis is decayed tissues and toxic substances. They contain the poisons of an animal's fear and pain when its secretions, like milk and eggs, are forcefully appropriated or their lives violently ended for human demands. There's a beautiful thought by the Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh, which proposes our oneness with various things in the universe, a cloud, a tree, a stone, or anything else, because the component elements like carbon, hydrogen, calcium, iron, etc., are within us too. And I feel especially reminded of this when I'm throwing together fruits and vegetables to make a salad or smoothie. Many of us love coffee, and I have mine with a mixture of freshly ground cashew and coconut milks. Having this delicious drink first thing in the morning is the best part of my day. But even before it gets into my cup, it's a joy to look at the pure plant milks in their bowls. They contain none of the blood, pus, hormones, pesticides, antibiotics, and other harmful substances that make dairy products problematic. Not to mention that they deprive the calf of its rightful nutrition and usually cause the abandonment or slaughter of male calves. Every drop of dairy represents the suffering of cows and other cattle, which are compelled to continuous labor pains to lactate and produce milk. In comparison, the plant-based beverages that I consume are like life-giving nectars that power up my day with goodness and purity. Being vegan is an active state as opposed to the passive practices of simply purchasing products that pay no heed to the agony of animals. Before I went vegan, I felt that cooking was an uncomfortable activity. But that changed when I went vegan and began to have a pleasant feeling about my ingredients. Roots, vegetables, grains, lentils, legumes, nuts, and seeds represent the benevolence and diversity of the universe. It's an awesome feeling, for example, to find that the soy or cashew curd has come out with a firm set with just a few soaked oats or a green chili as a starter. It gives one the feeling that one possesses the keys to a beautiful secret world, while other people are purchasing animal products like meat, milk, fish, and eggs without thinking of the suffering of animals or hazards to their own health. There is a feeling that vegan food, with all its deletions, is bland and boring. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and vegans can be living advertisements for their cuisine. One can buy today a variety of plant-based milks and alt meats, but it really helps if one can master a few basic things like preparing, as I said, one's plant milks. When I started off, it was really a difficult situation of having to do a lot oneself. But today there are plenty of plant-based dairy and meat alternatives, some of them with real cutting-edge research. I myself hail from a community which is heavily into non-vegetarian eating, but even so, I have been able to veganize most of the dishes from my local repertoire, as also those of Indian and global cuisine that I have enjoyed. What it takes really is an attitude that is adventurous, to learn, experiment, and innovate. It was also a very heartening discovery to find that being vegan is the most environment-friendly thing that we can do. Animal husbandry drives deforestation because of massive tracts of land required for growing food for meat and dairy animals. It is also intensive on water consumption and heavily pollutes water bodies due to runoff of animal blood and waste. Animal food is not just the killed being on the plate, but also a whole lot of other species who lose their habitats to grow food for the few species of animal husbandry. The Amazon rainforests, lungs of the earth, are being burnt down to make way for cattle ranches. We are said to be on the verge of the sixth extinction of species, and such a devastating loss of biodiversity is something to really think about. In contrast, the vegan diet supports the flora and fauna of biodiversity. In its low carbon footprint, it moderates the furious forces of climate change. One also now finds a linkage between animal-based diets and diseases in the health outcomes of consuming decayed flesh and unnatural secretions. In essence, animal-based food has an acidic nature, which research is finding to be increasingly at the root of various diseases, whether cardiovascular, cancers, reproductive issues, allergies, mental health, and other afflictions. The coronavirus, which caused a pandemic and literally menaced our very human existence, is believed to have originated in a meat market. There's a fear of more viruses as global warming heats up the world, and this is driven by the heavy carbon emissions of the meat and dairy industries. In contrast, the vegan diet is salubrious, both at the personal and planetary level. Along with the dietary dictates of veganism, I have also moved away from silk, wool, pearls, leather, and other animal substances, as also cosmetics with animal ingredients or testing, because I feel my peace and positivity reduce with these substances of suffering. I feel much happier to be using plant-based materials and substances as extensions of my vegan life. The interesting thing is that the market today is opening up with interesting materials like fruit residues as leather alternatives and plastic bottles recycled for making warm clothes. Everywhere, the certification of being vegan and cruelty-free is catching on. Boosting the planet's collective life force, veganism is good at both the individual and collective levels. By subscribing to it, we show self-love to ourselves and also are mindful of future generations on a healthy planet. It is really a very beautiful thing to delve into one's inner peace by not causing hurt or harm consciously to any being on the planet. This is Giselle Mehta signing off from the Garden City of Bangalore today. I turn you over to Nidhi Nahata. As I said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And here is someone who's really very skilled in kitchen craft.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here and for watching.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giselle Mehta. And really, I appreciate one fact that being such a senior officer in Government of India in Custom Department, and you left everything and you turned vegan, and now you are educating the veganism, and that is very, very remarkable. Thank you very much.
So, Rotarian Lal, before we say goodbye to her and bring Riddhi, Giselle, thank you very much for I can see you are very passionate in what you did over there. But before you go, Giselle, what are the 5 tips or incentives you can give to the viewers who are listening on YouTube, Facebook, and website to turn into vegan being? Give 5 good tips or
I think I put that in my
incentives.
talk. One is that you can definitely experience good health for yourselves. You can feel that fitness come in with a change of diet. You feel immense personal peace, which I think is something that eludes most of the world. But the very fact that you're not inflicting harm and pain is a huge game changer in everyone's life. So that is something to really pursue. We are all worried about the environment, as I said, and with this lifestyle change, I think we can all do a tiny little bit, which would add up on a cosmic scale. And my tips are simply be aware of every bit of information that is around. The world is full of resources. So if you want to turn vegan, there are offline and online resources, like probably what is happening today. And also on the ground, there would be a lot of events happening. And I would urge everyone to have an adventurous approach and an open mind to really discover a new realm of being.
So, Giselle, you said it's healthy, you said spiritually it's enhancing, it's eco-friendly. So I believe that you have convinced people that it is all-round beneficial to try to go vegan. Is that right?
Correctly. It's all encompassing, and it kind of all fits in together, because when you have a healthy planet, you're also subject to less viruses and so forth. So it's all a very, very complementary kind of circle of energy movements.
Thank you, Giselle. Giselle, thank you very much. Seema, our producer from East Africa in Kenya. Seema is a celebrity chef, and you might have seen her in the cruises if you go to Hong Kong or somewhere. Seema, your thoughts on Giselle before we move to Nidhi, where Rotarian Lal will introduce, because Giselle said the proof of the pudding is in eating. Seema, your thoughts?
Yes, very, very inspirational, Giselle ji. I myself am trying to take baby steps towards veganism. I'm a vegetarian. I'm a lacto-vegetarian, to be honest with you. I do ingest milk, but I am very aware of what you spoke about, the pus and the blood, etc., in the milk. You know, there's so many hormones being injected into the animals, and we all have to start embracing ahimsa. It's so.
And it's easy today because there are so many resources available even on the retail shelves. So
There are, and reducing our carbon footprint so we can leave
So,
a better
Giselle,
tomorrow for our children.
Giselle and Seema, stay around. Rotary Girl, we are very excited to see the smiling native over there, whose background is beautiful because she's showing the fruits and vegetables. Introduce her and let's move on to her session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar. I
thank you
will
so much.
I will tell everyone that this program is being live telecast in more than 26 countries, courtesy Mr. Neil Kumar and his very able team. Now, I would like to bring my next guest. She's a celebrity chef, and her name is Miss Nidhi Nata. Miss Nidhi Nata is a trained psychologist, entrepreneur, public speaker, sound healer, and certified lifestyle coach. Her journey into health and wellness began with certifications as a health coach from Sharon, India in 2016, followed by Cornell T. Collin Commonwealth Center for Nutritional Studies in NYC in 2020. In 2017, she embarked on a mission to redefine the hospitality industry by founding India's first whole food plant-based restaurant, Just Be by Nidhi Nata. Though this venture, she aims to touch lives and spread the belief that food is a nature's medicine designed to heal and sustain our health. Her life mantra is, let food be the medicine and medicine be thy food. Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. Over the past 7 years, her efforts have generated multiple awards, the latest being the best vegan restaurant in India, recognizing the revolutionary shift towards conscious and mindful eating. As at Just Be, the menu is not just about healthy food, it is about food that nurtures and loves you back. Her mission extends beyond the walls of her restaurant. She aspires to break myths surrounding healthy food and envision a world thriving on a plant-based lifestyle. Through Just Be, she aims to inspire others to kick off vegan restaurants, making plant-based foods more accessible and widespread. She strives to create meaningful change, one meal at a time, because we are what we eat. Welcome, Miss Nidhi Nata, on our show. And Miss Nidhi Nata, as you have heard, Miss Giselle Mehta, as well as earlier chef who were making such a nice pudding and whatnot. I'm sure you are also going to show something which is very, very excitable to all the viewers who are watching this show across the world. And we would like to hear from you, and we would like to experience what you are going to show.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the introduction. And it's been very, very amazing listening to Giselle. Very, very inspired. I've been a vegan since 7 years, but again, reliving why I chose to be vegan and why I chose this lifestyle. You know, it was just very nostalgic and very heartwarming. Giselle, thank you so much for sharing what you shared. And I've been a psychologist for almost 10 years. And I was just thinking while listening to Giselle that, you know, a healthy body can have a healthy mind, and we can make mindful and powerful choices. But if our body is very toxic with a lot of, harm to other people, a lot of torture to anybody, we cannot be happy. Our mind cannot be happy because clean mind cannot clean the body, but a clean body can actually clean the mind and help us be a little more mindful. So that's extremely very powerful, from being a psychologist to being, a health coach today. I'm certified as a health coach. So when I reversed my cholesterol and when I saw that what power food has and what food can actually do to humans, my mission became that I want to open a restaurant. And that was just overnight when my son came and told me that, Mom, I don't want to eat what gave me asthma. Where can I go? And when I was looking for a restaurant where I could take my son to eat out, I couldn't find anything in Bangalore and not even in India, whole food plant-based. There were vegan restaurants, but not whole food plant-based. And I couldn't sleep that night. And I woke up in the morning, told my husband that let's look into this. He was very skeptical before that who's going to come to eat. In 2017 is when we opened Just Be by Nidhi Nahata. And when we see today that, yes, we bring an award, it is very validating. It is very rewarding that, yes, I got this reward, not just for Just Be, but for the whole community, for everyone who's walking on this path, that, yes, this can be recognized. This is something which needs to be recognized. And it has to be a mainstream. We have to be, veganism has to be on the mainstream, like the way vegetarian and non-vegetarian is. Today, we bring veganism on the same platform. I have been doing cooking classes since 7 years just to make people fall in love with cooking. It's so important to, as Giselle was mentioning, that she never paid attention before in her kitchen, but after and I'm so glad. And I just feel that each one of us, the biggest responsibility is to take care of our own health. And if we cannot do that, we cannot take care of the world. So it is very important to indulge in the kitchen, fall in love with the ingredients which we are using. Once we're in the kitchen, we are so mindful of what we are making. How are we going to be serving it to my family, to my friends, or to myself? When I got my cholesterol high and I wanted to reduce my cholesterol, I got into whole food plant-based. That means no dairy, no meat. Also, no refined products like sugar and white flour and oil. I'm going to show you 2 recipes of a dessert, because I had very strong sugar cravings. And I always wanted to eat some, I always wanted to eat a dessert after my meal, but I didn't want to have sugar. I didn't want to have any dairy products, what I was consuming before. I couldn't eat, I didn't want to add any refined products. So let me just show you how to make a chocolate avocado ice cream. I'm using avocado because that's good fat. I didn't want to eat a lot of nuts and butter, even vegan butters or none of those. So how do I make from the Nature's Pharmacy? I really believe that Nature's Pharmacy is very, very beautifully designed food for our body, our organs. So I'm going to just show you. No, the same way. Just keep the camera. I am using one of the most amazing ingredient, that is bananas. I've frozen the bananas.
Nidhi, can you turn the camera landscape so we can get much better picture? Yes, go landscape now, and if you just flip it.
Just turn your camera, Nidhi.
Is this better now?
Yeah, if you jerk your camera, into landscape, we can get the full picture over there. No panic.
Right.
So
this better?
No, like
you are
this.
still portrait. If you turn it landscape, flip your camera.
We did the flipping, but
No, like you bring camera towards you.
Earlier you were landscape.
Now change it like this.
Yes. Now you can show the tray. Yes.
Okay, lovely.
Beautiful. Now we can see the exotic. You got there avocado, and is that banana you holding?
I'm holding the bananas. It's ripened bananas because when you use ripened bananas,
Yes.
it is sweet, the nutrient value increases. So I am using some bananas here. I am also going to be using some avocados, which is good fat, a lot of fiber, and bananas have the calcium, the protein, the potassium, everything what we need. Iron, it's sweet and it's good fat.
And
To make
our producer in Kenya loves avocado because earlier she used avocado since the theme is also aphrodisiac food. Seema, what are your thoughts on composition of Riddhi at the moment?
I love this. I love the avocado, and I can see exactly where you're coming from. You're going to mix the avocado, you're going to sweeten it with the banana, so you're getting natural fruit sugars. Yeah, and
Seema, as Riddhi said, sugar craving. Banana is a slow release. That's why the athletes have bananas, because it's okay. They don't get acid reflux, and it's a slow release of sugar. So, Riddhi, good choice. Nidhi, you've got good choice.
beautiful choice. I love it.
Thank you so much. And I really feel that we cannot be deprived of eating amazing desserts. I used to crave a lot for desserts, and this is something, my personal recipe, and I'm sure all you guys who are watching this are going to love it. And it's so simple because I really believe in a quick, fast, because I'm a working woman. I need something very quick and fast. So this was very simple. So you can try it. So I've actually added bananas and avocado over here, and I am putting the date paste. I don't need to use a lot of date paste because bananas are really sweet.
And the date paste will give it a lot of richness and added sweetness. What a great idea.
And I'm going to be adding some basil leaves to just add that amazing punch. Just 2 or 3 of them here. And let's blend it. Here, bring it here. I'll put it here.
So, Seema, this is also very easy to prepare because most of the ingredients in many countries on the earth, bananas, avocados are available.
Yes.
And as Nidhi said, the working people don't have any excuse because it's very fast, it's ingredients readily available. Rotarian Lal, I bet your mouth is still watering.
So I
Yes,
have
it's
blended
watering, and I think I have to visit Bangalore first before coming to UK.
Yes. Go ahead, Riddhi. Go ahead,
I
Riddhi.
totally agree with you. I'm going to be adding the unsweetened cacao powder to give that chocolate
The
taste
chocolatey
to it.
feel. That's really lovely.
And I'm going to be using some vanilla extract.
Vanilla extract. So that's in liquid form?
That's in liquid form.
Okay.
And I'm going to be blending it again.
And quickly pop it into the blender, whisk it, and slowly will be there. And how should we serve this immediately, or can we wait few hours?
We will need to freeze this.
Yes.
I'm going to be adding some more of the rest of the avocados in this.
Now, this is a lovely recipe. I was just wondering, because you're going to freeze it, are you going to take it out like they do with traditional ice creams? They'll freeze them halfway, they'll take them out, they'll rechurn them to get rid of the crystals.
Exactly.
Are you going to do the same
Adding
procedure with this?
some coconut milk into this.
Okay.
Is this ready-made coconut milk, or you prepared it earlier?
I have prepared it. It's very, very simple to make the coconut milk. Just grate the coconut, blend it with water in the mixie, in the blender, and then strain it. The first strain, the milk which comes out, it is with high fat. Then I reuse it. I add a little more water, which is a little more liquidy. I use that to make curries and all of that. But the heavy fat one I use for the desserts.
Yeah, so it gives a thick, creamy taste, which everybody loves with the dessert.
We do the same here in Africa. We take out the first milk. We call
Now the
coconut milk
color is
too.
changing. You can see that.
Wow.
We can see the cocoa coming out as a chocolate. Our Lata is even drooling her mouth and she's waiting for it as well.
We're all hungry now. We can have that lovely avocado ice cream. It's so healthy. It's got dates, it's got bananas, it's got avocados, it's got unsweetened cacao. It's wonderful.
And if we use the freezing process, then presumably we can use it for 3-4 days.
Oh yeah. And
so I am going to be emptying it into a bowl and putting it into the. Are we using this?
You can use this as.
Yes. So I'm going to be putting it into the bowl, and you can freeze it at least for 24 hours. But in between, if you can pull it out and again blend it so that the crystals which have formed will again become more gooey. It will become much more smoother. And so this is how it will be. And I have already made one batch yesterday for you to see how it is.
Very nice.
Let's scoop it.
That's very tempting. Scoop here. So here we go.
So this is my bowl, which I am going to be here.
And Lata has put her hand up because she's waiting for Uber to deliver this.
And if you want, you can use a little bit of roasted almonds and cashews. Bring it close. Only on this. And I'm going to be adding some basil leaves. Just chop them and put them over here. The basil tastes really nice on it. Here, this is ready.
No, I've never seen the combination of basil and chocolate, but now I'm so inspired to try this. I've always combined chili and chocolate, and I always thought, that's the perfect combo. But now looking at you, adding basil, it's so inspirational. It must be giving a very beautiful flavor to the ice cream.
Trust me, people won't stop eating it. This is what happens.
Riddhi, bring it to the camera. Riddhi, bring it to the camera and turn it 45 degrees. Wow, beautiful. Keep it there for a while so people can take a picture of it, okay?
Yes.
On the social media, they can say, so there you are, banana, cocoa, basil, nuts, avocado. It is a blended and you can freeze it. So, wow.
Beautiful.
That looks beautiful. Lata, you wanted to make a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Global Namaste, everyone.
Global Namaste.
It's been such a wonderful, entertaining and educational episode. So what I wanted to say is, my issue seems to be that I can never find these wonderful desserts when I go out. And I just miss them. I just give it a miss, I just can't eat them. But this recipe, like the other day, I only had some vanilla ice cream, that was it. But I think avocado and basil and mint leaves, which is an alternative we can add, vanilla, and I'm not a fan of cocoa, but what was the other thing? Coconut milk, is it?
Yes.
Pardon, yeah. All those ingredients are just, me, and I don't think I can find them in the shops, so I'll have to, like you, embark on making it myself.
This is an ice cream.
Amazing.
It's an amazing ice cream, but it's also a powerhouse of nutrients. She's got avocado, she's got coconut milk, she's got banana, she's got cocoa. You really thought out everything step by step. It's a very intelligent recipe. Date syrup or date sugar also. A lot of people use date sugar. I know pure dates. A wonderful decadent recipe, and then splash of vanilla. some nuts on for texture, and basil.
And
How beautiful is that?
Seema, it's fairly hot in India at the moment, so we come to the hot season. So Nidhi, what a good choice you did with your smile and your love that you put in it. I'm very sure that your husband and any colleagues that you've got must be enjoying that. Stay around, Nidhi. Let's go to America, to our senior anchor there in America. Global Namaste, Sharon. And what did you think of Nidhi's choice of dessert?
Global Namaste. I'm here with Mary.
Mary, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
And shortly we'll be going to your recipe. Meanwhile, Nidhi was there in India where Rotarian Ral, our producer from the Indian subcontinent, brought this wonderful a personality who has devised her own recipes. What did you think of them? What you saw them? Nidhi, put it back again to the camera. Let's show them the final product. There you are.
It is not only looks incredibly delicious, but beautiful. Of course, we're with someone in India. Of course, we're going to make it as beautiful as possible.
Yes.
I think Mr. Neil Kumar should keep a program at London, call all the world renowned chefs like Nidhi and from Kenya, Seema and London, so they are there, and invite us also so that we can taste everything in person.
So they do that. The healing groups do get together. Maybe when you are in May, Seema might have arrived, so you can meet her as well in a cooking. Seema does very good cooking for the healing team regularly. It will be very nice on that. So there you are, all the way from Kenya, connected to India, connected to USA. We keep on going around the globe. It's so wonderful. Rotarian Lal Goel, our resident producer and an advisor as well. Thank you very much for bringing this wonderful soul and Giselle earlier. Nidhi, you are part of the healing family now. Rotarian Lal will introduce you directly to Seema, who is a kitchen episode producer, and Sharon. So keep in touch with everybody. And that was, I love your background as well and your smile with your food that you prepared. Thank you very much. So Rotarian Lal Goel. And next week we have got a different episode again, which is the mental health, and then we've got yoga and everything. So we'll see you then, and then later you are in London or UK, and we'll hopefully see you there as well.
Okay, thank you very much, and global namaste.
Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for all the love.
What a lovely recipe.
So Seema, let's go to the Atlantic, the other side. So you are in Kenya, I'm in London. We go to Sharon in all the way in Colorado with the mountains of Himalayas in Creston.
I'm excited.
Okay, first, I want to tell you all, and next week I'll have a video to show you, but I just came from Taos, New Mexico, where it was an incredible experience to be at the Hanuman temple, beautiful, for Hanuman's birthday. And we were chanting. I wasn't there the whole time, but from 1:08 on Friday till 1:08 on Saturday, chanting the Hanuman Chalisa and for Ram and Sita and everything, like at least 500 people all dressed up beautifully, and then a big feast afterwards. So next week I'll have a little video to show you all. I felt like I was back in India. It was so amazing.
And Sharon, I was lucky to see it live. So it was so beautiful. You connected me over there. So we'll definitely show it over there. And Seema, you are also ready with your recipes as well after Sharon. Let's move on to Sharon first, and then we come to you, okay? Sharon, over to you. Take it over. So Sharon, you are muted at the moment. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, first I want to show you where we are.
Yes. Let's travel and see the beautiful scenic place. And this is what I love. It's so nice, fresh oxygen, nice breeze, sun coming out. Of course, the time there, wherever you are, is 10:30 in the morning, roughly, which is
Yeah.
so beautiful. The birds are
Okay.
twittering, so natural looking. We love it.
Let's decide. Okay, so how am I going to turn this around? Okay, so I can see Mary. Okay, let's see.
Yes, you want to do reverse camera. Yes, you're reverse and Mary.
There we
Yes.
go.
Yes,
There.
we do.
Our kitchen.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello,
Yes.
Mary. It looks beautiful, and you got the ingredients ready, and we are going to see what you are going to prepare.
Oh, excellent. You know, I'm really thinking of that chocolate banana ice cream with the basil and cashews right now. But
And earlier we had a dessert from Seema, and then we had a breakfast from India from Alicia, and then we had Chef D, another dessert. So we are on a rampage today with aphrodisiac foods and all the libido increasing foods today.
Oh, how beautiful. Well, I'm making a traditional Haitian food for you. But actually, you know, this dish is very much all over the world, I think, you know, in the form of porridge. We tend to
Yes.
now call it, in the US, we kind of call it polenta, I think because polenta sounds fancier than grits. But it's
I think our
basically.
chef Seema would understand more because she travels all over the world. Seema, over to you.
Polenta is wonderful. And you know, we have an equivalent to polenta here in Africa. So we have the white corn in Africa, in Kenya, and we call it ugali. So ugali is a traditional dish of cornmeal cooked with water. And we have it, we call it greens or kale. We call it sukuma wiki, which is a green vegetable, which sukuma wiki is from the kale family. And it translates to push the weak. So it's so nutrient dense, you know, and it's so high in iron that it actually allows you to push through your week. So the vegetable literally translates to pushing through the week. And we have it with ugali, which is our local polenta, which is absolutely delicious. It's yummy. And we're very excited for what you have in store for us. So this Haitian dish that you're making for us, yeah, what inspired you to lean towards Haitian?
Well, actually,
Haiti.
you can't be looking at me, right?
Haiti.
I'm half Haitian.
Okay.
You will ever
That
see,
is-
guarantee it. But sometimes it happens because my father was also half German, and my mother was actually half First People from the North America and half of well, we don't know. They didn't keep track of who they were, but somebody white. So, but half white.
You have an entourage of cultural diversity that you can bring to the table here. This is wonderful. So
Yeah.
I see you've chopped up some green peppers.
Yeah, so we actually, this has a little bit of African influence because Haiti is the.
Yes.
Yeah, right. The Taino Indians, and then the Creole came to help the Taino Indians when they were being, you know, colonized. And then, of course, the Africans came for unpleasant reasons, but they all ended up together and made these creations. And so this is. So hominy is very traditional. It's called here in North America hominy, but in the Caribbean, it's also, you know, same form of like, it means, grits means coarse. And so the cornmeal is, I had it soaking in here. We tend to soak it ahead of time.
Right.
And yeah, you do too. Yeah. It's soaking with bean juice. I made the beans, and I always, you know, to make it more digestible, I soak the beans and sprout them, and then you pressure cook them. And here
So
it's, you know,
So basically, you're soaking them to get rid of the phytic acids, and you're
just,
sprouting them to bring them into the living food state.
Yeah.
You sprouted them, right? So they're more living food, so they're more nutrient dense. And obviously, because we've soaked them and we've sprouted them, they're easily digestible. This is wonderful. Otherwise, beans are really heavy on our system. So you've thought of everything and you're bringing in all the elements of color. I'm really excited to see this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for a fork now to show you. You know,
Behind you.
the corn is also, I don't know, probably all over the world this is done too. Here it's called, in the United States, it's called nixtamalization, where you make the corn also more digestible with some lime water. So you soak the corn kernels in some lime water and then you grind it. And
That's interesting. That's interesting. I've never heard that before. That's very, very interesting.
yeah, to me it's important
Amazing.
important for digestion. Yeah, so this is soaking actually. This is called in Creole, the language of Haiti, it's called maimoule ak pois at cocoyer. So this is the pois, and the cocoyer is in here. It's the coconut milk. So we have some of the bean water in here, and I boil the beans and then I drain them and then I pressure cook them. However, what's left in the water is here. And
So are a lot of these recipes similar to the recipes you would get in New Orleans because of the Creole?
New Orleans has them because actually Haitians went to New Orleans to help them when they were going through what they were going through with slavery in New Orleans. And so actually the first Haitians went to New Orleans to do ceremony. On Sunday, the people who were enslaved had the day off. They were allowed, and so they were allowed to go to the square. They called it Congo Square. Congo is actually the real word for voodoo. Voodoo is so called because the Creole people were originally from Gaul, and there was a city in Gaul called Vaud. So they started being called the Vaudois. And then eventually the tradition that we have of spiritual tradition became called voodoo. And I'm saying all that because they went to Haiti to work in Congo Square to help the people who were enslaved with their injuries on Sundays. And miraculous things happened through the music, through the vibration of the music, and through the spirits, healing broken bones, healing wounds, all sorts of things. So that's the culture. The Haitian culture brought the food to New Orleans, and now it's kind of Cajun. It's kind of a little bit French. People think that Creole is a mix of French and African. It's not true, actually. Creole is a whole different culture. But of course, there were French in New Orleans. There were Africans in New Orleans. Everybody has sort of come together.
Yes.
But it's a mix. Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful how food stories have brought so many cultures together. If we explore the spice road itself, it's all a story of integration and immigration. It's so beautiful, where we celebrate diversity and we bring everything together into a melting whole. And America is known as the melting pot. And I guess Haiti, to a certain extent, is also a melting pot of different cultures from all over the world. So you have all these colors. Now you mentioned the word with W. It was a French word. I can't say. Boudoir, a dish.
The dish that I'm making.
It was with V. Boudoir. Just earlier on, you mentioned some vegetables or something.
Vaudois. I have no.
Anyway, I'll get back to it. Come to me, and that would be quite interesting. Now, the Creole herbs and spices. What would be the most obedient spice in Creole cuisine?
The most dominant spice is actually Scotch bonnet pepper, which I think here is.
Oh my God! So it's like the Caribbean. Because
Caribbean
hot sauce is Scotch bonnet pepper, and it is it's spicy. Scotch bonnet is super spicy. It's super delicious, but super spicy. So I want to share. Since we're having one wonderful interactive session, I was living in Hong Kong, and I still am Hong Kong based to a certain extent, and I live in the UK. And there was this wonderful lady who ran a Caribbean private kitchen known as Mandy's Kitchen. And she brought Caribbean cuisine to the table. And brought it to birth in Hong Kong because none of us knew what jerk spice was. Not many of us had explored the Scotch bonnet pepper. She used to bring in the Caribbean rum. She used to import the Caribbean rum cake. Oh my God, it was delicious. You know, the little rum cakes in the yellow box. She used to bring those in and sell them. And she invited us over. I used to run an Africa to Asia private kitchen in those days. That was my culinary safari, my journey on a plate.
Oh.
And we would exchange notes, and we decided to, you know, she invited us over for dinner, and she served us up this Caribbean meal with jerk spice and Scotch bonnet peppers. And I haven't forgotten my experience with the Scotch bonnet peppers. Ooh, they were spicy, super
So
spicy.
Mary, you keep on preparing. She's just talking to engage with you. You still keep on preparing so we can
I'm
see how
sorry,
things are
Alan. I hope
happening.
I'm not breaking your school of thought,
So
but I'm
is
so
that-
passionate.
So
Oh,
Mary,
no, it's
are you preparing the dish completely fresh? Are you?
Yes. Well, this is been soaking, you know, for a few hours. I often soak it overnight in the most well. We're trying to do something vegan here, but you know, if I make it with whey sometimes because it's very creamy. But you can soak it overnight in water. I just soaked it for a few hours in the coconut milk and the bean juice. And then, as I said, I made the beans ahead of time so that we would have them ready. And I'm going to do, so basically I'm going to show you how to make polenta. But one thing that most people don't do that we do in Haiti is we saute the vegetables and then we add the cornmeal, the grits, the polenta, right?
We use cornmeal in Kenya as well, don't we, Seema? You carry on, Mary.
We do, ugali. That's what I was saying. We use white cornmeal and we cook it up with water into this cake. And we have it with collard greens, and it's absolutely, we eat it with our hands to soften it. Traditionally, that's how we get in it. And we always believe in sharing our food, you know, because food is a blessing from God and it's abundance and it brings room for more when you share. And it's absolutely delicious, and it's wonderful to see you making polenta from Haiti. Then, of course, the Italians have their own version of polenta with cheese, and different parts of the world make different corn dishes. It's so beautiful to see how the little influences as well.
And Sharon,
travel through the world.
Sharon, I bet your mouth is watering as well. You're waiting for this to be completed. Are you, Sharon?
That's right. I do want to tell you all that Mary and her husband Paul moved to Crestone to open a restaurant that's still in progress of the remodeling.
Wow.
But hopefully I'm sure by next year, when we have the global Veda Mela here, that
yes, it will be beautiful. It'll be beautiful to have that.
Yeah. It's a really nice restaurant.
So Sharon, is Mary indigenous to Haiti?
Yes, that's what she just told us. She said, yeah, her genetic lineage is like all over the place. So she says, you know, she doesn't look like she's there, but she's it's like half Haitian, half, what were they? It was
basically, you know, half indigenous.
German? Did you say German?
White European.
European, okay.
Well, like most of us, Sharon, you've got Jewish blood in you. Seema has got African touch in it with Indian origin. Me, I'm from Africa, but origin of India, but now British. We are all international now.
Oh, of course. That's the way everyone, that's why we have our show, because we can bring forth the beauty of cultures all over the world and help people to really understand each other and appreciate each other.
And so, Sharon, have you ever made this dish yourself?
Have I ever met? No, this is the first time I'm seeing this dish.
Wow. And Mary is preparing something. Mary, what are you doing? You keeping something ready now?
I'm going over to her now.
Yes.
I'm heating the oil in the pan. So I'm going to add the shallot. I add the shallot first. And we love shallots in Haiti. You know, you can use onion, but we love these. And French also love the shallot.
I love shallots as well. I think they are the exotic versions of the onions.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah, they have that flavor. I use a lot of
Yes.
shallot as well.
Yes, they do.
So we've started our garden. Actually, I went out to feed our chickens today, and all these onions were growing, and they were from last. They just started growing. So that was nice. And now we planted some basil, tomatoes, and in the greenhouse, and more things that will be coming soon. I'm going to do some snow peas.
Sharon,
Yes.
Sharon, I can see that Mary is very good, a professional chef, because she's she's julienning and cutting so fast. Seema, have you noticed that?
Oh,
She's
I've had
very
some of her.
fast. She's very
I've had
fast.
John Milton and myself and others have had some of her incredible Haitian food.
Oh,
Yes.
And we can't, everyone in Crestone is like just waiting for the restaurant to open.
I can imagine.
Food too.
I'm waiting to visit.
Oh yeah, we love to have you here.
Well,
Love to have you on.
Seema Danada is going to visit Sharon, and obviously she'll be meeting Mary
I know. Isn't that
and
exciting?
Ram Lote. Yes. Sorry, Mary, you are saying?
Oh, I'm asking Sharon where I can find a spatula.
Okay. Aha, voila. Yes, we need that.
So are you going to saute those shallots down, right?
I'm gonna saute them a little bit, get them a little bit fragrant and translucent. And
Translucent, not fully caramelized, just translucent.
I'm not fully caramelizing, but you could do that for sure. I mean, you can do just about anything with my moulet. It just happens this time I thought, well, let me bring a bunch of things together. So and
nice.
point to the
and peppers. The peppers will be tied in with the onions, sauteed with the onions.
Yes. Yeah, the peppers, onions, and garlic will all be sauteed together. And then there's also, this is actually cilantro. You'd use parsley, but this is what I have right now. I have cilantro.
We love cilantro, don't we, Seema? Cilantro is very much used.
There you are.
Yeah,
cilantro.
there you are. Look, Mary, look. That's cilantro in Kenya.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how beautiful.
Yeah, we'll be growing it this year again because it's really good in the salsa.
Yeah.
Now Lata's mouth is watering and she's saying, my God, which one shall I prepare? Because she saw the breakfast, she saw the two desserts. She's now saying this. What's that, Seema?
I'll show you guys some Kenyan coffee.
Aha.
You know, this is Kenyan coffee beans. It is indigenous to Kenya. Kenya is an agricultural country. So I thought, let me just bring let me bring it to this.
No, you're in the right camera. When you're showing, yeah, that's fine.
Right. So we have lovely coffee here. And Kenya also grows, I take a lot of pride in my country of birth. We also grow tea. So this is black tea.
So after Mary's dish, maybe we can have your tea and coffee. I don't drink tea and coffee, but maybe you guys can have a
Sharon
Aphrodisiac
tried
tea
it,
and
a
coffee.
masala tea recipe that I gave her recently.
It's delicious.
Mary, I love it. Mary, I love your, I can already feel, Mary, I can already feel your ingredients here, and I think the sizzling noise also coming a bit. So I think we're doing, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna make make sure the garlic is also just a little fragrant so that it's not too pungent.
Is this on medium heat or low heat?
It's fairly low. Yeah, actually that was medium.
Okay, low heat.
Because the hominy cooks for a long time. The hominy is another word for
yes.
This. It cooks a long time. So
and consciously you're putting love to it as well, aren't you? You're loving what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
So Sharon is going to enjoy the love about food, huh?
Oh, of course, of course. And I can't wait till I can make this little video from yesterday because
yes,
all of these women were making chapatis together while they were singing. Beautiful. Singing together. It was just so beautiful.
So Sharon, that will be good on the 12th of May, yoga and meditation, because that was mildly spiritually meditative where you went as well.
Oh, yes, yes. And the next time I go down there, they're going to give me a tour and, talk about the history of the temple. This is associated with Nim Karoli Baba, and if you've ever heard of Ram Dass.
Yes.
So the people, and I met a young tabla player, and it was amazing.
Wow, Mary is whisking. Mary is actually whisking in the pan itself.
Yeah, I mean, so, the Italians say that you have to do this for 40 minutes the whole time, and I don't think that an Italian would add the vegetables like this, but we're not Italian, even
So
though there's
they don't go to gym, but they use this as an exercise, right? 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. They'll stand there and do it for 40 minutes. In Haiti, we check, every 5 minutes or something, because the idea is you don't want it to stick to the pan. But it's gonna cook now for about 40 minutes.
And on what heat is it cooking? Still same low heat?
Well, I'm gonna let it come to see it's coming to a little bit of a boil.
Boil, yes.
Maybe I'll turn it down, and then most of the time I even cover it for the last 20 minutes or something.
So the top layer gets equal heat as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
So the top layer also gets equal heat because you've closed it afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just want the cornmeal to get, the corn to be fully saturated and cooked. It'll be, as you can see, it's very watery right now, but it'll be the porridge when it's finished. So it'll have that beautiful texture of dal. It's kind of dal texture.
Wow. So we got a Haitian dal here.
Right. There might be a Haitian dal in my restaurant. And I didn't
do you eat this? What do you eat this with, rice, or what do you eat this with?
Because of mostly if we weren't cooking a vegan meal, I would tell you this is maybe one of the only vegan things in Haiti. Besides, it's not a sauce or a salad.
Okay.
So we eat it with meat usually, and some sauce.
Yes.
And fish, mostly fish. Sometimes this dish is just, we just make the cornmeal itself and then put a bean sauce on top. That's common.
Okay.
Many, many different ways. So you can put a little in here in the North America often we put cheese and butter. So it's and you can have it for breakfast as something called grits.
Yeah. Corn grits. Corn grits.
So Seema, this is nearest to the dal you will get in Haiti.
This is very tasty. It looks very tasty because you have all the aromatics of shallots and peppers and garlic, and then you really getting it into this texture, into this polenta. So I'm assuming this is a very thick, dense porridge. Am I right?
Yes.
It's very filling, very, very wholesome, and then you have some protein on it. So it's quite balanced in a way as well.
Yeah, I mean, meat is I think it's the same in Asia actually. It's kind of fancy. So, ideally you eat this with meat, but most of the time, this is what you would eat. Your whole meal would be this porridge. Because and many, many foods in Haiti have, made with breadfruit, which is a very, very dense thing, like a potato. You know breadfruit?
Breadfruit, yes. Yes, I know breadfruit.
Yeah. So there's always something really pretty heavy that you can fill up with.
So
and
was there a lot of labor in Haiti? Was there a lot of because when you see countries that are very reflective of labor, have very intense labor, for example, have very heavy meals that are very filling. So they could fill you up for a longer period of time. Or countries that were affected with famine, for example. Culturally, they were evolved around having very, very rich, heavy cuisine. Haiti was a part of the unfortunate slave trade. Am I right?
That's true. Yes.
That's right. Actually, so that brings us to our Kenyan culture as well. So the coast of Kenya, the slave trade was very prominent. So you see the cultural influences that have come in through Arabic cuisine during that era. And then, of course, we had the Kenyan coast was taken over by the Portuguese many years ago. We've all heard of Vasco da Gama. So we have a lot of Portuguese influences. Now, the beauty of, I'm sure, Haitian cuisine, and I'm comparing it to Kenyan cuisine because I'm seated in my country of birth right now, is it's reflective of all these cultural mixes, all these stories of integration, immigration, the spice trade, spice route. The Indians brought the spices over to Africa. And if you look at local Kenyan cuisine, I'm going to be demonstrating a plantain dish for you straight after this. And I know in Haiti, they have a lot of plantains as well.
A lot.
That. And mine's a coconut-based one, and it's got spices in it. Although it's a traditional Kenyan dish, it's still got the curry powder, it's still got the cumin, it's still got the red chili powder. It's so interesting. Besides the aromatics like garlic and ginger, it's got green chili, but it's a Kenyan dish, you know. And here's my plantain for all of you that are looking. I've chopped up 4 plantains and kept them ready. That's a Kenyan matoke plantain. So, you know, food influences and food stories are so captivating worldwide. I lived in Asia for 20 years of my life. The Asian food story is so captivating. If you go to Macau, which is near Hong Kong, it's a special administrative region of Hong Kong, which was taken over by the Portuguese. You have the Portuguese and the Chinese influences mixed in. It's, you know, diversity, cultural diversity is so celebrative. And, you know, it brings me back to Healing Our Earth. I love this platform because we celebrate cultures. We bring people from all over the world together. We unite, we share. Now, what a beautiful, you know, polenta recipe you've showed us today. I'm so grateful to you. Sharon, thank you so much. You bring such wonderful, warm-hearted, gorgeous, simple-hearted people on board, just like yourself. We're really grateful. You know, I love this recipe. And I love learning, you know, food is part of my story. Food is a part of my life. My mother was a cook and she ran cookery classes and she wrote a cookbook. When I graduated from college and I joined as a sous chef, so basically she'll be, what are you doing? Silly girl, cook the onions properly. Don't cut the carrots this way. Hurry up. You know, I assisted in cookery classes. And it's such a celebration that we have every time. And the vegan vegetarian kitchen really ignites my soul because I love to eat and I love to learn.
So Seema, I've been reading a number of novels all about the origins of Hong Kong.
Yes.
And all the cultural influences. And
Hong Kong was centered on the spice route. It was one of the main centers of the spice route. If you look at it, Hong Kong that's why Hong Kong had came up as such a great trading center. The Silk Road, as they call it. You know, from China, all the silk that went worldwide went through Hong Kong. Hong Kong is really, really a celebration of cultural diversity in so many ways. And yes,
it's been fascinating to read about this. And
it is.
All the way from the founding of Hong Kong to now, I'm reading about Hong Kong in about the early 60s.
Hong Kong was the pearl of the Orient at one time.
Yes. And also, I'm reading about all the Chinese. I'm very interested in books that have stories about the British East India Company and between India and China.
British East India Company between India and China. I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I read this somewhere, but I'm not very sure. It was during the British era that they took the tea leaf from China over to India and planted it there. And that's how India became a tea producing
country.
Well,
they were looking for, the British government was looking for an alternative to the opium to be able to raise the money.
Yes. That trade, oh my God, yes. How can I forget Hong Kong?
I've read these books about, you know, how the British got the Indians, Patna, etc., to grow all the opium, and then they took it over to China, and then what happened in China, and then finally that's I think how they let the trade go when they brought the tea to India.
But China is so beautiful. I've been to Shanghai. It's such a gorgeous city. Shanghai has changed. It's developed. It's happening. It's lit up. There's a huge expat population that lives in China. Mainland China is very gorgeous. I've been to Guangzhou, which is in the Canton, the Cantonese speaking. I've been to Yiwu, which is the main trading section center of China. I've been to Sanya, which has beautiful beaches, powdery sands, gorgeous, gorgeous holiday resort. And of course, Hong Kong is a city of lights, and it always will be. And it will always hold a very special place in my heart. Always. I was.
Do they still have all the typhoons and weather like that?
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, the typhoons. We have T1, T2, T3. We have to shut all our windows. We have to sometimes tape up our windows with sellotape. We have T8. Now, I want to share this story. I was new in Hong Kong and I didn't pay much attention to what T3 was. And the winds in T3 are very strong. And I decided to venture off and be very brave and said, yeah, it's just rain, nothing will happen. I've lived with thunderstorms in Kenya, nothing will happen. Guess what, Sharon? The wind was so strong, I had to hug onto a tree.
Wow.
Literally hug onto a tree. My umbrella went upside down. I was so wet, I was hugging onto a tree. Waited for the wind to subside. When I came home, you know, my friend looked at me and she said, you went out. Do you know the Hong Kong Observatory has advised nobody to go out? I said, what did I know? She said, listen, let me tell you, T3, T1 is okay, T2 is okay, T3, you do not get out of the house. Can I spell it out to you? You do not get out of the house. And T8, we have trees falling and everything. And
oh yes,
Kong's
well, we're in the windy season here. We're having gusts up to like 50 miles an hour.
And Hong Kong is hilly, it's mountainous. So all the water comes down from the mountain and it collects in one area. So there are puddles of water sometimes, not all the time. But having said that, T1, T2, T3, T8, whatever tea you get, the next day when it's over, the supermarket shelves are full. First thing in the morning, the city runs efficiently and things just bounce back to normal like that. It's very efficient.
Yes, it's been fascinating to read about the relationship between the Portuguese, the British, and the Chinese. And
the lovely influences.
I'm watching now, there's a great show called Shogun about the Japanese and the British and the Portuguese. This is one of the most, it's a series and it's fantastic. The aesthetics of it, the beauty, the detail of the sets and the costumes and the acting.
An old movie, right, Shogun? It's quite.
Yes, it is. But that now they have a new series. I think it was made in Japan, and it is so beautiful. It is, all the women are just gorgeous. You know, and it really, really gives you deep insight into Japanese culture.
Japan is beautiful. We have Lataji here. Lataji, would you like to say something about this lovely Haitian dish that we have?
Yeah, I wanted to just mention a few things that I've been to I've been during the typhoons in Hong Kong. I have experienced them. Every summer, August, I think.
The Hong Kong can get pretty bad typhoons. Yes. And having said that, Hong Kong is a city that never sleeps. It's a city of lights. Won't you agree? It's a very vibrant and alive city. When you visited that in Hong Kong, wasn't that your experience?
Yeah, but you know, the COVID really send the shivers through them. They just never experience the contrast of it all closed down, 24.
I think worldwide, we can't only say Hong Kong. It sent shivers down everybody's spine worldwide. The whole world was in lockdown. The whole world was experiencing a pandemic. It was a global pandemic,
A
and
nightmare. But what I wanted to ask about the cornmeal, I've learned, come across the crispiness of cornmeal. So I saw an outlet in Harrow when I was in the train station, the little outlet there. They had chips, potatoes fried in cornmeal, and they were really delicious.
Yeah,
because
great.
the crunchiness,
Like pakoras,
really
yeah,
crunchy.
and chips and vegetables and whatever else.
Yummy.
Veg. Yeah,
Cornmeal is so interesting that every part of the
let's
world
get
makes
some.
it differently.
Mm.
In Asia,
Yeah,
they make it.
yeah, my mum used to cook with it. The bread on the griddle.
Yes.
Dodo, we used to call it the Sindhi.
Sindhi dodo. You make it with rice or you make it with corn. We have it in Punjab.
Corn and rice, yeah.
Corn and rice. We call it makki ki roti.
That's
Makki
it. Oh my God.
Makki roti. We have it. Now look at food and cultures and how similar they are. In Kenya, we have white corn cooked into a big polenta cake called ugali, and we have it with grains from kale family called sukuma wiki, and that's how we push our weight. Okay, and that's a staple dish, local Bantu cuisine. Of course, it's changed a little bit with Indian influences, Arabic influences. We bring in different ingredients. We have spices, etc. Then we have Punjab, my ancestral land, where my parents are from, my father. We have makki ki roti, which is a flat bread made with yellow corn on the griddle, very much like a chapati, and we have it with sarson ka saag. What is sarson ka saag? Sarson ka saag is mustard greens. And because the north of India is the bread basket of India, it has all the agricultural produce, most of the agricultural produce that comes into India. It has a lot of farmland, it has a lot of cows. So of course we have a lot of butter, we have a lot of cream, we have a lot of yogurt, we have a lot of dairy. So sarson ka saag is obviously mustard greens that are cooked in mustard oil, but served with butter.
Ghee. Yeah. Ghee.
And it's absolutely delicious. The aromatic, the onions and tomatoes, the base for any curry. Some people put
There's a special technique, isn't there, to cook it? Not everybody can make it. It's just something to die for, to kill.
It's the texture. It's how you grind the mustard greens. You don't grind them to a paste totally like palak paneer. You have to have a little bit of thickness and texture in it, and you have to use. They have this special, like we make yogurt, lassi drinks with. The one thing we do it with that, and my grandma used to sit there, and nobody can cook like grandma does.
No.
Yeah, our daddies and nannies were such great cooks.
Well, that's it. They're cooking. We remember our nannies and our mothers.
Now, in China, in Hong Kong, mustard greens, how do they make mustard greens? They don't mash them. They don't have them with polenta. Yeah, they have them on their own in a bowl with the chopsticks. Yeah. And then the rice comes last. When you go for a Chinese banquet, they'll bring you the meals in bits, pieces. And the last part of the meal will be the rice. They do mustard greens. Choy sam. Lataji, you know choy sam. So what they do is they'll blanch the choy sam, which is mustard greens. And then they'll stir fry them with garlic and sometimes with chili and soy sauce and serve them beautifully on a plate. Everybody will take their chopstick. Everybody eats together, takes their chopstick and eats choy sam.
I never experienced that in Hong Kong.
Sorry?
I never experienced that. I experienced the what's it called, choy.
Yeah, they have different
choys.
They've got morning. The choy is green vegetable in Hong Kong in Chinese. So they have different choice. We have choice down, we've got pak choy, we've got morning glory, which is another choy. The choy is like a green, So when we talk about stir frying, and I'm talking to my Chinese friends and I'm taking a recipe, and they say stir fry, I say chow chow. I say haya chow chow, means you just stir fry it really fast.
Yeah.
So green vegetables are normally chow chowed, and then kept semi-cooked. They retain a lot of their nutrition because they don't kill their vegetables like we do in India. We just overcook everything. In not all parts of India, but in Punjab at least, we overcook everything. We don't leave anything al dente. So sometimes the nutritional value of the vegetables is lost.
It's killed, yeah.
There's so much we can do now. I can see that polenta is getting ready. Has it bulked up?
Yeah, very much. And I just did, usually I start with more water here. Usually it's 1 to 4. I do at least 1 to 5. This was even 1 to 6, but I think because we started it in the cast iron pan, it dehydrated a bit. And so it still has, I think at this point, 20 minutes to cook. And so
this would be a wonderful winter meal, right? Winter.
Yeah, I mean, there's no winter in Haiti.
Right.
But you know what we do eat usually after sunset. Yeah, we usually don't eat that much during the day. The daylight hours, it's too hot. Yeah.
Right. So it looks really. Oh, I wish I could dive into this computer through the screen and just fly over and eat it up.
Oh, I wish that too.
Me too. I'd love for you to be here. I wish you all would have been with me yesterday too. Oh my goodness.
I'm just thinking I'm going to be showing you 2 dishes now. One is a sweet dish, which is an ode to Vishali, because she really worked hard at speaking about foods for love and strawberries and chocolate, and she's a chocolate lover, and that'll be the dessert I'm going to show you. And the first dish I'm going to show you is a local Kenyan dish, which is raw bananas in coconut milk. And I'm just thinking, I'm just visualizing putting this matoke raw banana dish together with this wonderful polenta porridge that you have, and you have the perfect comfort combo.
Yeah, sounds like. Yeah.
Perfect combo. So I think my battery's okay. So I'm thinking.
So while it's cooking, Seema, you can go to your recipe and
yes,
Sharon and Mary can chat to you and then show it when it's ready.
Stick my charger in here so the battery doesn't die.
Yes.
So Sharon, while Seema is setting her setup, your dish can be getting ready. We go to Seema and then we show your final dish as well, okay?
That's wonderful. I'm going to go back on the computer here.
Yes, sure.
So you can sit down for a moment.
Yes,
and,
okay.
I will be back on the computer in a minute.
Yes, and Seema, you can unmute yourself. That's it. And while Sharon is coming, that's it, Seema. Yes, you unmute yourself, Seema, here. I will prompt it to you again. Just unmute. The prompt has come to you. Unmute yourself, please. If you look at the bottom left, just press the microphone and it will unmute. Yes, Seema, if you look at bottom left, it should unmute. You are a co-host, Seema. Okay, no worries. Seema, you can sign back again on the front camera. Don't worry. If you can, yeah, you're joining the audio in the other one. Meanwhile, Sharon, you've reached your destination in the lounge or somewhere. So you can unmute.
I'm at the dining table.
Yes. Yeah, you're ready to tuck in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Seema, you have joined two audios, so we will get a feedback. Sign off and back in one of them.
I'm describing to Mary about the Global Veda Mela that we want to bring here.
Yes.
Dr. Donada and her work. So she put together this really wonderful Veda Mela in Dallas. She lives in Dallas. And then Neil introduced us because she was coming to Vail. She's coming in May. And so we got into this whole thing about doing it here because they've been wanting to come. Right. So we want you involved.
Oh, thank you.
She's coming on the evening of the 19th, and we're going to have some kind of gathering so you can meet her. And
great.
Yeah, she'll meet John.
And it'll be nice that if she meets Mary as well, which would be beautiful.
Yes.
The more we meet, the better it is, because Creston Veda Mela will be a very good first time ever kind of thing in Creston, which will be so beautiful. Obviously, with your leadership, Sharon, you and Donada leading this, which will be so beautiful.
Yes, yes. And, since we have temples from all over the world, it can really be a cultural immersion. So at the foundation in the Vedic sciences, and then reaching out to cultures. So we have the Shumei with the Shinto, and we have a lot of Tibetans and many things here. The Zen monastery and and the ashram, of course. Well, they know Brahmaloti's been on, and I've shown them the different, some of the different fire pujas, and Mary likes to go to the ashram too.
Yes, it's a beautiful place, and well, Mary is part of our family now. We want Mary very much in every, not just vegan, wherever Sharon you feel Mary is with you, okay?
Oh, well, I'd like to bring your Haitian teachers.
Oh, well,
for the meditation.
Yeah, they could do it from where they are, obviously.
Oh, yeah, they could do it. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be beautiful. And how is the cooking coming at your end?
It's going well, it'll just kind of do its thing every once in a while. I'll stir, yeah, it looks like it's going great.
And let's go back to Seema and see if we can listen to Seema without echo. Seema?
Is it sorted?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly now. And
Wonderful.
Beautiful, Seema. Okay, Seema, do you want us to show your worktop, or what do you want us to show?
Yes, please. If you could, the camera on the right, can you see my worktop?
Yeah, we can
clearly?
see your all ingredients nicely done up. We love it.
Beautiful.
So I'm coming up with my, these are 4 plantains. As you can see, also plantains on this camera.
Yes.
That I've chopped up, and I've soaked them in lemon water to prevent them from oxidizing. We have 1 onion, finely chopped up, as you can see, red onion. 1 tomato, finely chopped up. A teaspoon of tomato puree or tomato paste, as you can see. A generous teaspoon of ginger paste. I heat 5 to 6 cloves of garlic, finely chopped up. I put some oil in them to prevent them from oxidizing once again. We have spices, so we have cumin powder. We have curry powder. If you don't have curry powder, you can use garam masala. We have turmeric. And we have red chili powder. I have taken 400 ml of coconut milk, and we will need some water. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to strain these bananas.
So good.
Oh, all of them.
We have them here before everything. And I'm going to work on a medium to low flame. Can you all see the pan clearly here? Is the worktop surface? Yes, it is. It's showing well. So we're going to Just add a little bit of oil. About 2 to 3
Seema, you put the
tablespoons.
sound. Wait, let me just mute it. Okay, fine. Carry on.
2 to 3 tablespoons. We're going to heat this up. So we're working on a medium-low flame. We're just going to wait for this to heat up, and then we're going to add in our onions. Okay. Now, when I cook, okay, I love to add salt into my onions because what happens is salt draws all the liquid out of the onions and enhances the caramelization process. Okay, so this is getting a little hot. Let me take this up a notch. Now, you may ask, which oil do you want to use? So we started cooking with sesame oil in this house because the Ayurvedic doctor has told us that sesame oil is very good for your health. You could use light virgin or a light olive oil, not virgin, or you could use any healthy oil of your choice, or you could opt for ghee if you wish to. Some people prefer to cook with less ghee. I'm using sesame oil here. I'm going to add in my onions. And I'm going to saute these down and caramelize them till they're just golden. So we're going to add in a little bit of salt as we're going along. As you can see, that's just going to draw all the liquid out of the onion and enhance the caramelization process. This is the part we need to be patient for. Okay. You may wish to use white onions, but I feel red onions give a deeper, richer flavor. So basically what we're doing here is we're making a base. And this base is very similar to any of the bases that we'll make for any curry. Okay. So Kenyan cuisine has a lot of the influences from Indian cuisine and Arabic cuisine. And very much what we're doing right now is we're making something very similar to a simple masala, which is the base for many curries. Should you wish, you can actually make this base in advance in bulk, which is what a lot of us do, and freeze it, store it in Ziploc bags, portion it up, and freeze it. And you can add it to any curry dish that you're making, or use it as a base. Defrost it, heat it up, and use it as a base to any curry dish that you are making. It expedites the cooking process. All right. As the onions are sauteing down, what I have here is green chili, freshly chopped green chili, pili pili. Kenyan cuisine is incomplete without pili pili. As you can see, there's pili pili here. I have gone generous with my pili pili and I've got about 3 here. More or less, the choice is yours. We like to spice things up in our kitchen. Coming to the Shirley's topic on aphrodisiac food. Chilies actually release endorphins in our body, so they're very good for love foods or feel moods. Okay, so as I smell this, it smells beautiful. I can get the sweetness of the onions starting to come through as they saute down, and the pungency and the pepperiness of the chili is coming up. So I'm getting these drops of flavors in layers. So it's very beautiful. So we're going to saute this a little further. I'm going to add in a little more salt to pull up those liquids. I work very intuitively with my cooking, just like Sangeeta does. We call it andaza in Hindi. Andaza is you're just using your intuition and your senses to cook with. But of course, there is a standard recipe for this dish, which I can provide you with. Should you wish to have it, just drop a note in the chat box. Okay. So the onions are cooking down. At this stage, I'm just going to add a little wee bit more oil. Okay. I'm going to add in the aromatics. What are the aromatics? We have a heaped teaspoon of ginger paste. As you can see, I minced this earlier on. 5 to 6 cloves of garlic. So let me just measure this out for you in teaspoon format. So it's a heaped teaspoon and a level teaspoon of finely chopped ginger. We're going to bring this all together, saute it down really well. Okay, it's just going to turn just golden. We're not going to brown this. A traditional curry will actually ask you to give a lot of depth of flavor and really caramelize your onions to a deep golden brown color. A laborious process, it takes a while, but we're just going to take this to a note of just golden brown. Now we're working in layers here. We have the onion. After the onions, we have the green chili. After the green chili, saute, 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 we have the ginger and garlic. So we've already worked in layers. The next layer, I won't do that right now. It's going to be tomatoes and tomato puree. So let me put those both together. Tomatoes and tomato puree. That's going to be the next layer.
So this is going to be exotic and spicy as well. And going back to America, Mary and Sharon, do we need to go and stir our dish there because it's time maybe so we get a proper thickness on there? So let's have that while Seema is stirring at her. And I love when women are stirring things up.
As long as they're stirring things up in the right way.
Yes, at the Healing Our Earth style. So
Absolutely.
Seema, this matoke dish obviously is very ethnic to East Africa, but
Yes.
even the indigenous population and all the settlers, they love it, including the original white community who settled there a long way back. And now the Chinese are there. Are they beginning to enjoy plantain as well?
Yes, very much so. You will be surprised as to how many restaurants of local cuisine have popped up. They have everything from ugali, which is the polenta, to sukuma wiki, which is our collard greens. They've got mandazi, which is the fried donuts that we have from the coastal region of Kenya. They have the beans that go with the mandazi. I forget the name. The barazi, the beans that go with the mandazi, with the donuts.
Yes.
They have cassava, mohogo, as we call it. They have
And
pirio,
Mary, do
which
you
is
have cassava in your country?
Yes, but not here on the mountain at the mountain.
Yeah,
I
not
get
in
plantain.
Creston, but back home you had cassava, correct?
Yeah.
Wow.
yucca. You get a lot of yucca, which is
Yes,
cassava
yes,
in
yucca.
South America. So this is beginning to start to turn golden. We're just going to take it a layer above this, and then we're
So
going to
Seema,
add in
Seema, can you, that camera that is looking at the pan, can you move it towards left? So we get both the thing in, the pan and the bowl, yes. If you put, yes, that's it, better now. We are central, so that's good. And Mary, how is our dish coming up there in Creston in Colorado?
Oh, it's going great. It's almost done.
And Sharon, can you scent the aroma?
Of course.
Beautiful. And Seema, we come to you in Kenya. Seema, are you going to, I love with matoke, I love local groundnuts as well because I love that crunchiness. Do you put it, are you going to put that?
no, I'm not going to use brown nuts today because I ate them all up
Aha, you
earlier
have
on.
to, but it's something that you,
I must
and they're
confess it
really,
is so delicious, but yes, traditionally for texture, we add a bunch of the groundnuts. Should you not have groundnuts, you can add roasted cashew nuts.
and
If you
you're in
wish to.
Kenya, and generally, even in some of the grounds, they actually, you get them in the local grounds, they're groundnuts, really fresh. Isn't that true?
We still have the little boys with the cones of groundnuts coming on the Uhuru Highway, selling
Wow.
them to us. That is something that hasn't stopped. But now the packaging has improved. They've got these lovely sealed plastic bags, no
Yes.
more the paper bags. Some cones, yes, but mostly sealed in plastic bags. They come
And
around
Sharon,
still with the basket, with
yes.
all the nuts there.
And Sharon,
Okay,
do we
Amrita.
have groundnuts growing in Colorado or Creston? Can nuts grow in the ground? No. Because the climate wouldn't allow it, would it?
No, maybe in a greenhouse, but
We have pine nuts.
yes, we have pine nuts. Every
Yes,
5
and
years.
pine nuts are actually coming above the ground, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're in the
Which is
trees.
different to the
And
ground nuts.
Peter, our dear friend Peter May, he's doing some experiments to see if he can get them because they come every 7 years, but he's doing some experiments to have them come more often.
I think he's got them every 3 now.
Really?
Or yeah, he's done it for 3. Yeah.
Yes, Seema, what would you?
Heavenly fragrances are filling the air right now. Our
Wow.
onions are just beginning to turn golden brown, as you can see. I'll bring them under here.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to add in our tomato,
Tomatoes.
one medium-sized tomato. Now this is also going to deglaze the bits of the onion that are on the bottom of the pan, and that is flavor. Always remember that that is flavor. And for color, we're just going to add in a lovely small touch of tomato paste, tomato puree, as we call it here. This is
And Sharon, you of course grow tomatoes in your greenhouse, don't you?
Oh, we've just planted about, let's see, 32.
I'm just going to bring this
plants.
over here so you can see how it's all coming together.
Yes.
All different kinds. All different kinds.
And now, while this is coming together, we're going to add our spices. So I'm going to add in a teaspoon of turmeric. A teaspoon of cumin powder.
So Sharon, although we are from Africa, even in UK, we make this dish because wherever we go, we take the dish what is on our taste buds. So and in UK, you get every vegetable of the earth. Everything comes in UK.
Nice.
Seema, what did you just add? What's that spice?
So I've added in a teaspoon of turmeric, a teaspoon of cumin powder. I'm going to add in this teaspoon of garam masala or any curry powder that you have.
Sharon, do you use garam masala, the mixed spice? Do you use in Western?
Yes. Oh, of course. Well, you know, we have the ashram, and so there's always food after any fire puja or any celebration. And well, the last one I went to, oh, I want that potato dish, and oh, there was something else. It was just incredible. The last one I went to was the best I've ever been to. And then Desi, our friend Desi, who had the pizza place, she also is now a caterer, and she makes a lot of Indian food.
Wow. And Seema, you are holding what spice now?
A teaspoon of red Kashmiri chili powder, optional. Kashmiri
So
chili
you're gonna
powder
make it
is
hot.
yes, Kenyan food is known for its spice and pedigree.
And Mary, do you and Sharon eat hot food? Do you add the red chili, grounded chilies?
I add ground up chilies to some things. What I have, really, mostly I use pickles, which I'm looking for it now. I brought it with us.
Yes.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay, as you can see, this masala is all coming together. At this stage, I'm going to add in the raw bananas.
Yeah. In goes the raw plantain over there. Mary, you are holding the spice in your hand. You brought something?
Oh, I went to get it, but here, I'll show you.
Yes. So there she has used red chili powder. You can call it paprika powder, which is mild, and then actual red chili powder, as opposed to the green chili powder. What you're holding, Mary? What do you use to make it hot?
This is called pickles. In Haiti, we do two things. We put this is a Scotch bonnet only, but normally it's not. Normally it's cabbage and all kinds of bell peppers and onions and garlic and everything mixed together.
It's in a liquid form?
It's liquid. Then you put it in apple cider vinegar, or you can use white vinegar, but
Seema, do we use liquid form for chilliness?
Some dishes may ask you to soak your chilies and then grind them with garlic.
Okay.
And use them as a base curry. Some dishes, especially in Goan cuisine, for example, we use the Kashmiri red chili. We soak it, we grind it, we add it to, we grind it with, I grind mine with coriander powder, cumin powder, lots of garlic into a thick paste, and I use that as the base of my curry. Again, we use coconut milk. Now coming to this, as you can see, you've coated your matoke or your raw banana very well with this curry masala. And now you're going to deglaze further because there are bits and pieces that have been stuck to the bottom of the pan. So I have 400 ml of coconut milk here. I have to confess, this is canned coconut milk.
So you are using coconut milk. Riti looks coconut milk. Chef D used coconut milk today. And even Mary used coconut milk. Mary,
Exactly.
you made it fresh, or was it tinned one that you used?
You know, just as Sharon said, at the ashram, they have coconut, so you can use it fresh. But for me, I admit I buy the dried coconut and then I hydrate it with water and I blend
So
it.
that's what Seema does. Seema, you showed it to us. Now the color has got turmeric color in it as well. If you bring it near the camera,
It's got a very delicate, you're right, a very
if you bring
delicate
it near the
yellow.
camera, if you bring it near the camera, so we can just see it.
It has a delicate golden hue.
Okay.
Okay, and we're going to bring this to a boil.
Yes.
Okay, and now, and we're going to add in a little bit of water. Not a lot, just a little bit. Now, remember one standard rule of thumb. Do not add your broth or your water to your coconut milk in any dish until it comes to a full boil. If you add it, it will split. It will split the milk. So once the coconut milk comes to a full boil, only then you very gradually and slowly add your water or your broth. I'm using water today. You can use any vegetable stock, any vegetable broth. If it's pre-salted, then you have to be very careful when you're salting up your dish because you don't want to over-salt. Yeah. So it's come to a nice boil. I'm just going to add in. I'm going to boil this out. Okay.
So while you're stirring and mixing that, and Mary goes and stirs hers, Sharon, we can tell about some future episodes. Meanwhile, with both the ladies keeping our ingredients and our dishes ready, so we can tell people what episodes are coming. Over to you, Sharon.
We have some very exciting future episodes. Next week, World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, Sunday, the 28th of April. This is going to be so many wonderful Tai Chi teachers and Qigong teachers from all around the world are going to be joining us for this beautiful celebration of Tai Chi and Qigong from the Taoist tradition of China.
And it's we've got more than 40 contributors, where we will also acknowledge Bill and Angela's work. And Sharon, you have produced this with Kate. So it's going to be wonderful. Those who are Tai Chi and Qigong lovers, next week, you are going to meet different contributors from different countries. Correct, Sharon?
Yes, and I want to tell you all that I'm very excited because we are probably in about 6 weeks to 2 months, my film, Quantum Chi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life, will be completed.
So we want to know more. We want to know more about it even next week so that people can.
Yes, I'm going to show some trailers.
Yes.
And Mental Health Awareness Sunday, May 5th, 2 p.m. BST onwards. So we'll
And that is because it's
a very important topic right now.
And Sharon, we have brought this episode because the following week is the Mental Health Awareness Week all over the world. So let us bring a bit of education. Let us maybe help people who might be suffering or who may not be knowing that they're suffering, but ought to talk to people. At Healing Our Earth, we bring love, harmony, education free. And then after that, this is where we want to see the Hanuman Chalisa reel as well, because it will be very meditative.
And we'll see if we can have Mary's friends from Haiti give us a Haitian meditation. That would be
Yes, yes, because that's what we like at Healing Our Earth. We bring different facets of meditation, different culture meditation, and different culture yoga. So we want that, Mary, and you please be part of us as well, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. So that's on the 12th of May. And that is always a wonderful show, so informative. Yoga and meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Exactly, for body, mind, and soul. We love it.
Oh, integrated health, Sunday, the 26th of May, transforming healthcare. The last session was incredible. It really was. Dr. Rajiv Gupta and many, many other professionals talking about Ayurveda, talking about TC, traditional Chinese medicine, and I'll find some very interesting people from different modalities. I have a Rolfer I would love to bring, buddy.
And Sharon, you are, of course, our producer every top of the hour, every week. We are very proud of you. We love you for that. And let's go back to Seema, who is bustling to show us roughly what's happening over there, Seema.
Bring this forward here, as you can
Aha.
see. It's cooking up into this wonderful velvety cooked curry. Yeah.
And Seema, I love this dish particularly because it's creamy and everything. I love it with the spicy chapati, what we call peplas. But the spicy
Yes.
chapati and this goes so well because it's double spice.
So midway as it's simmering down, we're going to salt it now. Just
Yes.
the taste, not too much. And I like to add black pepper. Just a little bit. I like to add black pepper to everything. This is optional, but
Yes.
it just lifts the dish up, of course. Now we're just going to give it a few more minutes. Matoke, I'm just going to check the matoke.
And while you are checking that, Mary, ought we got to visit to your oven and see how we are doing because we have got another mustard color looking dish over there while Seema, yours is simmering.
Yes.
Let it simmer and Sharon, maybe you can walk up to the working top over there and maybe see what color we have done down there. So it's so beautiful that going from Kenya, sitting here in London, we are traveling over there. Earlier we visited with Alicia and then Chef D. It was so beautiful, Seema, wasn't it?
It was fantastic. We've had such a journey today. We went to Delhi, we went to London, we've been to the United States of America, we traveled to Haiti.
And we went to Bengaluru as well, where we went Nidhi over there.
Bengaluru, we went to
Yes.
Bengaluru, which was wonderful. We learned a vegan avocado ice cream with banana and cocoa.
Yes.
Now we're here in Kenya. We were in Kenya earlier on when we did this. Oh, I have this here. The fig.
Yes. We want to see.
The butter
We want to show
figs
that.
with
Bring
the
it to the
saffron
rock
infused
top
yogurt.
camera.
I'll
Bring
bring
it.
that
Yes.
here again.
Yeah.
Butter figs, saffron infused yogurt with almonds and pistachios. Really, I would say this is a dish of love in a bowl.
And Seema, you make it look exotic because the glass that you've used could be, you see, sometimes garnishing or preparing and using the right equipment and the tools. It looks beautiful. Oh, let's go to Sharon. Seema, Sharon is, we got that. We got the camera. Yes. Beautiful. We can,
Oh, that looks very nice.
yes.
That
So
looks very, very nice.
matoke with coconut milk and this special oats with coconut milk. So I think it's a porridge, isn't it, Seema, this one? Mary?
We've been telling a coconut milk story today. Alicia did a beautiful chia pudding with coconut milk with granola and fruit.
Nice.
And we've done a coconut milk with grapes and
It's almost done.
Sharon, we are live to you now. So how is the porridge coming out?
Oh, it smells so good.
Yeah, I'll let you
Wow.
taste it.
And how many minutes before it's done, before we tuck in? Even Nita is dying now. Look, her mouth is watering and she's looking eagerly. Lata is just, you can see that she's just waiting for it. Seema, you
want to taste?
might keep on coming as well.
It's almost done. It's just, the corn needs to hydrate to the perfect amount. So it's very close. I put a little salt, a little black pepper now. And there's a little cloves in the beans. I didn't say that, but we'll cook them in their little cloves. And yeah, it's very close. Thank you.
Does it go in?
This I usually have separate because people here, it's too hot for people.
I see.
So put a little bit on top.
So that is sprinkled as per choice of the person's taste.
Yeah.
Buds, right? Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I
is
add
it
it.
very
If
hot?
I'm making it for myself, I add it. But
Is
not
it
for
very
everyone.
hot?
It's super hot. It's almost as hot as you can get in terms of a pepper.
So if you compare to Tabasco, it is equivalent or hotter than Tabasco.
It would be like as if you were thinking Tabasco was ketchup. You know ketchup?
Yes.
Okay. It's like that.
So
It's like
this
that.
is damn hot.
It's damn hot. Yeah.
Vindaloo.
Very like it.
Yeah, I mean Indians know spice, right? So
And
it's
Seema, I think, is ready to show her dish. I think is nearly done now, Seema.
it is done. I'm going to just give you a few flakes of red chili flakes to lift this up and just adorn it a little bit.
Yes.
And of course, I'm just going to add a little bit of spring onions on the side. This is something of the Chinese in me, just to give it a little bit of beauty. And of course, cilantro, just a few strands.
And Mary and Sharon love cilantro, don't they? Because they are also going to use it today to garnish.
Kenyan cuisine is never complete without its cilantro. Let the cilantro follow in one direction. And then we finish this dish off with, no Kenyan dish is complete without dimu or lemon juice. So we're going to finish this dish off with some lemon juice. And we're going to lift it up with a little bit of chili, give it a bit of color here, just somewhere here, just to lift it up. Make
If you
sure
bring
nobody...
if you bring it a bit on your right now, so we can see it more.
Yes, I'll just do that.
Yes. That's it. You can put it there. You can put it there. Yes, perfect. We can see. And maybe if you switch off the top light, and then we'll be able to see the color much better. I can see a red chili there. When the whole light is gone, so the color is changed. Maybe put it back up. So you got onion on the top, and at the bottom you got cilantro.
Cilantro here,
Yes.
chili there, and onions. So what I did, a lot of people ask me, Seema, how do you do these onions?
Yes.
Because they love them, they look very pretty. So what I do is I take spring onions and I cut them very, very thin, and then we soak them in water. When you soak them in water, they curl up.
Okay.
These beautiful curls, and then you take them out. So the spring onion is done. We have the cilantro is done. Should you wish, and if you wanted to, you could add a curry leaf, because we have curry leaf growing in our garden, but it might get a bit busy. You know, the choice is yours. But this is the dish, and it's very delicious. It's extremely velvety and comforting.
So Lata wants to make a comment now.
Yes, sure.
I just thought that was rice rather than the spring onions, but yeah. I mean, what would you eat with that, darling?
Okay, so we have it plain. As in our house, we have it plain, like it's a comfort in a bowl. A lot of people here would have it with rice, or as Mr. Neil Kumar very kindly said, he'd have it with tepla. Some people have it with chapati.
And Seema, if you look at the other screen, Kenya has already put her dish as well. So we've got a dish in Kenya ready, a dish in America ready, and we in London are deciding which country to fly to, because different continents.
I'm wondering when technology will be able to send it down.
Yes. And I love both the dishes, because look, now there is a contrast to both of. Yes, Sharon, zoom in more. It's so beautiful.
Wow, I'm just going to go and have a go at making that now. Because I've got coconut milk, and I've got
this we can eat on its own at any time. And Seema, with yours, we can have it with rice and spiced chapatis, right? Teplas.
Exactly. You can have it with teplas. You can have it with plain parathas. You can have it with plain steamed rice. You can have it with plain rotis as we call them.
So Seema,
it's a very versatile dish.
Let's go to Creston in Colorado, and let's have Mary and Sharon saying and whether they've tested it. So Mary and Sharon, get your spoons out, test buds out, make us jealous. We don't mind, because at Healing Our Earth, we sacrifice our body for others. And Sharon, I think I love the bottles of the sleep, while Seema is still gone further. Yeah, I love it. Isn't it amazing? We are connected globally in Creston for Haiti dish, in East Africa for a. Mary, you love your own food. Come on, you're eating your own food, so it must be good.
Yeah.
And how do we say? How do we say good in Haitian language?
You say to say it's a good thing. You say it's a boba guy. It's
Boba guy. Okay, boba guy.
I just love it. Yeah, and I love that recipe that Alicia made. Oh, and I just adored it because you can change the fruit on there to papaya, pineapple, all the exotic fruits that we enjoy.
It was a wonderful recipe. That's what I love about Alicia. She's not scared to experiment. You know,
Versatile, yeah,
she's
creative.
versatile and she'll throw herself in and she'll bring you the most unique mushroom and she'll turn it into a vegan.
I was amazed how she made that dish out of watermelon skin.
Oh, it was amazing. I love that. It was amazing. I do have one more dish.
I did like your dessert as well, Seema. I've got to
We
try
have one more dessert. We have one more dessert. And
Seema, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Seema, show it to us. Show that. Now, we have seen Matoki, we have seen Sharon, who has already started tucking in. So she's making us jealous. Nita's mouth is watering, and Lata is just wondering which country to fly into. So let's go, Seema, let's go to you. We zoom into you and we see the next dish, okay?
Okay, so chocolate. Chocolate has been symbolic to lust and love since time immemorial. So today what we're going to be showing you is it actually synergizes with a Valentine recipe, and it is chocolate strawberry with chili chocolate. So what I have is I have already on my stove a double boiler, which I'm just going to show you. What I've done is I've put water boiling underneath and I've got a bowl on top, as you can see.
Yes.
And that's already hot. So we're going to melt up our chocolate, which we've grated. I'm working with 70% cocoa chocolate here, cocoa solid chocolate. This is
So we are
Ghanaian.
melting it without cooking or burning it, is that right?
Yes, absolutely correct. And that's the correct way to do it. And we're just going to bring this to melt. It'll happen very fast. You just have to make sure I burn myself when pouring it. You can see it's already melting.
So Seema has got a saucepan which has got water which is semi-boiling, and then she has put another container on the top, and the steam that is heating at the bottom of the top container is melting, and it's melting the chocolate. Is that right?
That's right. So you're going to get a chocolate sauce.
Aha.
So very often you wonder how to make a chocolate sauce. People will tell you melt it in the microwave, do this. Please don't. Go with the traditional method. It's a short but safe method. It's going to melt into a beautiful sauce. I'm going to
And you kept strawberry skewers ready. Are these local
I have strawberry skewers ready, as you can see.
Are there local strawberries grown in
local Kenyan strawberries? Absolutely local Kenyan strawberries that we're going to use. Now,
And
this
Sharon
is melting.
and
As you
Mary
can see, this is melting into a beautiful sauce.
And Sharon and Mary has started tucking into Colorado, so they are enjoying. So they're waiting for your dessert.
Dessert is happening here. Okay, and I am going to take a little bit of Mexican wisdom into this sauce. And I'm going to switch it off, and I'm just going to add a touch of chili flakes.
So is it from Haiti or Mexico?
The dish is, I would say it's a combination of Mexican chocolate sauce, like the Modi sauce, but it's
So we
not
can
savory.
we went to Mexico via Haiti, okay? So that it covers everybody.
We could say any one of them. What I'm going to do is, because this is very hot, I'm going to spoon this chocolate sauce into this bowl very gently. And as you can see, I have rimmed this glass with sugar and chili powder.
Yes, we can see that.
So we have a sugar and chili powder rim glass just for aesthetic appeal. Over here, we're going to lift up all this decadent chocolate, symbolic of love and lust.
Lata and Mita, I bet your mouth is watering over here.
Chocolate for beauty also is full of antioxidants, but of course,
you've got us in the mood.
Looks really delicious. Foods for mood and foods for love.
So Seema, maybe we are not listening. Lata and Mita are saying You've got them in the mood. If you put your volume up, Seema, at your end, so you could hear the comments.
It's the highest it can go, unfortunately.
Okay, Mita, what did you say we didn't capture?
Yeah, it looks delicious, especially, you know, when you covered the ream with sugar and chili.
Yes.
So what are you going to fill that in with?
So she's
I'm
going to use this.
now
Yeah.
sprinkle a little bit of chili flakes on this.
That reminds me of Bloody Mary, in which, you know, they put tomato and vodka in the glass, and then it's covered with the rim is covered with salt.
Okay, we've taken a little bit of rosemary for garnish. And there you are. You have your chocolate.
Oh, the rosemary looks lovely on there. Is that from the garden?
Yes, it is. We have rosemary, we have mint, we have lemongrass, we have the duma, the root that I showed you earlier on, purple root. We have custard apple, avocados, lemons.
Custard apples, I love.
So this is the dessert. So these are the 3 dishes for love. Let's see, 2
Seema, I'm coming to you.
2 desserts, and of course, I have to celebrate my country with the matoke, which is potato, bananas, and coconut milk. This is my dinner, by the way. And I'm debating which one to put in the fridge and which one to have today for dessert. So we have the chili chocolate strawberries, symbolic of lust, passion, and love. Perfect recipe for Valentine's Day. So if you want to woo your loved one, make this for them. And then, of course, we have this wonderful Persian-inspired saffron-infused yogurt with buttered fits and the richness of almonds and pistachios. Again, aphrodisiac foods. A lot of these strawberries rich in vitamin C and antioxidants, perfect for your skin, and chocolate for love. So that's our session today. We
Thank you so much, Seema.
Thank you all so
and
much.
have our portion as well. You can have
I will.
Eat for
I
2.
don't think I really need to have it, but I will have your portions for you. And I will indulge myself. So it'll be a happy Sunday. I'm just going to bung this on the side here.
Yeah, it looks absolutely a
Since
feast.
we're talking about love, just a few roses to lay over here on the table, you know, if you're serving it.
So making it romantic, making it romantic, aphrodisiac, and beautiful.
Yeah.
Romantic, throw on those roses.
Sharon, Mary, what are your thoughts of what Seema has made?
Oh, it's so beautiful. And so delicious looking too, and so thoughtful. And maybe so much consciousness.
I'm so tempted to dive into the strawberry chocolates right now. I'm absolutely
Knowing you, Seema, you got a sweet tooth. I'm dying to dive into the plantain.
So yesterday I was in the car and I had gone out to finish some errands, and we passed the Indian sweet shop. It's known as Sweetie Sweets. So we have Tapan Bhog here. We've got from India. We've got Sweetie Sweets. We've got the ISKCON Temple Hare Krishna shop, which does the best Indian sweets. They do something called cham cham, which is absolutely delicious. And I had this sudden sweet craving. I went in and I bought pendas, which is a milk dessert, saffron pendas, a milk cake that's infused with cardamom and saffron. I ate 4. I literally just one after the other. Yeah, and then I said, "Oh, you have to stop now. This is so dangerous." So tomorrow I'll be working out double time in the gym.
So Seema, we got 3 dishes. Can you lift one by one into the
I will
camera?
start with decadent chocolate infused
Bit lower,
chocolate sauce.
bit lower, please. Thank you. Lower. Yes, now it's into camera. So this is beautiful.
Chocolate sauce with strawberries. And
Thank you. And the next dish.
Our next dish is buttered figs with saffron yogurt topped with almonds and pistachio.
I just love that. Seema, that's for me.
And
I love
we
it
have
anytime.
savory, we have Kenyan matoke, plantains, cooked, simmered in a spiced coconut milk, topped with slivered spring onions, and a squeeze of lemon juice and a few garnishings of coriander and curry leaves and mint.
It's beautiful. And
That,
Seema,
that Neil's going to have that, aren't you, Neil?
I will have all of it. I love everything because at Healing Our Earth, we get all love that is thrown to us. We take it and consume it. And Mary, Sharon, can you show your dish on the camera as well, please? Although you have munched half of it. So you nearly finished most of it.
How was it, Sharon?
Yes, look at that.
So, how was it, Sharon? Are you going? Have you made it before? Would you go? Would you try it out? I'm going to try that out because I'm going to make it as a base. Hello.
We got Jay. Jay, try a spoon out, and we want your opinion on that because he was not present when it was being made, so it would be a man's opinion.
He's the chef, isn't he? There.
Yes.
He's another chef.
He loves using tomato and create them into so many different kind of sauces and purees and everything. Pretty soon.
Oh, all the beautiful Kenyan strawberries we have. Look at them. They're delicious.
Very organic looking.
And
very organic. Our produce is very organic and very, very.
Are they sweet, Seema?
Shall I try one?
Yes.
I'm tempted. They're really sweet.
I've got some pineapple here. I'm going to try.
Oh my God,
pineapple
Tata,
is
you have to
beautiful
show
as
us this pineapple. The Del Monte pineapple, the Kenyan one, they're so juicy.
This is
they're
for
full of nectar. Full of nectar. I really pride myself.
So Sharon, Mary, and Seema, this brings me to an idea that when we do a daily episodes on Facebook Live and our website on the Women Forum, I think that kitchen episodes should be regular during a particular weekday where every woman and man can tap into, and I think we should make it maybe twice a week feature separate from Healing Our Earth. So it's purely kitchen. Everything to do with kitchen.
That'd be great.
Be lovely. That would be gorgeous. And have a cook along as well.
Yes, basically,
That's great. That's great.
yeah, basically we exchange ideas about the kitchen and every week bring different nationality so we can integrate people to show. So if we use two nationalities, show how food can be eaten in situ, and particularly the seasonal fruits and vegetables of the country that you are domicile of. So therefore, nature has designed fruits, vegetables, and foods so that it can heal you naturally. So that will be beautiful. I think it will be so nice. Well, Sharon, it's time to say goodbye to everybody. We've gone way over an hour, and why not? Because at Healing Our Earth, we love to give with touch more than what we prescribe. So, with nice this.
Can I say something? Will it be possible to have a summarized version of the recipes? They look all gorgeous.
Yeah, so you can, the whole recipe are there. You can just look at the recording, and Seema and Chef D are going to post it on the Facebook as well. So Seema, send Seema, you actually made some recipes. Send it to Nita, okay?
I will. I'll send it to Mitaji today evening itself.
And Lata, because Lata is going to experiment all this. And when Rotarian Lal comes to London, she's personally going to invite him, which is in May, where Seema, you might have arrived as well. So it's beautiful.
That's right, because the other Chef D's in Walsall, isn't she?
Yeah, she's in Midlands. So it'll be beautiful. He will be going to Midlands as well. We are doing organ donation outreaches, so it'll be beautiful. Well, time to say I love you, ladies. It's once again women empowerment. You women bring lots of love and harmony, and you give the earth a very good community. So, Seema, Sharon, can we conclude for this evening?
Would you like to lead the Gayatri mantra, Seema?
Oh, Seema. Seema, you're muted. Maybe if you unmute again, please.
Is that okay?
Yes.
So let's conclude this wonderful session that we've had this Sunday by honoring the mother of the Vedas, Mata Gayatri. So let's close our eyes. And as we close our eyes, let us take our attention to our heart center and really be grateful for everything we receive on a daily basis. As we culminate with this Gayatri mantra, let's take all the light within our being and send it to our planet, to all countries in conflict, to all those who are suffering, sharing our energy with all starving children worldwide. Together, let's take the sankalpa that we will heal our earth. Let's all take a deep, long breath in and slowly breathe out. Another deep, long breath in and passing the positive energy, blood out. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitu Pare Bhargo Vashyate Mahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya Sarvamangal Shive Sarvarthasadike Sharanye Trayambike Gauri Narayani Namostute